A few of the guards watching over the rose garden were surprised as well, not knowing what had happened as they aimlessly attempted to find the cause of the earthquake. Just at this moment, the fierce-looking Bolins suddenly appeared among the guards of the rose garden, chiding coldly, "What are you panicking for? It's just a small earthquake. We are at the heart of Asan city. Apart from some alteration to nature, what else can happen?" Bolins was a true fiend in the eyes of these guards. When Bolins spoke, all the guards quietened down, following Bolins' instructions to console the fearful nobles. The majority of the nobles calmed down upon hearing the guard's explanation. However, there were still a few cowardly nobles who immediately abandoned the beauties in their bed and hurriedly fled the rose garden, afraid that there would be a few more tremors from below the rose garden, causing them to leave their precious lives in this place. Although Bolins calmed the frenetic mood of the guards, he was still restless, unable to understand what had happened. He had just brought Han Shuo underground and Bolins didn't wish that anything happened to either his old master Carol or his newly recognized senior brother. Yet, the fierce tremors was clearly caused by the exchange between the two of them. Bolins was aware of Saint Sword Master Carol's terrifying strength and also knew that Han Shuo was a reckless, unfearing character. He feared that the two of them had not reached a conclusion in their fight, and after finally waiting for the people above ground to settle down, Bolins hurriedly headed for the secret location. The flustered Bolins had just entered the underground when he heard Carol's bright laughter even before reaching Carol's location. Once he heard Carol's laughter, he suddenly relaxed yet was somewhat apprehensive. A space archmage had deployed a complicated barrier around Carol's wide practice chamber. Not only was it able to isolate sound and sight, once someone entered the barrier, they would have the feeling of entering a separate world. Currently, Bolins was able to hear Carol's laughter even before nearing that area, which indicated a shocking fact. The barrier has been destroyed. Once Bolins verified this matter, he hastily entered the vast stone room. The scene that entered his eyes was beyond his expectations. The boulder which Saint Sword Master Carol usually sat on had become a small stone, while Carol stood on an area which seemed to be the epicenter of the earthquake, smiling as he looked at an indent in the ceiling. Within the indent, Han Shuo shook his shoulders and twisted his body within the deep indentation. The solid rock shattered and fell as Han Shuo similarly smiled as he leaped to the ground. "Bolins, it seems like your choice is indeed decent. This brat's martial technique is atrocious. In my many years of traveling the continent, I've never seen nor heard of such a martial technique. He had only trained for a few years and already possessed such frightening strength. As time passes, I really don't know how strong he would get." No wonder old astrologer Grace made such a prediction. Saint Sword Master Carol smiled as he looked at the entering Bolins, showing his approval. Bolins was very respectful as he faced Carol and said, "I've seen senior brother's martial technique before and it's extremely mysterious. He had long since proficiently used the thing that I have always bitterly studied yet have been unable to comprehend to a level that far exceeds my imagination." Popping sounds emitted from Han Shuo, who had just landed on the ground. As Han Shuo moved his muscles and bones, traces of blood and black-colored radiance circulated through his skin like electricity. Han Shuo smiled as he creaked his neck and said, "Mr. Carol's truly deserving of his reputation. It seems that you still haven't utilized your full strength. Hehe, I've truly benefited from this battle." With just a sword and golden fighting aura, Carol stood tall while under Han Shuo's torrential attacks. At the end, his strike of explosive force possessed unparalleled ferocity, completely clashing with his elderly appearance of one past his prime. This caused Han Shuo to truly be amazed. Wine truly gets better with age. Han Shuo understood that just with his demonic magic at separate demon realm, he shouldn't be able to defeat Carol. However, if he used necromancy magic as well as summoned the little skeleton and the 4 zombies, he had confidence in beating Carol. From his previous visit to the other dimension, Han Shuo knew that the little skeleton's strength was far from ordinary. "I didn't utilize my full strength, but you didn't use necromancy magic either, right?" Hehe, the undead creatures summoned by a Grand Magus necromancer would indeed be troublesome to deal with. "Brat, you are pretty good, Phoebe really has good taste. Carol smiled as he said, pausing for a moment before continuing, our spar has let me realize that your martial technique is extremely peculiar. It's similar to the fusion of fighting aura and magic and looks like it is indeed suitable for Balans to train in. Fighting aura only possessed pure destructive energy. However, Han Shuo's demonic yuan energy was able to forge the body, treat certain illnesses and even influence an opponent's soul, truly possessing all kinds of remarkable abilities. Fighting aura was slowly formed by purely training the body. Demonic yuan energy could form a consciousness and a demon infant. Killing intent as well as the unique energy of heaven and earth or even some herbs and strange items wearably to enhance demonic yuan energy. From certain angles, demonic yuan energy was indeed way more mysterious. Balans, wait outside with Brian. I need to properly meditate. I've obtained great gains from this battle. Carol smiled and instructed Balans while Han Shuo was contemplating. Chapter 398 398 A structure from the other dimension? Please continue reading on, Ox. Val. M. As they walked out the northern rose garden, Balans followed Han Shuo closely the entire time. As Han Shuo stared flabbergasted at Balans, Balans said respectfully, Senior brother, from today onward, I will officially leave the rose garden and follow you. Han Shuo hadn't expected Balans to be so straightforward. After thinking for a moment, he smiled and said, how about this? In this period of time, you will still be in charge of protecting Lawrence and ensuring his safety. When he doesn't need your protection anymore, you can return to my side. I make preparations to arrange for your entrance ceremony after some time. Once we performed the ceremony, I will immediately impart to you the martial technique. All right then. In that case, I will continue to protect Prince Lawrence. Han Shuo's instructions were now of higher importance than Carol's. Balans was used to listening to orders, hence he nodded and agreed. Under Han Shuo's orders, Balans gradually sunk into the darkness. Han Shuo understood that Balans had gone to secretly protect Lawrence and headed back to his residence alone. It was currently a sensitive time in Asan City. The streets were tightly guarded during the night as city guards patrolled all pathways within the city. Even while the nobles entertained themselves at night, they still wouldn't forget to talk about proper business. Han Shuo had previously heard via a mystical demon the discussion between many nobles within the northern rose garden about the princes, debating about which prince they should support. Han Shuo had also just realized abruptly why King Uhtred already acted quickly. All of a sudden, all officials who had close relations with Lawrence had been, more or less, promoted for all kinds of reasons. Lawrence, who originally had the least support, was suddenly being ardently paid attention to. King Uhtred's obvious favoritism caused the nobles and princes to be apprehensive, as they couldn't understand the reason behind Uhtred's actions. Sacred Swordmaster Carol, who had always maintained neutrality and had never expressed his support for Lawrence, had declared when he left the imperial palace that if anyone dared to deal with Lawrence underhandedly, they would face his wrath. Carol had even hinted at Duke Ashburn's despicableness. Even the Dark Mantle organization which acted as the Empire's underground agents suddenly had close dealings with Lawrence. Amis, who was feared by all nobles, was even seen visiting Lawrence's residence at night. This seemingly proved that the Dark Mantle and Lawrence had allied secretly. Lawrence, who had been suppressed by the other princes for a long time, suddenly had a surge in circumstances and became the topic of discussion between nobles. A number of influential personages who had never taken Lawrence seriously now had a sudden change of opinion. King Uhtred has been in power in the Lancelot Empire for many years. It seems that before Uhtred dies, the whole Lancelot Empire will act as he commands. His successor would ultimately still be his personal choice. Han Shuo pondered inwardly as he unhurriedly walked toward his residence. Late in the night, the streets were quiet. Han Shuo moved swiftly, not leaving any tracks on the streets. A couple of mystical demons watched the surroundings stealthily as Han Shuo easily evaded the city guards and returned quickly to his own residence. When Han Shuo reached his residence, he realized that other than a few guards and the old steward, all the servants had already slept. When Collis saw Han Shuo appear, he hastily greeted him and soon after said in a low voice, "Lord Marquis, there's someone in the room who wishes to see you." Han Shuo stared blankly, baffled that someone actually came over so late at night and couldn't help but be astonished. A mystical demon flew over in the direction Collis had given and soon after a handsome and graceful figure suddenly entered Han Shuo's sight. It was actually him. Han Shuo was shocked. He then nodded towards Collis and instructed, "All right then, it's already quite late. You should rest early. I can go over by myself." Collis didn't say anything else, bowing towards Han Shuo and then immediately withdrawing. Han Shuo walked over to the room for receiving guests. Once he entered, the door closed automatically. Han Shuo frowned when he saw the handsome Grand Magus Necromancer before him and asked, "Why are you here?" Wolf gave a carefree smile and leisurely looked at Han Shuo, "I came over to thank you. Thanks to the skeletal staff, you've helped me regain my youth." He. "I'm especially grateful for this. In recent days, there have been some rumors circulating that are not beneficial to me. I wouldn't want your arrival to cause misunderstandings. If there aren't any matters, it's best that you don't come over and cause trouble for me. Your identity is too sensitive and you're someone I cannot provoke." Han Shuo didn't have any enmity towards Wolf, but he didn't have any favorable impression of him either. Nowadays, Kasa's group had been stopping at nothing to cause him to lose his standing within Asan City. Even though Han Shuo had Uhtred's help, if he really let Kas latch onto credible evidence, it would be hard for Han Shuo to manage. "Relax. It's precisely because I don't want to give you trouble that I chose to appear so late at night. Furthermore, an average people wouldn't know my identity. Even if it were previous enemies from the Church of Light, they probably wouldn't be able to recognize me too. Hence, you need not worry, I won't bring you any trouble." Wolf explained. Hearing him say this, Han Shuo examined Wolf's appearance carefully and couldn't help but agree that his words did contain some truth. It was impossible to connect the current Wolf who was elegant, handsome and full of a dignified aura with the previous Wolf who looked inhuman and had a dense aura of death. If not for the changes due to the skeletal staff, even if someone were to beat Han Shuo to death, he wouldn't believe that the graceful youth in front of him was that centuries-old Wolf. "Why have you come to find me?" Han Shuo relaxed slightly, but still wrinkled his brows and annoyedly looked at Wolf. "Hey, we should be considered allies, and are truly friends. From the beginning, our Calamity Church has always thought of you as a friend. Besides, I'm also a necromancer, you shouldn't be so indifferent toward me." Wolf shrugged and said with a little sorrow. Han Shuo was shocked by his words. Thinking about it, it was indeed as Wolf said. Everyone in the profound continent was afraid of the evil Calamity Church. Once he showed his ability to refine undead creatures that weren't afraid of light magic, they had tossed him an olive branch and even spared no effort in protecting him. When Wolf discovered that Han Shuo had the skeletal staff, Calamity Church's attitude towards Han Shuo was so amicable that it made him a little vexed. Looking at the earnest Wolf in front of him, Han Shuo really didn't know how to treat him. Han Shuo relaxed, no longer having a cold and emotionless expression. He smiled faintly as he pulled over a chair, sat down and asked, "In that case, could Mr. Wolf tell me what you came here for? And also, how exactly does Calamity Church want to treat me?" When Wolf saw that Han Shuo's expression was no longer indifferent, he smiled happily and said, "This should be the way. We will be friends." He. "Very good friends. There aren't many necromancers in this world and even fewer Grand Magus necromancers yet, both you and I are Grand Magus necromancers. We ought to have many similar interests." "Ha! I really had not expected that you would actually become a Grand Magus necromancer so quickly. He. It seems like you must have gained many things from the Holy Land." "Holy Land? What Holy Land?" Han Shuo looked distracted and asked suspiciously. Wolf seemed to know that Han Shuo would ask this question. He straightened himself, appearing slightly excited as he said, "The Holy Land is what our Calamity Church calls that place. Most of the people in the profound continent call it the Cemetery of Death. Hehe, since the skeleton staff is in your possession, I don't think you would be able to deny that you've been to the Holy Land. Moreover, you've only practiced necromancy for less than 5 years and yet you've already become a Grand Magus Necromancer, which took me a couple of centuries to reach. This is already enough to illustrate the issue. There's also the undead creatures that aren't afraid of light magic and other mysteries that prove that you've been to the Holy Land." When Wolf said this, Han Shuo's heart surged with waves of emotion. He realized that he hadn't been cautious enough, or it could be said that he knew too little about the Calamity Church and the secrets about necromancers. This was why Wolf was able to recognize the skeletal staff. For Wolf to be so certain in his words, clearly showed that he had surmised the truth. Han Shuo's expression momentarily wavered, his eyes indistinctly revealing an ominous glint. He was considering if he should kill everyone who knew his secrets, but after a round of contemplation, he knew it was already too late. Wolf had probably already shared this information with the Calamity Church. Observing Han Shuo's virulent gaze, even Wolf, who had lived for a long time, felt apprehensive. As a necromancer who had high accomplishments, Wolf could clearly sense Han Shuo's concealed killing intent. Wolf, who was being stared fixedly by Han Shuo, unexpectedly had a feeling of palpitation, causing him to be startled. Only when faced with the rebuke of high-ranked people in the evil Calamity Church would Wolf have such a feeling of apprehension. He would never have thought that he would feel a hint of fear from someone who was so much younger than him. Wolf was very clear what this feeling implied. He knew that only when experts who could threaten his life were discontented and had the intention to kill him would he instinctually palpitate in fear. Could this youth who had just become a Grand Magus Necromancer possess the ability to kill him? Illusion, it must an illusion. Wolf reassured himself before awkwardly saying to Han Shuo, "Don't be so hostile towards me. Our Calamity Church will really never become your enemy. Since the skeletal staff has already recognized you as its master, you are a noble within our Calamity Church. There are many areas in which the Calamity Church will need rely on you, hence we require you to be living well. In that case, if my death brings about more benefits, you all would have already acted." Han Shuo squinted his eyes, sizing up Wolf as he replied slowly. Wolf's expression became more awkward. He hesitated for a while before nodding and said, "If we could kill you and there would be only benefits and no harm to the Calamity Church, I think my superiors would have given the order to kill you long ago and not decreed to protect you and cooperate with you." Wolf could still be considered as a frank person. Han Shuo knew how the infamously evil Calamity Church handled matters. When he first saw Belinda, even though she was just an alchemist, she had already attempted to kill everyone in the hotel without inhibition. She didn't place any importance on the lives of strangers, believing that everything was proper and as a matter of course. Coldly snorting, Han Shuo knew that Wolf already knew about the matters regarding the Cemetery of Death. However, Han Shuo naturally wouldn't reveal any details. He expressionlessly replied, "Don't stick your noses into my business. Be honest about the reason why you are here." Seeing Han Shuo becoming displeased, Wolf hastily explained, "Regarding the Holy Land, we can temporarily not discuss it. I came here to inform you regarding some secrets of the skeletal staff and the Holy Land. This would probably be the information that you long for the most." "Oh? Didn't you previously say that if I didn't join the Calamity Church you wouldn't tell me the secrets about the skeletal staff? Why have you now specifically come here to tell me this information? I had clearly stated previously that I wouldn't join the Calamity Church. It's best if you don't act rashly," Han Shuo said to Wolf. For some unknown reason, the Grand Magus Necromancer Wolf, who should have been aloof and surpassed ordinary people, was unbelievably humble and even seemed to be deliberately currying favor as he spoke to Han Shuo. "From the time you picked up the skeleton staff, you're already considered a member of our Calamity Church," Wolf said inwardly before smiling as he explained, "Don't worry. My superiors gave me the order, and so I will naturally tell you the situation of the skeletal staff in the Holy Land. However, what I will tell you is only what I know. There are things that I don't know about and I'm powerless to help. In that case, it would be a waste to not listen. Go ahead then. Han Shuo spoke indifferently, no longer appearing as pressing as the previous time. However, he was inwardly so curious that he could die. Only he himself could understand this fact. Then I'll first talk about the Holy Land. Within the Calamity Church, it is rumored that the Holy Land possesses a magical transportation array. That transportation array has the mysterious ability to connect between planes. In particular, it can intercommunicate with the netherworld. Necromancers can rely on their original body to enter the netherworld to explore unknown territories within the nether realm and improve their necromancy magic. Furthermore, there is another legend within the Calamity Church. I'm not sure whether this legend is true, but I've once heard the Pope say that the Holy Land wasn't a structure of the profound continent. Instead, it came from another plane to the profound continent. I surmise that the plane it came from was the netherworld. Wolf breathed in deeply as he explained to Han Shuo. Volume 5. Chapter 399. 399, Three Abilities of the Tricolored Skeletal Staff. Please continue reading on, Ox. Val. M. Hearing what Wolf said, emotions surged uncontrollably within Han Shuo's heart. The Calamity Church was probably aware of some information regarding the Cemetery of Death. What Wolf had just stated was probably true. The center of the first layer in the Cemetery of Death was indeed an ancient magic transportation array. It is precisely through this ancient magic transportation array that Han Shuo could travel everywhere without restrictions. When he heard Wolf say that the transportation array could also connect between planes, Han Shuo was indescribably astonished. Common magic transportation arrays within the continent normally had a limitation of distance. For example, the transportation arrays between large cities in Lancelot Empire could only cover a few hundred kilometers. No one has ever heard of deploying a transportation array that could cover a distance of several thousand kilometers. The further the limit of the transportation array, the higher the requirements were. Apart from the comprehension of the person setting up the array, a painstaking effort had to be expended on materials and finding a favorable location. A space-sacred magus could only set up a transportation array that had a maximum distance of 2,000 to 2,500 kilometers. Yet, the large-scale transportation array in the center of the Cemetery of Death could, according to Wolf, transport across planes. This was extremely inconceivable to Han Shuo. When Wolf mentioned that the Cemetery of Death was a structure from a different plane, Han Shuo felt even more lightheaded. Seeing Han Shuo's shocked expression, Wolf continued, "Of course, the Holy Land also has another saying. It is said that the transportation array can be moved, and it was similar to a magic tower and was self-sufficient in attacking and defending. These were all legends handed down within the church, but I think they are trustworthy. As for the skeletal staff in your hands, you can see it as the key to entering the Holy Land. The tricolored skulls on the skeletal staff each possess a strange power. Firstly, it can multiply the strength of a necromancer's spells. I think you are already very clear about this power. The second strange power, you've already tried it on me. It is the miraculous ability to let a necromancer become youthful again. Not only can it be used by the necromancer in possession of the skeletal staff, it can also be used on other people. The final power of the skeletal staff, which I'm unsure if you have tried it before, is rumored to be able to open the pathway to the netherworld. The user would be able to enter and exit the netherworld with just a thought. This ability is the most unfathomable. It can allow necromancers familiarize with the netherworld and let them reach a higher level of understanding in necromancy. Each of the tricolored skulls contained a different power. However, these three abilities are only theories that have been passed down in the Calamity Church for a long time. As for whether the skeletal staff has more secrets, it's not something I'm able to comprehend. What I have just told you is all that I know. Han Shuo had seen all of the 3 peculiar abilities of the tricolored skeletal staff. Hence, he believed Wolf without any doubt. Increasing the strength of magic, recovering one's youth and voluntarily entering the netherworld with his soul. Han Shuo had experienced all of the 3 abilities, but other than the first ability to increase the strength of his spells, Han Shuo simply have not comprehended the other 2 mystical abilities. In particular, Han Shuo didn't know anything regarding the mysteries of the last ability. Both the times he entered the netherworld had all been him unexplainably entering and exiting. It was absolutely not how Wolf described, going back and forth with just a thought. It seemed that it wasn't caused by the skeletal staff, rather it was that Han Shuo hadn't truly grasped the key in utilizing the skeletal staff. According to Wolf, once Han Shuo truly controlled the skeletal staff's powers, he would really be able to go back and forth with just a thought, meet up with the little skeleton and the various zombies within the netherworld, easily investigate the unknown mysteries of the netherworld and clarify if the cemetery of death was really an unusual structure originating from the netherworld as Wolf had described. I came here in accordance with my superior's orders to tell you some secrets about the skeletal staff and the Holy Land. I think that once you know of these things, you should have a direction for exploration. Hee. The Calamity Church will become your strong backing. You who wields the skeletal staff is an important part of our Calamity Church. You can deny this, but our core members have already acknowledged this. Wolf smiled as he explained to Han Shuo, who was currently deep in thought. Han Shuo's contemplation was interrupted by Wolf. Soon after, he gave Wolf a glance and said, "What you acknowledge should be the skeletal staff and the cemetery of death, right? They're all the same. The role of the skeletal staff on our Calamity Church is extremely important. Once you've truly grasped all the uses of the skeletal staff, there will be superiors who will personally come to find you." Wolf replied without answering Han Shuo's question directly. The skeletal staff is of great use to the Calamity Church? Is it primarily because of the last 2 abilities? Han Shuo hesitated for a while before questioning closely. Wolf stared blankly, thinking for a while before nodding as he replied, "You can put it that way. I'm not clear of the specific circumstances, but I know that the Calamity Church has some very powerful existences. However, due to their old age, their bodies have already become extremely weak. Some of them are even reaching the end of their lives. If the skeletal staff is able to grant them a restoration of their youth, these unparalleled existences would cause the Church of Light to tremble. And you are a person who can bestow upon them renewed physical strength and allow them to live longer. Hence, your importance to the Calamity Church is self-evident. More importantly, only you can open the Holy Land. In the future, secrets regarding the Holy Land would also need to be uncovered by you." These words were probably not what the superiors instructed him to say and were simply Wolf taking the initiative to show goodwill. Thus, he paused before adding another sentence, "Brian, these are my own words. I hope you will have a good impression of me. That way, I'll be inwardly grateful." Han Shuo was still reveling in the shock of Wolf's words. He nodded when he heard what Wolf said, but didn't make any promises. "All right then, it's already quite late. I will be leaving now." After Wolf finished speaking, he respectfully gave Han Shuo a card and said, "This contains the way to contact me. If you require my ORR strength, you can look for me at any time. We will spare no effort in assisting you." Han Shuo received the card in passing as he apathetically nodded again. His head was filled with the details of the cemetery of death and the skeletal staff. Han Shuo was extremely shocked when he heard about these matters from Wolf, causing him to want to rapidly understand the main points. Han Shuo knew all along that the cemetery of death contained many secrets. However, he hadn't been able to decipher its real secrets despite staying in the cemetery of death for quite a period of time. However, Wolf's sharing had given Han Shuo a direction to explore, allowing Han Shuo to realize the aspects of the cemetery of death which were the most attractive. Perhaps I should enter a deeper level in the cemetery of death to explore. Maybe the next level might have the answers I need. Han Shuo silently assessed the situation and made a decision. While Han Shuo was pondering quietly, Grand Magus Necromancer Wolf had already left soundlessly. Han Shuo raised his head to look outside, realizing that the full moon in the sky was gradually becoming hidden. Without him knowing, the night had almost passed by. Han Shuo thought for a while. His curiosity about the mysteries of the Cemetery of Death and the skeletal staff was getting stronger and stronger. With the magic transportation array that directly led to the Cemetery of Death, traveling to and fro was extremely convenient. Since there didn't seem to be any important matters tomorrow, Han Shuo immediately went to the secret chamber and activated the transportation array. Once Han Shuo reached the Cemetery of Death, even before Han Shuo could uncover the secrets within the Cemetery of Death, the connection between Dark Dragon Gilbert and himself was immediately established. The distance between Lancelot Empire's Asen City and the Valley of Sunshine was too far. Although Han Shuo and Gilbert had the power of the contract between them, it only allowed Han Shuo to detect whether Gilbert was dead and couldn't sense his location or thoughts. However, the dark forest was very close to the Valley of Sunshine. As both Han Shuo and Gilbert's strength had increased by a substantial amount, the connection between them had become clearer. Once Han Shuo established a connection with Gilbert, he immediately sensed that Gilbert wanted to meet him urgently. Han Shuo, who had originally planned on exploring the secrets of the Cemetery of Death, recognized Gilbert's urgency. He had no choice but temporarily shelve his plan of immediately investigating the Cemetery of Death. He hurriedly left the Cemetery of Death and rushed toward the Valley of Sunshine. Along the way, Han Shuo unleashed the art of demonic nine heavens. Without wasting too much time, he arrived at the cliff within the Valley of Sunshine where the Soul Destroyer mercenary group were hiding. Gilbert had already felt Han Shuo's aura and had waited at the bottom of the cliff for a long time. There was also a coquettish and attractive woman standing beside Gilbert. The woman had a well-developed body and a gorgeous appearance. Her sepia-colored hair was weaved into 9 little braids which cascaded down her shoulders, making her appear pretty and mature, possessing a unique flavor. When Han Shuo landed, the woman was evidently somewhat fearful, unconsciously moving nearer to Gilbert. Gilbert casually embraced the charming woman and explained to Han Shuo, "This is Lania. She was subdued by me in the dark forest. You've seen her before." "Hydra." Han Shuo stared blankly but understood soon after. He couldn't help but take another look. Lania bowed politely toward Han Shuo and said delicately, "Master." Han Shuo didn't further question the Hydra, Lania, and only nodded toward her. He then frowned and asked Gilbert, "What happened that made you so anxious for me to come?" "Trunks is missing. There's no sign of him in the whole Valley of Sunshine," Gilbert said worriedly. Chapter 400 Fallen Tiger in Grassland 1. Please continue reading on. Ox. Val. M. What happened? Han Shuo was somewhat in disbelief. Trunks currently had the strength of a great sword master and perhaps in the entire Valley of Sunshine, only the thrice berserker Lord Eden could overpower him in battle. However, even Lord Eden didn't have the power to kill Trunks by himself. Trunks was a cautious man who was also very familiar with the terrain near the Valley of Sunshine. He shouldn't have met with any trouble, but now that he had suddenly went missing truly surprised Han Shuo. After he returned from Janet's place, there had been no trace of him for 4 days in a row. Even when there were no missions, he had never been away for that long. And even if he didn't return, he should have left a message, but there has been no news this time around. We sent people to ask Janet and learned that Trunks had indeed left from her place. He'd brought a dozen brothers along, there is no trace of them, either. Dark Dragon Gilbert explained to Han Shuo with a glum face. Knitting his brows, Han Shuo pondered for a while before asking, "Has Trunks had disputes with any powers recently?" 10 days ago, we ambushed the Butcher Bandit group together with Janet under Trunks' lead. Trunks and Janet even killed Butcher Gustav. His bandit group can be considered to be wiped out from the Valley of Sunshine. Apart from this, we didn't have any other disputes with other forces. It was Grant who'd spoken. As Trunks' old friend, he was very worried for Trunks' safety. As the Valley of Sunshine was in an area situated at the center of 3 countries, over the years, it had become a special area where the most abundant goods from the 3 countries could be gathered. Han Shuo had provided Trunks the capital to create the Soul Destroyer mercenary band with the original intention precisely to take over the Valley of Sunshine. Otherwise, he wouldn't have given Trunks a rebirth pill for Trunks' reformation. These days, the Soul Destroyer mercenary group had gradually grown in scale, becoming one of the powers within the Valley of Sunshine. Trunks suddenly having a mishap had already impacted the development of the Soul Destroyer mercenary group, which wasn't an outcome Han Shuo was willing to see. As he listened to Gilbert and Grant narrate what had happened, Han Shuo had been completely silent. "Honored Master, do you think something has happened to Trunks?" Gilbert couldn't help but ask upon seeing Han Shuo staying silent. "Nonsense!" Han Shuo unhappily berated. He thought for a bit before saying, "We temporarily don't know Trunks' situation, so everyone shouldn't act rashly. Don't take on any mission for now, let's wait for Trunks' matter to be settled first." "Master, we have been searching for Trunks for days but there's no news of him. Do we keep looking?" Gilbert scratched his head in distress as he asked Han Shuo. "You guys assemble everyone, I think we have run into big trouble this time." Currently in the Valley of Sunshine, the number of powers that dare to touch the Soul Destroyer mercenary band can be counted on the fingers. Since something bad has happened to Trunks, I think the Soul Destroyer is next on the list. Taking a deep breath, Han Shuo told the Dark Dragon and Grant. "Right, why don't I see Odysseus' group?" Han Shuo couldn't help but ask in surprise when he discovered that Odysseus' unique little group wasn't here. They are on a mission and temporarily haven't returned to the Valley of Sunshine. They should still be in the Orc Empire at the moment. Gilbert quickly answered. "All right, Gilbert, follow me outside, the rest remain in the valley. It's best to call the brothers outside to return. Watch over this place carefully." Han Shuo threw Gilbert a glance before directly walking out. Lania the Hydra was in human form as Gilbert casually held her in his embrace. She couldn't help but speak out upon hearing Han Shuo's words, "Master, I can also be of help." The Hydra race was also one of lascivious nature, no different from the underground world's dark dragon race. In the previous trip to the depths of the dark forest, this Hydra had once tried to surreptitiously kill Han Shuo and Gilbert, which had unexpectedly convenienced Gilbert. The Hydra and Gilbert's deadly combat had instead evolved into a sex war and the Dark Dragon had used the demonic method Han Shuo had taught him to subdue her. The current strength of the Hydra Lania was obviously beneath that of Gilbert. As someone who indulged in sexual desire, after she was conquered by Gilbert, she had unwittingly become the submissive one in the relationship. Gilbert was Han Shuo's magic pet, so the Hydra naturally addressed Han Shuo as master. Furrowing his brows, Han Shuo thought for a while. He then glanced at the Hydra and said, "You stay here for now. It'd be bad if there's no expert to oversee this place. You remain here." Gilbert stared at the Hydra and chided, "What master says goes. From now on, you aren't allowed to have any objection." Lania softly smiled in a coquettish, fawning manner and chuckled, "All right then, I'll stay here and guard this place well for you guys." Seeing that Han Shuo didn't have his previous ruthless appearance, the Hydra Lania slowly relaxed, her speech and behavior no longer as cautious as before. Han Shuo didn't say anything else. He glanced at Dragon Gilbert and leaped into the air. Gilbert transformed right at Han Shuo's feet to accurately catch him and flew up high into the sky. "Master, where to?" After Gilbert flew Han Shuo up high in the sky, he inadvertently asked. "Nowhere. Just take me to a high altitude and stop there," Han Shuo instructed. The 12 mystical demons floated out one by one, flying towards the directions of the big powers in the Valley of Sunshine. The Valley of Sunshine was only that big of an area, there weren't many people who'd have the guts to attack Trunks, only those that were afraid that he'd be a threat to their status. Han Shuo didn't need to think to know that Trunks' disappearance certainly had to do with those people. It made sense when one thought about it. The Soul Destroyer mercenary band had gradually expanded to the point that it had the power to control the Valley of Sunshine. To the other powers, Trunks had without a doubt become the thorn in their flesh. They'd be very willing to eradicate the Soul Destroyer mercenary band. The 12 mystical demons spread out and drifted in every direction of the Valley of Sunshine, towards the Cairo mercenary band, the Rainbow Sickle mercenary band, the Menlo family, the Qatar Orc tribe and even Janet's bandit group along with some other small powers. Each power was visited by a mystical demon. With the existence of these 12 mystical demons, Han Shuo had the entire Valley of Sunshine and its major forces under his monitoring. Since the Valley of Sunshine was only that big, the people who'd put their hands on Trunks would definitely reveal themselves. Han Shuo was 100% sure of it. Deep within the forest, there was an extremely hidden cave surrounded and heavily concealed by thick tree branches. The cave itself was very narrow and hard to move within. However, from the depths of this cave echoed the miserable screaming of Trunks. Both his hands and feet were restrained by coarse black manacles while a long and thin iron chain was pierced through his shoulder blade. Thunder Archmage Asa, who followed Florida of the Rainbow Sickle mercenary band, was currently staring viciously at Trunks. As he waved the magic staff in his hand, bolts of lightning struck on Trunks' body like electric snakes, adding many black scars on Trunks' already seriously injured body. Trunks, you also have such a day. When you killed my father Gustav, you didn't think that such a day would come, right? Thunder Archmage Asa glared at Trunks with deep hatred. He maliciously whispered an incantation while elatedly striking bolts of lightning on Trunks' body. Damnable old dog! Ah! As Trunks screamed out loud in agony, a lightning bolt struck right at his mouth, leaving a black scar on his lips. 2 streaks of blood slowly trickled down from the corners of his mouth. Trunks' entire body was covered in cuts and bruises and tightly imprisoned. In the surrounding was several experts that were sent by various powers to keep watch on him. Asa indeed held a bone-deep grudge towards Trunks, which was why he'd secretly come to take it out on him. If not for the tacit understanding between the experts of the other powers, Asa might have ruthlessly killed Trunks the day Trunks had been caught. Trunks looked at Asa, who was continuously striking him with lightning bolts, his heart also filled with an endless hatred. He had never expected the Thunder Archmage always following Florida to be the son of Butcher Gustav. No wonder the relationship between the Butcher and the Rainbow Sickle mercenary band was so amicable. It turned out this was why Florida regarded Asa so highly. Ha, although I can't kill you, I will slowly torture you. The Soul Destroyer mercenary band has rapidly developed in the past 2 years, but so what? Haha, in 2 days, they shall be exterminated by our allied forces. After the Soul Destroyer is finished, I will peel your skin off a bit at a time while you are still alive. Ha, even if you want revenge, you shall never have that chance. Annie, who you consider your sister, not just Florida who have ridden her, even I and my father have played with her. What can you do about that? Aren't you just like a dog all chained up by me? Haha, Asa had gone insane as he screamed loudly, striking down one lightning bolt after another. Ah! I'll kill you beasts, I swear I will. Trunks could no longer suppress his fury and howled wretchedly when he heard Asa's narration. The chains all over his body resounded with metallic sounds as Trunks appeared as if he was truly going insane. One fallen tiger in grassland is a Chinese saying which describes that when the tiger leaves the mountains and is trapped in the grasslands, even a dog can bully the tiger. It describes people of status and power losing their status/power. Chapter 401 401, The Alliance Based on Benefits. Please continue reading on, Ox. Val. M. It didn't take Han Shuo much effort to thoroughly understand the situation through the mystical demons snooping around. The one behind this hostility directed at Trunks and the Soul Destroyer was Florida of the Rainbow Sickle mercenary band. The other participants included the House of Menlo as well as Lord Eden of the Cairo mercenary band. In this world, there was no eternal friends, only eternal benefits. These words had accurately summed up the situation. In the past, when Lord Eden and Florida had been competing for power, Han Chuo and Trunks had sided with Lord Eden. The night Lord Eden had been surrounded by the four great powers in the small mountain valley, Han Chuo had even aided him to come out of it alive. From that time, the Cairo mercenary band and Soul Destroyer mercenary band had close relations with Lord Eden and Trunks, constantly cooperating. In the eyes of outsiders, the Cairo and Soul Destroyer mercenary bands had seemed to have formed an alliance. However, with the Soul Destroyer rapid development in addition to Han Chuo's blazing reputation in the Lancelot Empire, it had pushed the Soul Destroyer mercenary band to become the fifth great power in the Valley of Sunshine. In the recent days, Trunks killing Butcher Gustav had caused the residents in the Valley of Sunshine to be alarmed. Lord Eden and Florida, who were originally the two most promising contenders for the control over the Valley of Sunshine, had finally realized that the situation was delicate. When one's own interest was threatened, friendship and alliance were as fragile as the vows of politicians. Florida and Lord Eden immediately joined forces. Since Adam Menlo had been heavily injured by Han Chuo previously, he was extremely happy to also participate in this long-planned insidious scheme. The result was Trunks being ambushed by Lord Eden and the rest while on the way back from Janet's place, and the mercenaries with him completely annihilated. Trunks himself had been captured alive and imprisoned in a hidden cave within the belly of a mountain valley. The major powers had all sent their experts to keep watch over him. They didn't immediately kill Trunks because although Lord Eden and the rest coveted the wealth of the Soul Destroyer mercenary band, they didn't have much information on the detailed layout of the Soul Destroyer mercenary band's base. Therefore, they intended to get it from Trunks' own mouth before making their next move, which would also help decrease the losses on their side. However, Trunks' tenacity was beyond their expectation. Under the rounds of torture and extortion, he still hadn't revealed any information that they'd wanted. Hence, his body was tormented black and blue till he was on the verge of death. Presently, in a mansion defended by the Cairo mercenary band within the Valley of Sunshine, the three powers were discussing when to launch their attack on the Soul Destroyer mercenary band. The Soul Destroyer mercenary band had existed in the Valley of Sunshine for a long time. Lord Eden and the others had long since known its exact location even without Trunks telling them. Were it not for them not understanding how dangerous the terrain of that area truly was, they'd have already joined hands to wipe out the Soul Destroyer mercenary band, instead of waiting until now to make their move. In the past several days, the three powers had constantly sent people to that region to explore. They had clearly seen the defensive layout on the surface and were about to make a move in a few days. The major powers in the Valley of Sunshine had been through repeated wars, from which all the parties had sustained a great loss in strength. After Han Chuo had killed Light Grand Magus Ferguson, the relationship between Florida and the Church of Light had been somewhat frail. However, with the existence of the secret silver mine in this area, their relationship slowly stabilized again. Because of Han Chuo, Calamity Church's Dark Archmage Edwin naturally wouldn't deal with the Soul Destroyer mercenary band. The Calamity Church and Edwin had originally been cooperating with Lord Eden, but they had gradually drifted apart. Edwin had sought Trunks out a few times to offer his help, but Trunks had refused his goodwill. Following Trunks' disappearance, the Calamity Church's Edwin had actually made quite an effort to find out the truth of the situation. However, with the alliance of the three powers in the Valley of Sunshine and the Rainbow Sickle mercenary band being backed up by the Church of Light, Edwin didn't dare to act rashly even though he knew the truth. The 12 mystical demons had dispersed, scenes of what they see constantly being reflected in Han Chuo's mind. His brain that had been expanded by demonic magic methodically took in those images, analyzing the contents of speech and actions to gradually discover what was going on. Finally, he found out the exact location where Trunks was imprisoned. As Dark Dragon Gilbert floated in the sky above the Valley of Sunshine, puffs of white clouds drifted around him. The glorious sun shone down upon the entire mountain valley, causing even the pitch-black body of the dark dragon to be glistening under the sunlight. Sitting cross-legged on Gilbert's back, which was much wider than a horse carriage, Han Chuo had his eyes closed as he collected information. Suddenly, he slowly opened his bright eyes. As he glanced down at the lush forest within the Valley of Sunshine, his eyes became increasingly bright. I must quickly settle the problems in the Valley of Sunshine. My steps can't just stop at this place. Han Chuo murmured. The matters of Brettle City, the 7 Grand Duchies, the internal struggle in the Empire, the unceasing disturbances from the Church of Light, the secrets of the Cemetery of Death and the Skeletal Staff, the study of demonic magic and necromancy magic, the rivalry of the women. Too many matters were constantly piling up, waiting for him to handle. Han Chuo now had this feeling of wanting to be able to use the doppelganger technique. Han Chuo's increasingly heightened vision was proportionate to the growth in his ambitions and strength. Now that he looked at the various disturbances in the Valley of Sunshine, he felt that it wouldn't be very hard to deal with all of them. From the time he learned that Trunks was captured, Han Chuo wanted to take care of all of the matters in the Valley of Sunshine in one go. Go, fly downward. Han Chuo instructed Dark Dragon Gilbert, showing him the exact location. Master, you've found Trunks. Seeing that Han Chuo, who'd closed his eyes and been silent for a long time in the air, suddenly pointing out a location for him, Gilbert couldn't help but ask suspiciously. Of course, the direction we're heading is where Trunks is held. Han Chuo replied before urging, all right, hurry up a little. In the depths of a dark, gloomy mountain cave, Thunder Archmage Asa was still tirelessly torturing Trunks. Trunks had been roaring in madness, but after the violent electric currents had pierced through his body, in addition to Asa pressing a burning red iron piece on his body, Trunks couldn't bear it anymore and had fallen unconscious. However, Asa clearly had no intention of letting Trunks get off easy. Every time Trunks passed out, Asa would be sure to ruthlessly woke him up. After a few rounds, Trunks was on his dying breath and no longer had the strength to roar anymore. His unfocused eyes carried a deep-rooted hatred as he calmly glared at Asa, his eyes containing a light which frightened Asa. Asa's guilty conscience churned in fear of Trunks' deep-rooted enmity. However, this feeling of guilt quickly turned into even more insane torturing as the burning red iron once again pressed upon Trunks' chest. Trunks could only stretch his mouth wide in agony, not even letting out a single groan. His face twisted into a terrifyingly savage expression like a demon stepping out from the 18th level of hell. Lord Asa, you should stop now, or he might die. A swordsman named Trulla came over with a frown, reaching his hand out to forcefully seize the burning iron which Asa had been clutching tightly. Asa's face darkened, he glared at Trulla and said in a displeased manner, Trulla, my matters isn't something your House of Menlo can care about. I have no interest in caring about you, but Trunks' life is to be kept. This is the decision agreed by all 3 leaders. No matter how you tortured Trunks, I have no problem as long as he doesn't die. But if you kill him, we will have to bear the blame of negligence. Do not cause troubles for us. Trulla wasn't afraid of Asa, placing the iron in its original place as he said coldly. Some of the injuries on Trunks' body were starting to rot, there was even pus flowing from his neck and chest. Trulla, who standing nearby involuntarily covered his mouth when he smelled the nauseating smell, disgusted as he fanned with his hand, F***ck. You can still stand it. Forget about it for today. Wait until his body gets better before toying with him again. Otherwise, everyone will object. As Trulla said this, he had already lost his patience and walked out. A few members of the Cairo mercenary band looked at Asa in annoyance. One person chimed in, Asa, your Florida has also agreed. You'd better be more content, don't break the rules. The others people in the mountain cave all revealed an annoyed expression. Even the members of the Rainbow Sickle mercenary band who were stationed here with Asa also persuaded him to not make a fuss. Thinking for a while, Asa turned his head to glance at the unconscious Trunks who was on the verge of death, the fury in his heart subsiding a little. With that many people dissuading him, Asa also didn't dare to recklessly act on his own accord, so as to avoid rousing the anger of others. He understood that his position in the Rainbow Sickle mercenary band was no longer as firm due to the death of his father Gustav. What was more loathsome was that the bandit group had split up after his father died and simply didn't remain under him. Otherwise, he wouldn't have had to stay in the Rainbow Sickle mercenary band and suffered humiliation. While Asa was drowned in hatred, sounds of heavy steps resounded from the outside. The sounds were very faint at first, gradually becoming clearer. "Who is it?" The still unhappy Asa shouted loudly, "Since you've already come, don't you know to report your name?" The sounds of footsteps were still approached slowly. However, the person didn't respond. Asa couldn't help but curse again. "F***ck, are you mute? Don't you know how to speak? Something's not right." Trolla frowned, suddenly taking out a long sword as he said to the people next to him. "Only we know about this place, what can go wrong? You're overly suspicious. Don't those fellows always deliver our food at this time? It must be them." Asa took this opportunity to say a few words to Trolla. The footsteps were still approaching. The sound of each step contained a strange rhythm, giving rise to a sense of terror in people's hearts. It was as if a demon was slowly nearing, its ghastly huge mouth hidden within the darkness, ready to bite into your neck at any moment. Trolla threw a disdainful glance at Asa, thinking that this bandit's son was indeed not a true mercenary. Be it Cairo mercenary band or the House of Menlo, they were both strict and well-disciplined organizations. There would absolutely not be such a conduct of coming without giving a signal. "Brothers, be a little careful. The situation is a bit strange." Trolla tightly grasped his long sword and warned the people on his side. Some experienced mercenaries from the Cairo mercenary band didn't need Trolla's reminder and had already gathered together cautiously. Even Asa's group from the Rainbow Sickle mercenary band had also clearly separated from the other two powers. At this critical moment, as the three powers had only joined forces for profit, they still only trusted their own people rather than the fake allies who reluctantly cooperated for the sake of benefits. The Valley of Sunshine was precisely such a place. They were enemies, be it past or future. However, they currently stood together peacefully in the face of a common enemy. Tap, tap. The footsteps were getting closer, becoming clearer. Trolla glanced at the fire adept mage next to him and said, "Cast a flame." When that fire adept mage heard Trolla's order, a fire snake meandered its way into the passage. The brown-grey wall could be seen clearly when it glided through. At this point, even Asa knew that something was wrong. He stared raptly at the only entrance. The members of the Cairo mercenary band had a tacit understanding among themselves as they formed a square formation, ready to face the incoming person's attacks at any moment. While everyone was focusing their attention on the only tunnel, a string of clear, crisp sounds suddenly rang out from Trunk's location behind their backs. All of them who had their eyes glued on the tunnel turned around to look when they suddenly heard such loud sounds breaking the silence. Right next to Trunks was Hanchuo with the Demon Slayer edge in hand and a darkened expression as he cut off the iron chains on Trunks' body. The durable iron chains which were made from the recently mined mithril broke apart with each crisp sound. The slender chain piercing through Trunks' shoulder blade was also carefully taken out by Hanchuo. Trolla's group who had suddenly turned around didn't know how Hanchuo got in. There was only one tunnel which they heard the sound of footsteps from within the cave and they'd all placed their full attention there. Yet, they really hadn't seen anyone coming in from the tunnel. However, Hanchuo had indeed suddenly appeared out of thin air, as if he'd been standing there all along. His sudden arrival was in such an eerie way that it gave people an extremely vexed feeling. Seeing the gloomy-faced Hanchuo appear, all of the people keeping watch on Trunks inside the mountain cave felt their hearts tremble momentarily. They saw that Hanchuo had acted as if he didn't see them and only focused on breaking Trunks' shackles with a dark expression. Unknowingly, a feeling of terror couldn't help but gradually form from the bottom of their hearts. Although Hanchuo hadn't been present in the Valley of Sunshine, stories of him were always spreading around the valley. The people in the mountain cave, including Asa and Trulla, were all experts of the three powers. Not only did they know of Hanchuo, some of them had once witnessed with their own eyes Hanchuo's actions. Presently in this narrow belly of the mountain, Hanchuo had noiselessly appeared like a ghost, only silently removing Trunk's shackles. The invisible suppression was as heavy as a mountain, causing palpitations as they grew flustered. Ace's lips were dry. He once had his hand chopped off by Hanchuo. At that time in the mountain valley, he had witnessed Hanchuo's every blow as he struck Ferguson to death. When Hanchuo left, the stories of him didn't disappear and were instead spread throughout the Valley of Sunshine by the mercenaries who traveled extensively. In particular, the deed of Hanchuo beheading the Dragon Knight Celt was even more rapidly exaggerated. Asa knew full well the relationship between Hanchuo and Trunks. He watched as Hanchuo worked on removing the bindings of the dying Trunks with a somber countenance, an icy cold chill abruptly spreading through his entire body. Ace's mind spun rapidly and he suddenly came to a very wise decision after watching Hanchuo for only a dozen seconds. Whoosh! Asa was the first to rush into the tunnel to leave the cave, fleeing without a fight. Damned bastard! Trulla turned to take a quick look, lowly cursing at Ace's shameless cowardice. Shortly after, he also felt a bit terrified, tightly gripping the long sword in his hand as he put on a strong front and looked coldly at Hanchuo. Count Brian, this has nothing to do with you. You can't dictate the matters in our Valley of Sunshine. If you leave now, we won't stop you. Otherwise. Asa, why do you already returned? Not waiting for Trulla to finish, the fire archmage next to him suddenly cried out in surprise. Trulla was stunned. He didn't rebuke the underling for cutting off on the threat that he'd summoned his courage to say. Trulla promptly turned around to see Asa having a bitter expression as he really returned step by step. Tap, tap. The footsteps in the cave still echoed within everyone's hearts and actually became heavier. Chapter 402. 402, Cutting Off the Tongue. Please continue reading on, Ox. Val. M. A 2.5 meters tall creature who was made of white bones that swayed in disorder from the skeleton slowly made its way forward. This creature was formed purely from bones that were as sharp as lances. The bones fanned out like blooming flower petals, completely obstructing the narrow passage. With each step, a dense aura of death assaulted their senses, as though warning everyone that it didn't belong to this world. As a high-ranked undead creature, the Bone Demon had to bear the restrictions of the contract to enter this world. It brought along the netherworld's deathly aura, desolation and loathing toward the creatures in this world. As it possessed high intelligence, it could sense the fear of the creatures in front of itself. When it reached the entrance of the passage, the power of contract ordered it to halt. Its original intention to kill the creatures in front was abruptly forced to an end. When it had arrived, it had already furiously struggled against the caster's contract and understood that the caster was capable of ruining its strength, so it hadn't resisted. When everybody inside the cave looked towards Asa, they naturally saw this huge bone demon coming and completely blocking the exit. Behind the swaying sharp spears of the bone demon came the constantly echoing sound of heavy footsteps, like drum beats pounding on their panicking hearts. In the span of a few breaths, a few balls of ghostly fires lit up behind the bone demon, appearing like many lanterns that slowly drew nearer along with the footsteps. When the ghostly fires reached the bone demon, everyone could see the shadows of a few huge knights under the light from the ghostly fires as they tightly blocked the exit. At this point, everybody in the mountain cave knew that the only way out was sealed. If they wanted to leave, the only method was to kill the bone demon and evil knights. However, who knew whether there'd be countless undead creatures in addition to the bone demon and the evil knights? Within the narrow mountain cave, if there really were a large number of undead creatures, as they didn't have a light mage, it'd simply be harder to get out alive than to reach the sky. As these people's brains quickly spun and they saw that these undead creatures had no intention of entering the cave, their anxious hearts temporarily calmed down. Their eyes couldn't help but turn towards Han Shuo again. At this moment, Han Shuo had cut all the chains off Trunks and had applied several colorful medicines on his body. Even the rotting wounds full of pus were cleaned up. During this process, Han Shuo's darkened face looked terrifying. "Count Brian, this is none of your business. By saving Trunks, you'll become the enemy of our three powers in the Valley of Sunshine. You should consider carefully." Tralla stammered for a while, before summoning his courage to speak out toward Han Shuo under everyone's intense gaze. Han Shuo didn't reply, not even turning his head to glance at Tralla. As he placed his right hand on Trunks' back, black rays of light entered Trunks' body from the hidden angle. The unconscious Trunks could only sense that his fading vitality once again returned little by little. Trunks gradually even felt a thread of strength. Harboring a bone-deep hatred, he abruptly shouted in his weakened condition, "Asa, I will kill you. I won't let you off even if I die." Lightning Archmage Asa clearly heard Trunks' subconscious, weak shout. His face was immediately paled as white as paper, his fingers tightly gripping the magic staff. His eyes flickered as he turned to look behind. However, when he saw the bone demon's blazing eyes and the evil knights riding their fire-spitting war horses, he hastily turned his head back. After the light shout, Trunks slowly regained his consciousness. As his strength and vitality gradually recovered, he opened his eyes with difficulty. The first thing that entered his eyes was Han Shuo's frightfully somber face. However, when he saw Han Shuo's terrifying, gloomy face, Trunks was extremely excited. His mouth pulled up into a silent, wry smile, his dry lips slowly moved. "Brian, you came." Nodding his head, Han Shuo softly sighed and said, "I came a little late, you are already this heavily wounded. I'm not dead, so it's not too late. As long as I'm not dead, I still have hope for revenge. Even if my arms and legs are cut off, at least I still have teeth, I want to devour these beasts." Trunks' voice wasn't loud, but the enmity in it caused everyone to feel an endless chill. To the side, Asa felt a chill from the bottom of his heart. His eyes quickly looked around and glanced toward Tralla shortly after. By another side, Tralla was silently communicating with the people from the Cairo mercenary band. The gap between the three powers unknowingly narrowed, as they clearly knew what should be done when facing a common enemy. Han Shuo was indifferent to their actions, only having his eyes on Trunks. Only after Trunks finished speaking did Han Shuo reply, "Don't worry, you've eaten a rebirth pill, even if your tendons are cut off, I can still heal you till your previous state. Gilbert, come over here and help me take good care of Trunks." Han Shuo shouted towards the area behind Trunks. A rumbling sound could be heard from underground and a moment later, Dark Dragon Gilbert burrowed out. When the mystical demon had spotted Trunks suffering such inhuman torture, Han Shuo had immediately ordered Gilbert to approach from underground at the fastest speed possible, while he summoned the undead creatures to seal the only way out of the cave. When Han Shuo had made his way to Trunks' location, Dark Dragon Gilbert was still in the underground passage, hence he was a few minutes slower. After Gilbert appeared, he took a look at Trunks and his eyes became bloodshot. He instantly roared in rage, "I want to eat all of you." This period of time, Gilbert had always stayed with Trunks, unknowingly giving rise their friendship. Trunks was a person of good character, treating Gilbert with extraordinary generosity. As for Dark Dragon Gilbert, apart from a few bad points, he was very upright. When he saw Trunks being tortured to the point of being unrecognizable, he couldn't suppress the rage in his heart. Stopping Gilbert with one hand, Han Shuo instructed coldly, "Look after Trunks. As for these people in the mountain cave, just leave them to me." "Master, I want to kill them, I want to avenge Trunks too." Dark Dragon Gilbert simply couldn't bear to see Trunks' miserable state. There was even a trace of sobbing in his voice. This was the result of Gilbert's excessive wrath and grief. "Rest assured, there'll be an opportunity, you and Trunks will have that opportunity." Han Shuo solemnly vowed and once again instructed, look after Trunks well, don't let him suffer any more harm. Holding back the tears that had almost flowed out, Gilbert's voice was choked with emotions as he nodded in assent. Holding a bucket of clean water, he helped Trunks clean up the stench off his wounds. Gilbert couldn't help shouting out in sobs, "Damn it, how could you be so careless, you fool?" To Trunks, the pain had already numbed his senses. However, when he saw the dark dragon expressing his feelings of anger to the point of crying and Han Shuo forcefully repressing his anger which caused him to appear sinister and terrifying, something warm slowly merged with the demonic Yuan energy that Han Shuo had transferred into his body, nourishing his injured body. "You, what do you want? We are not afraid of you. It's best if you consider it clearly." Seeing Han Shuo approach steadily with a gloomy expression after Trunks' injury had stabilized, Asa shouted, appearing fierce while being cowardly at heart. Not wasting any words, Han Shuo suddenly transformed into a blood-colored streak, charging into the center of these people like lightning and casting out punches and kicks. The sounds of bones breaking echoed through the mountain cave, making one's scalp tingle. In such a narrow area, Han Shuo's demonic arts fully displayed its advantages. As the frenzied, violent attacks fell down, there was simply no one who was capable of withstanding his assault. The strongest people here were Swordmaster Trulla and Lightning Archmage Asa, who were simply no threat to the current Han Shuo. In just a few minutes, the 15 experts of the three great powers inside the mountain cave that held Trunks captive not only had their bones broken but also their tendons cut. Such an injury to the swordsmen and knights who cultivated fighting aura meant that they had thoroughly become useless. To the mages like Asa, Han Shuo cut off their tongues in addition to those injuries, hence they'd never be able to cast any magic ever again. "I won't kill you. When Trunks recovers, he will slowly skin you alive. Only in this way can the damage he'd suffered be compensated." Looking at the mass of meat laying paralyzed on the ground, as well as Asa constantly spitting out blood due to his tongue being cut off, Han Shuo calmly pronounced their fate. With his tendons snapped and bones broken, Asa couldn't even let out a tragic howl, his eyes filled with despair and regret. He regretted not having killed Trunks earlier, regretted not throwing everything to the wind to kill Han Shuo the first time Han Shuo had come to the Valley of Sunshine. Dark Dragon Gilbert's choked voice gradually returned to normal in light of the perpetrator's suffering. Trunks' weakened body also slowly recovered some strength. With the support of the Dark Dragon and Han Shuo's demonic Yuan energy, he could even stand up with some difficulty. Trunks looked at Asa's miserable state, suddenly letting out a crazy laughter. His owl-like laughter was filled with endless resentment and unspeakable satisfaction. As Trunks madly laughed like a devil, the pain and pressure from the last few days seemed to be released along with his laughter. He stared steadfastly at Asa as he laughed to his heart's content, his eyes filled with a bone-deep resentment which enveloped Asa like an ice-cold prison, causing him to feel a chill that penetrated to his bones. Asa understood that this time in Trunks' hands, the suffering he'd have to bear would be much more extreme. Asa, who had released his anger as much as he liked on Trunks' body, had no doubts that once Trunks recovered his strength, Trunks would torture him to his death. With his completely handicapped body and cut-off tongue, Asa's heart was filled with only despair. Unfortunately for him, he couldn't even beg for death in his current situation and could only wait for the incoming, endless suffering. After a long time, Trunks' wild laughter eventually subsided. He'd laughed to the point that tears were flowing. After his emotions calmed, Trunks remained silent for a little before speaking in a much lower tone. "Brian, this time it was Loredan, Florida and Adam Menlo allying, otherwise I would have definitely escaped." Having reached the ranks of Great Sword Master, within the Valley of Sunshine, only the 3 times Berserk Loredan was able to fight evenly with him. It was due to this confidence that Trunks dared to act without fear. Unfortunately, he had underestimated the despicableness and shamelessness of others and had been captured alive in an ambush. "Say no more, I already know. None of them shall escape your revenge, I promise." Han Shuo took in a deep breath and calmly promised Trunks. "Brian, I could never have expected Lord Eden to make a move so quickly. Just the night before, Lord Eden was still drinking and chatting with me. Ha, I was truly too naive to actually overlook him. Trunks' smile was self-mocking, but his voice was filled with hatred towards Lord Eden. Lord Eden! Lord Eden! Han Shuo mumbled twice, his eyes gradually becoming cold. Master, Trunks' body is still very bad, he shouldn't stay too long in this place, we should leave immediately. Dark Dragon Gilbert wiped the tear stains from the corners of his eyes. Not caring for the filthiness and foul stench from Trunks' body, he supported Trunks onto his body. Han Shuo calmly nodded in agreement. The bone demon blocking the cave entrance suddenly walked out, with a few zombie warriors following close behind. At Han Shuo's order, they picked up all of the bodies from the ground. During this process, Han Shuo commanded the bone demon to provide a dozen bones. Each zombie warrior made use of the bone's sharpness to pierce these people's legs like piercing grilled fish, heightening their pain. Let's go! Han Shuo exclaimed, following up with an incantation. The undead creatures in the depths of the passage disappeared, causing the passage to appear wider. Chapter 403 403 Gargoyle Swarm. Please continue reading on, Ox. Val. M. At the same time when the rebirth pill helped Trunks reach the level of Great Sword Master, it also helped him reform his body, causing his meridians to be more durable than a normal person's. It was precisely because of this that Han Shuo was able to use the demonic Yuan energy to help him recover after they returned to the Soul Destroyer mercenary band's base. As expected, when Han Shuo brought the severely injured Trunks back to the Soul Destroyer mercenary band's base, the mercenaries had the urge to almost immediately fight to the death against the three powers when they understood the situation. Some mercenaries even charged out in their fury and were only hauled back by Gilbert under Han Shuo's instructions. Gilbert clearly had some standing within the Soul Destroyer mercenary band. Although the mercenaries were unwilling when they were unyieldingly hauled back by Gilbert, they still yielded to Gilbert's might. This is to be expected. A mercenary band is also a place where the strong are worshipped. The person with the harder fist would have more persuasiveness. Within the Soul Destroyer mercenary band, even the strength of Trunks was below Dark Dragon Gilbert. As Gilbert has been in the Soul Destroyer mercenary band for so long, the other mercenaries have long since understood his fearfulness and difficulty to work with. At times, there was no difference between his orders and Trunks. While Gilbert was suppressing the impulsive mercenaries, Han Shuo immediately headed toward the inner dwelling without hesitation. He instructed Gilbert without lifting his head, use cruel methods to torture those people for me. However, do keep them alive. When Trunks recovers, Trunks will end them himself. After speaking, Han Shuo already brought Trunks to the interior of the dwelling, leaving behind Asa and the rest whose legs have been pierced like skewers by the bone spears. As Grant and the rest looked at Asa and the rest who had their tendons cut, their bones broken from head to toe, they still felt unresolved hatred in their hearts. Once Han Shuo left, they followed Gilbert to each choose a victim, bringing them to the dark and damp prison area. There was an entire set of torture tools there. Bringing Trunks into a bright stone room, Han Shuo sat cross-legged behind Trunks. His palms were placed on Trunks' back, slowly sending strands of demonic Yuan energy into Trunks' body, gradually mending Trunks' damaged body. The reason why demonic Yuan energy was more mystical than fighting aura was that apart from possessing enormous killing power, it could also possess more wonderful uses through practiced manipulation. Aiding the injured in recovering was one of these uses of demonic Yuan energy. Trunks' current situation was that the tendons on his limbs were all snapped. However, Trunks' fighting aura still existed, and once Trunks' tendons healed, it wouldn't affect his strength. To a swordsman, tendons snapping signified that a person had become a cripple. Even stronger swordsmen would not be of any threat, hence Asa and the rest didn't do more than was required. Regardless of priests or alchemists in the profound continent, their attainments in the treatment of the body and meridians would still be beneath Han Shuo. Hence, Han Shuo had a solution to an unsolvable problem to most people. Trunks' body, which had been reformed by the rebirth pill, was easily cleansed of disorder by the circulation of Han Shuo's demonic yuan energy. As it treated the injuries, the demonic yuan energy became like gentle flowing water, wrapping around all the broken meridians. Han Shuo's consciousness pried into Trunks' body, slowly reattaching the broken meridians, and then activated the surplus energy from the rebirth pill to gather around the broken meridians. Trunks' body was much stronger than an ordinary person's, but it was still far from Han Shuo's. Hence, when Han Shuo treated Trunks' injuries, he didn't use up much demonic yuan energy. He only needed to get familiar with the precision of meridians and to proficiently set things right. As time passed silently, Han Shuo, who was seated behind Trunks, didn't need to focus that attentively as Trunks' condition became better. The meridians only needed to be slowly nourished by Han Shuo's demonic yuan energy. Hence, Han Shuo was able to divert his demonic yuan energy to other matters. The disappearance of Trunks and the experts of the three powers from the cave in the mountain was discovered by the next wave of people. The three powers were all flustered, not knowing what had happened. Loredan, Florida, and Adam Menlo had once again got together anxiously to investigate deeper. However, no matter how they guessed, they couldn't figure out how the extremely hidden cave was exposed. In the end, the three powers inevitably believed, after deliberating, that there was a spy within their men, inwardly thinking who among their men could be the culprit. Without a doubt, the three experts understood that Trunks was rescued and it should be related to the Soul Destroyer mercenary band. The three powers who originally hesitated in taking action due to self-interest and all kinds of scruples now knew that there was no turning back. Loredan and the two others were experienced people, deciding together to immediately attack the Soul Destroyer mercenary band. As matters stand, wanting to destroy the Soul Destroyer mercenary band while not incurring any losses by capturing Trunks clearly wouldn't work. Although the three powers who have fought with each other for so long knew that this time around they would again incur more losses, they couldn't care too much about it anymore. At their orders, the Cairo mercenary band, Rainbow Sickle mercenary band, House of Menlo and another 5 or 6 smaller mercenary bands driven by prophets rapidly gathered more than 6,000 people who brazenly departed for the Soul Destroyer mercenary band. They had no choice but to stop when they reached the location of the Soul Destroyer mercenary band. The various leaders gathered together and started to discuss how to attack the Soul Destroyer mercenary band. The terrain of the Soul Destroyer mercenary band was extremely special. It was on a protruding wall under a precipice, like a piece of rock hanging halfway up the mountain. This location was just a sheet of whiteness when seen from below, totally concealed by fog. There was only one route that led from the precipice above. However, if one tries to enter from above, people from the Soul Destroyer mercenary band would naturally discover it. Hence, attacking from above was an incredibly painful affair. It was certain that the losses of the few powers would far exceed their expectations. As the proverb goes, it was easier to ascend a mountain than descend from it. This saying similarly applied to battling on such a terrain. Sieging a location was always extremely difficult. That was because the process of climbing up the city walls was truly too painful. However, while climbing up a city's walls, although it was extremely disadvantageous when facing the attacks from above, it was still possible to raise your head and clearly face the sky and use your weapon to block incoming attacks. However, in this location, when descending from the precipice, it would be tough to deal with attacks from below and might even be impossible to see the situation underneath. Firstly, it was because of the fog. Secondly, they had to be more cautious while descending, as a slip would cause them to fall to their deaths. For Trunks to find such a place to be the Soul Destroyer mercenary band's base, it was an extremely wise decision. This location was hard to attack, and if anyone tried to enter, they had to pay an unimaginable price. Right at this moment, although Loredan and the rest had captured Trunks alive, they didn't dare to rashly attack the Soul Destroyer mercenary band. However, after Trunks had been rescued, they had no other choice but to face this special terrain. Even the method of entering had caused them to debate for a long time. The three of them were all the astute type and understood that the one who descended first would definitely suffer the most losses. They naturally didn't want to be the first to descend. However, the others also weren't fools. None of the powers were willing to lead such a suicidal attack. Hence, when they really had to attack, the delegation suddenly halted. As they discussed, none of them were willing to let their subordinates be the first to descend. When he recalled that the Soul Destroyer mercenary band were not in the least inferior to them and that this was an easily guarded terrain, Lord Eden had a headache, not knowing what to do. How about we would just keep watch over this precipice? They can't always stay within their base. Otherwise, food and water would definitely become a problem. Once they emerge from their base, we can easily kill them with our strength. We would face cruel attacks if we descend. However, it would similarly be difficult for them to ascend. We can hound them to death by blocking up this position. Florida had a darkened expression as he proposed this malicious plan. Everyone knew that this plan was useful. However, this would cause the battle to become a long war of attrition. No one could guess how much provision the Soul Destroyer mercenary band had, and if they truly wasted their time here, they were unsure if there would be problems at their own bases. All of you also know that that fellow Gilbert is a dark dragon. Furthermore, the Soul Destroyer mercenary band also has many mages that can use floating magic. If they depart and use spatial rings to transport provisions, there's no knowing how much time we would waste. I don't think this plan would work. Adam Menlo thought for a while, before suddenly voicing his opposition. In that case, what do you think we should do? When Florida saw that his idea was overruled, his expression became more unsightly as he asked Adam Menlo. Staying silent for a while, Adam Menlo seemed to be making up his mind. He raised his head to look at Lord Eden and Florida, saying, "Our house still has a batch of tamed flying creatures. Adding them to the current flying creatures present, they are able to carry 300 people at one time. If these 300 men are the experts from our three powers, if they utilize large-scale killing spells when they reach, they should definitely be able to hold for a short while. After that, the flying creatures will repeatedly shuttle our men down. In this way, I feel that we wouldn't need to undergo the process of slowly descending." Hearing his words, everyone was overjoyed. Florida was equally excited as he smiled and said, "Old thing, you obviously have such a good method, why didn't you mention it earlier?" Adam Menlo's expression darkened as his eyes twitched, thinking inwardly. "Those are what is guarding my base, and I originally intended to use them to deal with you all in the end. If not for us really having other means, why would I bring them out?" Of course, Adam Menlo naturally didn't say these words aloud, only appearing calm and silent. "Hey, with this method, every issue can be solved. If we are able to annihilate the Soul Destroyer mercenary band, the contribution of your House of Menlo is the biggest. Come, let us carefully discuss how many experts each power would send." Lord Eden laughed refreshingly as he shouted at the leaders of the various powers. After a whole day and night, Han Chuo, who had brought trunks into the interior of the mountain, finally exited the cave. Gilbert, Grant, and the rest quickly hurried over when they heard the news. Once Gilbert saw Han Chuo, he hurriedly inquired, "Master, how is Trunks?" "Don't worry, after resting for a month, Trunks would be able to be as before." Han Chuo consoled Gilbert. His expression darkened soon after as he said, "The three powers and other small mercenary bands are already in the vicinity and are currently discussing how to attack us. They have 6,000 people, we must deal with them cautiously. We have 1,700 people here. Rely on the terrain advantage, they can forget about easily attacking us." Humph, leader had been tormented by them till such a state. "We must make them pay the price. Whoever dares to descend will die by our hands." Grant and Trunks were friends for many years and had even worked together in the Rainbow Sickle mercenary band. He was unable to restrain his anger and shouted loudly. Han Chuo could totally understand Grant's anger. However, he still shared what he heard, the House of Menlo is dispatching their secret flying creatures. These creatures can carry 300 men down each time. If there are tens of mages within this 300, large-scale killing spells would cause an enormous obstruction to us. During that time, these flying creatures can bring another 300 people down. At that time, the advantages of this location would no longer exist. Hence, we absolutely cannot lower our guard and must have the proper preparation. Otherwise, we would definitely lose this battle. Hearing what Han Shuo said, Grant was shocked and suddenly calmed down. He knew that if it was truly as Han Shuo described, the 1,700 people in the Soul Destroyer mercenary band simply had no way of resisting the attack of 6,000 people. What should we do then? Grant somewhat anxiously inquired. Master, Lania and I will transform into our true forms and exterminate them from the sky. Dark Dragon Gilbert shouted viciously, prepared for a massacre. If it was only 300 ordinary swordsmen, Lania and yourself transforming into your true forms would be enough. However, there are many mages within these 300 experts. The two of you definitely wouldn't be able to resist the attacks of so many experts. Furthermore, their goal is only to descend here. How many people can you and Lania prevent from coming down? Although this is an idea, it doesn't cover all grounds. Han Shuo looked at the eager Dark Dragon Gilbert, calming stating the facts. What should we do then? This time it was the Hydra Lania who asked. The coquettish Lania and the wanton Gilbert were truly a match made in heaven. When the two lascivious races bonded, their turbulent feelings caused even Han Shuo to be stupefied. Yet, Master, what do you think we should do? Gilbert had a puzzled expression as he bitterly asked Han Shuo. We'll follow your suggestion, with Lania and yourself intercepting them in the air. In addition, I will summon many gargoyles to help you. When they are about to land, the archers below will fire constantly. As long as the first wave of the strongest experts is killed, it would be hard for them to win this battle. Han Shuo sneered as he replied. Gilbert. Chapter 404. 404 I learned it from you. Please continue reading on, Ox. Vel. M. When the first gargoyle appeared, Florida already knew that the fiend had arrived. However, this battle had no turning back. Hence, Florida attacked without regard, attempting to first decrease the number of undead creatures as much as possible and forcefully charging to the Soul Destroyer mercenary band's base and fight them to the death. Countless gargoyles surrounded Han Shuo, accompanying Han Shuo as he headed toward Florida. At this moment, Florida was frightened, but the ire in his heart also couldn't be contained, unwaveringly staring at Han Shuo with a hostile gaze. Florida had no reason not to hate him. From the day Han Shuo arrived at the Valley of Sunshine, it seemed to have cemented Florida's ill fortune. Firstly, Han Shuo snatched away Phoebe, who Florida fancied. Soon after, he had grouped together with Florida's archenemy Trunks. He also embarrassed Florida time and time again, even seriously injuring him in public. Besides that, Han Shuo had even wrecked their meticulously planned ambush, violently killing his beloved grandfather, causing his relationship with the Church of Light to unprecedentedly worsen. Before Han Shuo came to the Valley of Sunshine, everything within the Valley of Sunshine operated as Florida fancied. Drawing support from the Church of Light, Florida had complete confidence in replacing the Cairo mercenary band and become the true master of the Valley of Sunshine and control the enormous resources of the Valley of Sunshine. Based on his plan, the Rainbow Sickle mercenary band would have the rights to control the Valley of Sunshine, while Butcher Gustav assisted in the shadows. He would be able to nibble away at the various powers within the Valley of Sunshine and possess everything in the Valley of Sunshine at that time. Unfortunately, Han Shuo's appearance caused the situation to keep regressing, developing in a completely different trajectory from what he imagined. When Han Shuo left, he still left behind the cancerous Soul Destroyer mercenary band, nibbling at his hopes and expectations little by little. My greatest mistake is precisely that I didn't risk everything to kill you in the beginning. Giving Han Shuo a death stare, Florida gnashed his teeth as he spoke, his voice filled with bitter resentment and hatred. Han Shuo suddenly laughed, his laughter extremely bright and clear, as if his laughter became a huge winding dragon that soared into the skies. Not just the immediate area, even Lord Eden and the rest below were able to hear it clearly. Florida, I truly feel pity for you. You naively believed that with your grandfather's support, you would be able to act as you wished in the Valley of Sunshine. On one hand, you despicably seized the Rainbow Sickle mercenary band, and on another, you collaborated with the most merciless bandit in the shadows. You really think that you are above the law? Hat, what a pity, what a pity. There's not only you who is smart, and it's not your turn to call the shots. Your grandfather wasn't able to protect you your whole life. Now that that old bastard Ferguson is dead, you no longer have any cards to play. Ha, why am I saying so much nonsense to you? In any case, you will die soon. Han Shuo smiled as he mocked Florida. When he heard Han Shuo's mocking, Florida's expression became extremely downcast, as if someone had stepped on him with a filthy shoe. He glared hatefully at the gradually approaching Han Shuo, taking a deep breath and said, "Today, only one of us will survive. Of course it is you who will die." Han Shuo shouted coldly, suddenly speeding up his steps toward Florida. He was like a streak of lightning that cut across the sky, charging towards Florida at great speed. At the same time, the other thousands of gargoyles behind Han Shuo suddenly scattered into different troops, swarming like locusts toward the experts that were being attacked by the previous group of gargoyles. The little skeleton who rode on the flying bone demon stood majestically on a flat portion of the bone demon's back. With his purple demon eye sparkling, he sized up the battlefield. Pointing his 3-meter-long bone spear toward Adam Menlo, the wings of the bone demon flapped once, directly gliding toward Adam Menlo. The harpies, frost eagles, pegasus, griffins, wyverns, and various types of magical creatures had all been tamed by the House of Menlo at high costs. These flying magical beasts were each able to face a few gargoyles at once. Furthermore, they were either carrying a high-ranked swordsman or a mage. In theory, they shouldn't be at much of a disadvantage. Unfortunately, the reality wasn't as such. Although a magical creature and the expert riding it should be able to handle tens of gargoyles, when a swarm of gargoyles suddenly charged over, the dense aura was able to shake their confidence. The strong rotting stench was hard to bear, causing more trouble than they expected. There were simply too many gargoyles. When tens of gargoyles attacked a magical creature together, even creatures like harpies and griffins were unable to withstand it. Furthermore, there were also Gilbert and Hydrolonia, two tyrannical super-rank magical creatures stirring up trouble. In just a few moments, many experts had either been killed by the gargoyles or the magical creature they rode had been beat to death, causing them to also fall into the endless abyss. Within the layers of gargoyles, the little skeleton held its 3-meter-long bone spear. The little skeleton and the bone demon were both immune to ordinary spells. As it rode the bone demon, it was incomparably awe-inspiring. While flying toward Adam Menlo, a harpy brandished its sharp claw toward the little skeleton. Before it could even near the little skeleton, it was pierced through by the little skeleton's 3-meter-long bone spear. After the petite little skeleton had pierced through the several-meter-long harpy, the powerful spear didn't pause and instead followed through to kill the fire mage as well. The little skeleton used the bone spear easily lift up the huge and heavy harpy. With a mysterious tremble of his finger bone, an enormous amount of death chi violently flowed through the bone spear into the harpy's body. The harpy suddenly exploded wildly above his head. Chunks of the harpy's flesh mixed with rich death chi scattered like heavy rocks. Whoever was hit by the flesh of the harpy and was infected by even the tiniest amount of death chi would ice cold and uncomfortable from head to toe, causing their movements to become stiff. As the little skeleton headed toward Adam Menlo, it had merely got rid of a harpy effortlessly along the way. Suddenly, everyone understood the terror of this undead creature. As they dealt with the countless gargoyles that covered the sky, they were still extremely well coordinated, opening a path for the little skeleton directly toward Adam Menlo. As Adam Menlo closely watched Dark Dragon Gilbert, the super-rank golden-winged rock under him was able to proficiently manipulate wind magic, sending out waves of wind blades in all directions without much movement from its wings. All the gargoyles that were attempting to approach Adam Menlo were killed one after another by the golden-winged rock's wind blades. Facing a golden-winged rock which was a super-rank magical creature of the highest level, the swarms of gargoyles were clearly unable to achieve much. Even with most of its feathers missing, the defensive ability of the golden-winged rock body was still much stronger than ordinary magical creatures. It was exactly because of this that Han Chuo didn't waste many gargoyles in attacking Adam Menlo, merely asking Gilbert to impede him. Having evolved and becoming a rank 2 magical creature, Gilbert could be said to be evenly matched with the golden-winged rock that Han Chuo had previously severely injured. All kinds of toxins and raging flames were shot out, mixing with Lania's reckless attacks. These created a large hindrance to Adam Menlo and the golden-winged rock, causing Adam Menlo to be pestered beyond his endurance. However, the golden-winged rock was a super-rank magical creature and Adam Menlo himself was a sky rider. With the two of them combined together, their strengths were amplified. Hence, Gilbert and Lania were unable to get an advantage. Just as Gilbert was shouting arrogantly at Adam Menlo as he annoyed him, the little skeleton appeared on its bone demon. When the little skeleton reached the area, his purple demon eye shone as it made peculiar gestures toward Gilbert. The little skeleton first used the bone spear to point at Gilbert before pointing toward the others who were desperately resisting the gargoyles. Soon after, at Gilbert's amazement, the little skeleton then pointed his bone spear at Adam Menlo, before using his other hand to point toward himself. After he finished gesturing, the little skeleton's purple demon eye sparkled as he looked straight at Gilbert. Gilbert's lantern-like eyes stared foolishly at the little skeleton. While Lania was still obstructing Adam Menlo and the golden-winged rock, Gilbert finally asked cautiously, "Are you saying that you want me to attack the others and leave this fellow to you?" The little skeleton's purple demon eye brightened, casually nodding toward Gilbert, implying, "That's right. Get a move on, don't obstruct me anymore." Dark Dragon Gilbert was extremely flabbergasted, attentively watching the little skeleton and the undead creature he rode, somewhat stunned for a moment. "Damn it, you heartless creature, you still aren't coming to help me." By the side, Lania was desperately fending off Adam Menlo's attacks. When she suddenly saw that Gilbert, who was originally fighting side by side with her, actually staring blankly at the side, she couldn't help but scold him hastily. Dark Dragon Gilbert quickly came to his senses. Looking at the little skeleton once again, he saw the little skeleton raising the 3-meter-long bone spear and arrogantly charged toward Adam Menlo. When the 3-meter-long bone spear pointed at Adam Menlo, an incomparably huge amount of death chi rippled in all directions. It was only at this moment that Gilbert truly felt that the seemingly small body of the little skeleton contained such a frightening mystical power. Gilbert suddenly understood that although he had evolved into a rank 2 magical creature, the little skeleton was actually more terrifying than him, so much so that the little skeleton possessed enough strength to kill Gilbert himself. "Lania, let's go. We'll go and kill others rather than torment this old thing." Having understood the little skeleton's message, Gilbert suddenly shouted loudly toward Lania. "You idiot! Are you crazy? Didn't Master instruct the two of us to impede this old thing? Are you seeking to be punished? Why aren't you coming over to help me?" As Lania spoke, her body gradually became hidden and soon after an enormous column of water charged toward Adam Menlo. "There is someone who offered to deal with him, let's not stay and hinder him any longer, let's leave," Dark Dragon Gilbert replied loudly. "You coquettish lady, hurry up and come with me." Lania, who had used the column of water to conceal her body, gradually revealed herself. When she saw the little skeleton who was riding the flying bone demon over, Lania suddenly felt a feeling of being between laughter and tears rise within her heart. She then mocked Gilbert, saying, "Stupid dragon, this little skeleton is the volunteer you mentioned." Just as Lania finished her sentence, the little skeleton's purple demon eye suddenly lit up with glaring purple light. The 3-meter-long bone spear suddenly transmitted a surge of death chi, causing a feeling of desolation to spread in all directions. Lania naturally felt the tremendous aura and was incomparably surprised as she watched the little skeleton fly over. She immediately became silent, and with Gilbert's repeated urging, Lania no longer hesitated, her heart filled with countless doubts as she hurriedly avoided the approaching little skeleton and bone demon, flying to Gilbert's side. What is with this little skeleton? Why do I feel a terrifying strength from him? When Lania reached Gilbert's side, she could no longer suppress the puzzlement in her heart, frantically asking Gilbert. Part 2. Don't ask me, I don't know either. I only know that he is Master's first undead creature. However, what I would never be able to understand is, how does a little skeleton have the same frightening aura as a bone dragon? Gilbert blinked his lantern-sized eyes as he explained to Lania. Hearing Gilbert's explanation, Lania was dumbfounded. She couldn't help but cast her line of sight toward Gilbert's master. In an area 50 meters away, Han Chuo had a ruthless and gloomy expression as he manipulated the demon slayer edge which was dripping fresh blood, setting out to massacre all the enemies around him. Florida was holed up within layers of protection by his rainbow sickle mercenary band, unceasingly casting various light magic spells to purify the surrounding frantically charging gargoyles. The gargoyles were annihilated one after another by his light magic. As a light mage, Florida was the largest threat to these undead creatures within the group. As he was also the leader of the Rainbow Sickle mercenary band, his subordinates all surrounded him, doing their utmost to protect him. Florida, who was being protected by the crowd, consumed all his energy to cast light magic spells in succession, purifying all the gargoyles in their immediate area into dust. The low-rank gargoyles were as frail as zombie warriors, being eliminated one after another by the light archmage's light magic. As the battle raged on in the air, it was only Florida's area that didn't have many gargoyles breaking through. Based on the situation, this area ought to be the area where the elites of the three powers felt the most comfortable. However, the reality was that the area Florida was in suffered the most casualties. The number of magical creatures and elites killed far exceeded the number that was besieged by gargoyles in other areas. Simply because Han Chuo was here. As he wielded the demon slayer edge, Han Chuo stared at Florida like a blood-soaked demon god. Han Chuo's current strength far exceeded Florida's. If not for the valiant mercenaries from the Rainbow Sickle mercenary band who sacrificed their lives to resist Han Chuo, Florida would have long since died by Han Chuo's hand. Despite the sacrifices of the mercenaries and the layers of protection, Florida's leg was still pierced through, resulting in a bloody hole. If not for a sword master by his side reacting in time, Florida might have suffered even heavier injuries. In just a moment of effort, the Demon Slayer Edge had killed 5 harpies, 3 griffins, 2 frost eagles and 13 experts of the Rainbow Sickle mercenary band. The drops of scarlet blood that rolled off the Demon Slayer Edge symbolized the experts Florida depended on to still be alive until now. How long more can you hide for? Han Chuo smiled ruthlessly, tossing a Pegasus corpse downwards as he ridiculed Florida. Ellie, leader, what should we do? Should we retreat? By Florida's side, the swordmaster who had saved Florida's life looked at the fiend-like Han Chuo, his lips trembling as he asked Florida. We still have a chance. Don't you see that the number of gargoyles in the sky decreasing? Gargoyles are after all just low-ranked undead creatures. Under the attack of so many spells, they are simply unable to obstruct our progress. Florida, who was hidden in the crowd, inspected the surroundings and replied encouragingly. But we are only left with 100 people. The swordmaster clearly feared Florida but still stated the facts. We must obtain victory. Otherwise, the three powers would no longer have the chance to hold the greatest power in the Valley of Sunshine. Florida was flustered and exasperated as he bellowed in rage. How could he not know that 2/3 of the experts from the three powers have already died? However, he understood that at this moment, they could only persist and fight on. Otherwise, the huge number of casualties would have been in vain. Swish, swish, swish. A large amount of arrows suddenly shot out from the Soul Destroyer mercenary band in the distance. The arrow rain was locked onto the invading magical creatures, and in just a moment, more than 10 magical creatures who were nearing the area were suddenly riddled with holes like a hornet's nest. Everyone retreat! A roar that resounded across the whole area suddenly sounded from a remote place, the sound originating from Cairo mercenary band's Lord Eden. Lorden's bald head was incomparably shiny and his expression extremely unsightly. A mage stood by his side, casting Sky's Eye and describing the battle in the sky to Lord Eden. Although Lord Eden had yet to participate in the battle, there were already other experts from the Cairo mercenary band that had entered the battle in the skies. Seeing many of his trusted brothers dying tragically, Lord Eden knew that the so-called sneak attack had completely failed. Lord Eden had no choice but to berserk and call for a retreat so as to prevent the losses from increasing. As Lorden's roar resounded through the sky, Florida and Adam Menlo who were above naturally heard it. Without waiting for them to move, the surviving experts of the Cairo mercenary band immediately descended without saying a single word. While Adam Menlo was forced to repeatedly fall back by the 3-meter-long bone spear-wielding little skeleton, the sullen and depressed feeling in his heart was the strongest in his entire life. He was unable to understand how the little skeleton before him would have such a rich and strong aura of death. The little skeleton's bone spear carried a terrifying corrosive death chi, every attack causing incomparable suffering to Adam Menlo. If not for the golden-winged rock helping him to fend off the attacks and receiving many wounds in the process, the little skeleton might have already pierced through Adam Menlo's body. What exactly are you? Adam Menlo asked repeated. He could sense that the little skeleton possessed intelligence. Unfortunately, the little skeleton was unable to answer him and instead wielded his bone spear repeatedly, causing Adam Menlo to retreat little by little. Master, I can't hold on. After the golden-winged rock helped Adam Menlo withstand a few strikes, it had eventually reached its limits and gently called to Adam Menlo. At the very same moment, Lorden's loud shouts could be heard from below. Adam Menlo could only stare blankly for a moment. When he realized that the people from the Cairo mercenary band retreating in an attempt to break away from the battlefield, he suddenly felt a powerless feeling of despair rise in his heart. Let's go. We'll retreat too. When Adam Menlo gave the order, he truly felt like crying. Having brought out the hidden cards of the House of Menlo, Adam Menlo originally thought that they would be able to effortlessly eliminate the Soul Destroyer mercenary band. Who would have known that the Jinx would appear once again, simply using a swarm of gargoyles that filled the sky to turn around the situation and even causing huge losses. Although this wave of attackers only had 300 people, these were the true elites of the three powers, the foundation they depended on. Each one of them was an expert that could face 10 people alone. But who would have thought that in the end, they would suffer such a fate? A shrill cry could suddenly be heard from the golden-winged rock. The golden-winged rock rolled in pain while saying, Master, Master, there's something happening within my body. I can't take it anymore. A clear popping sound could suddenly be heard from within the golden-winged rock's body. The golden-winged rock's huge body could be seen withering slowly as fresh blood sprayed out like fine rain. Intense corrosive death chi which converged within the rich killing intent suddenly exploded violently within the golden-winged rock, causing the interior of the golden-winged rock to rapidly shatter and the aura of life ot gradually leave the golden-winged rock. In the distance, Han Shuo, who was preparing to finish Florida off, suddenly detected an extremely familiar aura. Turning toward the aura, he suddenly discovered the changes within the golden-winged rock's body, sensing the familiar sinister killing intent within. Han Shuo was shocked as he looked at the little skeleton whose purple demon eye sparkled in bright light as he closely watched the golden-winged rock. Only Han Shuo knew that the intense death chi within the golden-winged rock was bound into a ball by the demonic magic's hidden explosion technique. He had inserted the concealed explosive death chi when the bone spear pierced through the golden-winged rock's body, suddenly detonating it when it was unprepared, causing the golden-winged rock's innards to suddenly explode. Han Shuo had already known previously that the little skeleton knew some demonic magic. However, he had never expected that the little skeleton had become so sinister. For an undead creature to use such malicious methods, this made Han Shuo to truly feel extremely stunned, causing him to sigh. This fellow is truly becoming more and more vicious, able to control such a vicious method. I truly don't know how he does it. Han Shuo repeatedly lamented in his heart. Father, I learned all of these from you. I've inherited part of your intelligence. The little skeleton suddenly transmitted a message, as though he knew of Han Shuo's puzzlement and want to give Han Shuo an explanation. Han Shuo was stunned, staring blankly on the spot. Am I that sinister and malicious? Han Shuo laughed bitterly as he thought to himself. Strike him hard while he's down. I learned this from father as well. The little skeleton transmitted another message over. As Han Shuo watched in astonishment, the little skeleton rode the bone skeleton and suddenly flew toward Adam Menlo. Adam Menlo, who was sent rolling repeatedly due to the inner explosion of the golden-winged rock, wasn't able to even stand still at this moment, simply unable to construct an effective defense. Right at this moment, the little skeleton's bone spear shot over once again. This time around, there was no longer the golden-winged rock helping him to withstand it. By the time Adam Menlo could react, the sharp pain from the bone spear had already spread through his whole body. He lowered his head, discovering a huge hole in his chest. The 3-meter-long bone spear which had seized his life flew in a loop after it pierced through his body, returning to the little skeleton's hand once again. The little skeleton's sparkling purple demon eye looked on as Adam Menlo gradually lost consciousness before turning around to leave. Father, did I do the right thing? After the little skeleton killed Adam Menlo, he sent a message to Han Shuo once again to seek confirmation. At this point, Han Shuo was thoroughly speechless. Chapter 405. 405 Unable to escape. Please continue reading on, Ox. Val. M. Not only did the little skeleton have intelligence, it was also a little sinister and ruthless. This really caused Han Shuo to feel conflicted. However, what Han Shuo could be sure of was that the little skeleton would be able to survive better in the netherworld. In that realm full of slaughter and invasion, the little skeleton was strong enough to let him feel reassured. With the head of the House of Menlo dead, the willpower that Florida had just barely maintained finally collapsed. Florida no longer dared to continue staying in the air, desperately yelling for his men to retreat, and flew towards Lor-Eton. Hehe, you are still thinking of escaping. Han Shuo's cold laugh suddenly arose. Issuing an order, Dark Dragon Gilbert, Hydra Lania, and the little skeleton all abruptly gathered by Han Shuo's side and fought their way toward Florida. There were still around 20 experts of the Rainbow Sickle mercenary band surrounding Florida. Once Florida met up with Lor-Eton, killing him would become extremely difficult. This time, Han Shuo was resolute in killing Florida, so as to avoid leaving endless trouble for Trunks. Before, when Han Shuo alone headed towards Florida with murderous intent, the experts that surrounded Florida disregarded everything to attack Han Shuo. Although Han Shuo had killed a number of experts along the way, he was still unable to finish off Florida like he'd wanted to. However, with the addition of 2 super-ranked magical creatures and the little skeleton, the experts surrounding Florida were unable to threaten them. Han Shuo only needed to keep his eyes on Florida. The rest were naturally disposed of by the little skeleton and the others. Rain of fire, ice cones, wind blades, lightning, and other spells were recklessly aimed at Han Shuo and the others. Because of this shower of magic, the dim sky suddenly became colorful, as though a group of beautiful fireworks was glamorously blooming open. Han Shuo's demonic Yuan energy circulated, a thin cicada wing-like protective layer surrounded his body. On the outer surface, a large bone shield with bone thorns savagely poking out formed. Most of the spells were blocked by the bone shield. Gilbert and Lania made use of this opportunity to release attacks of toxins and torrential rain. Bearing the murky protective layer, Han Shuo flashed through the crowd. After continuously shifting a few times, he had already arrived in front of Florida. A dense burst of bone spears suddenly shot out explosively from Han Shuo. The group of people who were defending against Gilbert and Lania's attacks became even more flustered. At this time, the Demon Slayer edge in Han Shuo's hands soundlessly disappeared again and gradually closing in from a hidden angle. The little skeleton, who was riding the bone demon, had unexpectedly arrived behind Florida's group. It imposingly raised up its 3-meter-long bone lance and thrusting it toward Florida and the others who have just reacted. The rich death chi carried a coldness and desolation that did not exist in this world. Be behind. Florida's group of people reacted relatively swiftly. Once they felt the violent wind from behind, they realized the danger behind them. When the little skeleton killed Adam Menlo earlier, as Han Shuo did not fiercely attack Florida's group as he was watching attentively in surprise, they also had the time to see the whole process. The little skeleton who was able to kill Adam Menlo who was riding the golden-winged rock was definitely as dangerous to Florida as Han Shuo himself. Hence he immediately shouted loudly once he saw the little skeleton attacking from behind them. With the current state of the situation, it was clear that the number of people assisting Florida wasn't enough. With Gilbert and Lania attacking from the sides, the overbearing Han Shuo attacked from the front and suddenly there was an otherworldly powerhouse appearing behind them. If they were focused on one side, they wouldn't be able to resist another. Facing the waves of simultaneous attacks, Florida suddenly felt an intense unease within his heart. He looked at Han Shuo who was sneering as he killed his way over, suddenly realizing that Han Shuo's weapon had disappeared. Florida was immediately terror-stricken when he came to this realization. Unfortunately, his realization was still too late. The group of experts that had been distributing their efforts to deal with the three creatures was momentarily too busy to attend to Florida. When they heard a sharp cry, they realized that there was a bad turn of events. Florida, who was exerting himself to support his defensive the light and lightning spells to their peaks, was still unable to stop the Demon Slayer edge. His lightning and light magic barrier shattered into tiny glass-like specks. The Demon Slayer edge blasted through Florida's barrier and pierced through his neck, leaving behind a bloody hole. The hatred in Florida's eyes gradually rescinded. Without the support of mental energy, Florida's body fell sharply. A leader of the four big powers in the Valley of Sunshine had eventually died by Han Shuo's hand. When the experts from the Rainbow Sickle mercenary band who had been tightly surrounding Florida saw Han Shuo seizing the chance to kill Florida, a feeling of despair and helplessness arose in their hearts. At this moment, the attacks of the little skeleton, Gilbert, and the others fell like torrential rain, immediately taking another 10 lives. After Florida died, the first wave of experts no longer had a leader. The remaining tens of experts desperately started to retreat but continued to be killed by Han Shuo's group. Before they could reach Lord Eden, another 20-odd people had died. Of the 300 experts and the many flying magical creatures that had participated in the battle, only 19 people and 11 magical beasts had returned to Lorden's area alive. Adam Menlo and Florida of the Rainbow Sickle mercenary band would both disappear forever from the power struggle within the Valley of Sunshine. Ha! Lord Eden, it's been a while. Chasing after the enemy mercenaries, Han Shuo arrogantly stood in the sky, as he mockingly greeted Lord Eden. On both sides of Han Shuo were the two super-rank magical creatures and the little skeleton. Several hundred gargoyles were like guards as they quietly flapped their wings behind Han Shuo. Having calculated their altitude, Han Shuo wasn't afraid of arrows being shot from below. Lord Eden raised his head to stare at the sky. Seeing Han Shuo looking at him derisively, all sorts of feelings suddenly appeared in his heart. The corpses of Florida and Adam Menlo were laid out by Lorden's side. With the other two leaders of the three powers dead, Lord Eden ought to be happy. But as he looked at Han Shuo, Lord Eden only felt increasingly flustered. Yes, we have not seen each other for a while. I should have expected that you had arrived long ago. Apart from you, Trunks simply didn't have any other cards. Lord Eden sighed before taking a deep breath. He then looked at Han Shuo and said, "As matters stand, I don't have any other things to say." "That's right. It was indeed me that kidnapped Trunks, but I don't regret it. With the current situation within the Valley of Sunshine, if Lord Eden didn't act to deal with Trunks, the Soul Destroyer mercenary band would replace the Cairo mercenary band's position in the Valley of Sunshine sooner or later. Naturally, he had to think of his subordinates, thus what he did was understandable. Indeed, there is nothing much to say. From today onwards, Cairo mercenary band will be my mortal enemy. Lord Eden, try your best. Han Chuo smiled as he looked at Lord Eden. He took one last glance at Florida and Adam Menlo's corpses and then headed back towards the Soul Destroyer mercenary band. The first wave of attacks from these powers had resulted in a devastating price. Not only did this lose their most capable elites, even Florida and Adam Menlo were killed. In such a situation, the group that had formed out of benefits would be powerless against the Soul Destroyer mercenary band. Humans were always selfish. With Florida and Adam Menlo dead, Han Chuo was almost certain that the Rainbow Sickle mercenary band and the House of Menlo would immediately break out into chaos, especially Florida's Rainbow Sickle mercenary band, which would definitely fall into a period of civil strife or break apart. In that case, the group's threat to the Soul Destroyer mercenary band will decrease substantially. Han Chuo only needed to observe as they collapsed. Hence, he left carefreely. Things indeed developed as Han Chuo had predicted. After Han Chuo left, the people from the Rainbow Sickle mercenary band and the House of Menlo immediately sank into strife. In particular, the Rainbow Sickle mercenary band had immediately split into a few smaller groups. Only a small portion strived for revenge. The remaining majority advocated leaving this place as soon as possible. The House of Menlo was slightly better off since Adam Menlo was, after all, their senior. As the majority of the authority within the House of Menlo were in the hands of relatives, most were yelling sorrowfully about first taking revenge for Adam Menlo before deciding on other matters. The sudden quarrels disrupted Lorden's thoughts. Looking at the Rainbow Sickle mercenary band, which was already prepared to leave, and the frightened leaders of the small powers, Lord Eden suddenly had a helpless feeling. So many flying magical creatures had been killed. Wanting to rely on flying magical creatures to enter the Soul Destroyer mercenary band was completely impossible. With the existence of spatial rings, trying to starve the Soul Destroyer mercenary band to death with a siege was also impossible. The only way was to attack head-on. However, this method would come at a large cost which they simply couldn't afford. At this moment, Lord Eden had no confidence in victory. As he looked at the people of the Rainbow Sickle mercenary band and the House of Menlo arguing endlessly, he suddenly felt somewhat helpless. "Chief, should we make use of this opportunity to eliminate the two groups?" While Lord Eden was feeling vexed, Harris suddenly approached and lowered his voice as he made a vicious suggestion. Glancing at Harris before looking in the direction that Han Chuo had left, he smiled bitterly and said, "That fellow definitely wishes for us to do so. If we were to fight with those other two parties, it would be following his wishes." Once all three groups depleted their power and energy, the master of the Valley of Sunshine would really be the Soul Destroyer mercenary band. Harris was stunned for a moment. He processed Lorden's words for a while before nodding and saying, "Chief is still more far-sighted. In any case, with Florida and Adam Menlo's deaths, we have two fewer enemies. The current Rainbow Sickle mercenary band and House of Menlo are no longer enemies to fear." That is also true. However, if we are unable to eliminate the Soul Destroyer mercenary band now, their reputation will increase greatly. In the future, other than our Cairo mercenary band, there will no longer be any powers that can shake their position. I'm unsure if this is fortune or misfortune." Lord Eden replied painfully. Just as Lord Eden and Harris were discussing quietly, some of the leaders of the smaller mercenary bands had walked over together. One of them gloomily looked at Lord Eden and said, "Chief Lord Eden, now that the situation has become like this, I think we no longer have the opportunity to destroy the Soul Destroyer mercenary band. If the Cairo mercenary band wants us to spearhead the attack and essentially throw our lives away, I apologize. We are unwilling to exchange the price of our brothers' lives for the benefits that you are giving us. Based on the current situation, I feel that we should just disperse." "I agree. That place is too hard to attack. Without the assistance of flying magical creatures, we simply have no chance of winning at all," a leader of another small mercenary band shouted. It seemed that there weren't just one or two of them who had such thoughts. All of them who had walked over together probably already planned to leave. A bunch of short-sighted fellows. Lord Eaton cursed them inwardly. After being silent for a moment, he said, "Consider this carefully. If we are unable to eliminate the Soul Destroyer mercenary band now, everyone that participated in this attack will all suffer a calamity. Our Cairo mercenary band has sufficient strength and aren't afraid of Trunks' revenge. As for you guys, it might become a troublesome matter. Chief Lord Eaton need not to remind us of that. We've naturally also thought of it." That person replied. "Then do as you'd like. In any case, I've already reminded you guys. When the time comes where Trunks seeks you all out for revenge, don't come and find me." Lord Eaton coldly snorted and disdained upon continuing to talk to them. These people looked at each other, simultaneously bidding their farewells before leading their members to leave. The majority of the Rainbow Sickle mercenary band had lost their faith in Lord Eaton once Florida died. They had already left without even notifying him. Of the 6,000 people that had come to attack the Soul Destroyer mercenary band, only around 3,000 were still alive. If they wanted to attack the base of the Soul Destroyer mercenary band without flying magical creatures, it wouldn't be just a problem of the number of casualties. Instead, the question would be if they would be able to eliminate the Soul Destroyer mercenary band after suffering heavy casualties. Chapter 406 406 Three Great Enchantments. Please continue reading on, Ox. Val. M. When Han Shuo returned to the Soul Destroyer mercenary band, he discovered that with the support of Grant, Trunks was sitting in the middle of the practice arena and was currently raising his head and staring into the vast white sky. Trunks was still very weak. Although his wounds had been treated, it would be impossible for him to recover without 10 to 15 days of rest. The most severe injuries were his severed hand and feet tendons. Roughly a month would be needed for them to reattach and regain their original durability. It was very clear that Trunks was worried about the Soul Destroyer mercenary band. However, as his tendons were severed, he could only sit here weakly, similar to a disabled person, unable to move his hands and feet. Luckily his eyes had gradually recovered its light. As he gazed into the sky, he had a thoughtful expression, indicating that although he suffered heavy injuries, he still had a strong mentality. "Why have you come out here? It is best if you sincerely stay indoors and recuperate for this period of time. Don't worry, the invaders have already retreated in heavy defeat. In the short term, Lord Eaton would definitely be powerless to deal with us." Han Shuo descended by Trunks' side and berated. "It's okay, I'm feeling better now. Hee. I'm not willing to hide inside and bitterly wait for others to bring me information during the Soul Destroyer mercenary band's most dangerous period of time." Trunks smiled as he replied. Pausing for a moment, he knitted his brows and asked, "Brian, is Florida dead?" Han Shuo replied while nodding, "That's right. I know you wanted to personally kill him, but there are immense benefits for us in killing him now. With his death, the Rainbow Sickle mercenary band would fall into disunity. The number of our enemies would also decrease greatly. Hence, I didn't let him get away." Trunks sighed and said ruefully, "Hi, not killing personally can be considered regretfully, but his early demise is indeed beneficial to us. If I had got rid of him previously, all these disorderly matters wouldn't have happened. It seems that I am to blame for all of these matters. Besides Florida, Adam Menlo died as well. The two of them were the pillars of the Rainbow Sickle mercenary band and the House of Menlo respectively. Their deaths have caused great repercussions for the two powers. Currently, there are still 3,000 people in the surroundings, including the people under Lord Eaton. However, I believe they would be departing shortly." Han Shuo narrated the details of the battle to Trunks. "Don't need to worry about the remaining matters here. I know you have many matters to deal with. Leave Lord Eaton to me. I'll send Lord Eaton packing." Trunks replied. "It's just one Lord Eaton, I can remove him in passing. It wouldn't take up too much of my time." Han Shuo looked at Trunks in astonishment. Based on his current injuries, he definitely won't fight with you in the near future. Han Shuo was somewhat worried. Brian, the Valley of Sunshine has its own rules. If I want to convince others, I should not completely rely on your strength. Only if I openly get rid of Lord Eden and the Cairo mercenary band would I be able to successfully hold power in the Valley of Sunshine and win the respect of others. Trunks, who still had a weak complexion, said resolutely. Han Shuo was stunned, hesitating a moment before saying, "But, your injuries." Hehe, don't need to worry. It's not like I would immediately deal with Lord Eden. As you said, based on Lord Eden's personality, he definitely won't dare to attack this place without absolute certainty. Now that the flying magical creatures of the House of Menlo have also been killed by you, they definitely wouldn't dare to attack in the near future. We still have Gilbert here. As time passes, they would surely give up. Be rest assured. After experiencing the pain previously, I would no longer be complacent. I have the confidence in eradicating Lord Eden and the Cairo mercenary band. Trunks looked extremely confident. Having experienced the ruthless torture previously, there seemed to be a change in Trunks' body. When Han Shuo heard what Trunks said, he looked at Trunks deeply and hesitated for a while before smiling and said, "Since you are so insistent about it, I would no longer interfere with the matters of the Valley of Sunshine. However, if you face any difficulties, you must inform me as quickly as possible. Don't worry. The Soul Destroyer mercenary band isn't solely mine. I know what needs to be done." Trunks smiled as he replied. "Gilbert, you stay here. Before Trunks recovers, look after him properly for me." Han Shuo looked at Gilbert and instructed. "Understood, Honorable Master." Gilbert acknowledged Han Shuo's instructions. Trunks actually wanted to rely on his own strength. To firmly wield power within the Valley of Sunshine, he indeed couldn't rely on others for everything and could only utilize the strength he had to get rid of the strongest power in the Valley of Sunshine, the Cairo mercenary band. Only then can Trunks truly obtain everyone's respect. For him to have such a realization and train of thought, Han Shuo was surprised and at the same time, full of admiration. This proved that Trunks was truly a talent. Furthermore, Han Shuo could see the changes in Trunks ever since he had rescued Trunks. He realized that Trunks had become stronger and more ruthless, no longer as careless and benevolent. The previous lesson was really too cruel. Trunks had to go through torment more painful than death. There would no longer be any situations too difficult for him from now on. Han Shuo precisely noticed this and suddenly understood why Trunks asked Han Shuo to leave Lord Eden to him. Apart from using Lord Eden to test his methods, he also wanted to use Lord Eden to polish his martial technique. Currently, only Lord Eden was able to deal with Trunks within the entire Valley of Sunshine. If Han Shuo killed Lord Eden now, Trunks would lose the most suitable opponent. Not only would he lose much pleasure, he would also lose a turning point in making a breakthrough. It was also only through Lord Eden that Trunks would be able to improve once again. Having understood Trunks' intention, Han Shuo didn't insist on his own thoughts and truly let go of matters within the Valley of Sunshine. He then said his goodbyes to Trunks and Gilbert within the same day, returning to the Cemetery of Death from the Valley of Sunshine. Returning to the Cemetery of Death, Han Shuo followed his original purpose and headed down to explore. The reason why he returned to Cemetery of Death was due to Wolf's information. Were it not for Gilbert suddenly requesting for emergency assistance, Han Shuo would have already long since explored the third layer of the Cemetery of Death. Now that he had returned, Han Shuo immediately headed below the Cemetery of Death. Having had the previous experiences, Han Shuo's exploration seemed to be a walk in the park. Han Shuo instilled his mental energy into the first two layers, easily breaking through the enchantments and headed for the passageway that led to the third layer. Han Shuo only stopped when he sensed the existence of an enchantment. Taking a deep breath, Han Shuo slowly condensed his mental energy to probe the area where the enchantment was. Bang! Han Shuo's mental energy had just touched the area when his mind was suddenly jolted as a large force suddenly rushed forward, like countless small snakes forcing their way into Han Shuo's mind. This caused Han Shuo to feel an endless tingling pain. Fortunately, Han Shuo had prior experience, hastily holding his breath in rapt attention, directing stronger mental energy into the enchantment, attempting to break through the enchantment like the previous two occasions. The skeletal staff in his hand shone brightly in tricolored light. Pang! Han Shuo had suddenly struck out, yet the enchantment had not been broken and Han Shuo himself was repelled. Right when Han Shuo was becoming extremely frightened, the countless snake-like energy that barged into Han Shuo's mind suddenly became orderly from its original chaos, forming lines of bright magic symbols. As Han Shuo had delved into necromancy magic for a long time, when those magic symbols appeared in his mind, he was extremely surprised. Soon after, the tricolored light from the skeletal staff in his hand suddenly became brighter as 3 strands of demonic light climbed along Han Shuo's arm and slowly entered his body. The tricolored light from the skeletal staff traveled up Han Shuo's arm, directly flowing into Han Shuo's mind, coming together with the countless magical symbols and arranging into paragraphs of incantations that Han Shuo could understand, as well as paragraphs of information. Han Shuo stared blankly for a moment before quickly coming to himself, hastily memorizing the information that had appeared in his mind. The paragraphs of incantations and information were rapidly imprinted into his mind. The entire process didn't persist for too long. With the degree of development of his brain, Han Shuo very quickly remembered the information within his mind. Before becoming a sacred magus necromancer, the next enchantment cannot be opened. It contains the secret for a necromancer to become god. The skeletal staff possesses 3 basic abilities. Apart from the first ability of doubling the might of spells, the other 2 abilities require additional incantations. The incantations specifically are Enchantment of Fear, Enchantment of Weakness and Enchantment of Age. The incantations and way of applying these enchantments are: the magic symbols swiveled around Han Shuo's mind, finally forming 3 pieces of information. The first was that only a sacred magus can enter the next layer. Secondly, the incantations for rejuvenation and entering the netherworld, and lastly, the 3 long-lost enchantments of necromancers. The next layer actually had the secret for a necromancer to become god. Han Shuo was extremely surprised as he looked ahead toward the pathway blocked by a single enchantment. He was shocked by the information within his mind and was lost in thought for a long time. There were too many thoughts appearing in his mind. Han Shuo only slowly suppressed his chaotic state of mind after a long time. The first piece of information still didn't mean much to him, but the second and third piece of information was of great use at the present time. Of the 3 mysterious abilities of the skeletal staff, the ability to double the power of spells didn't need a supporting incantation, but the rejuvenation ability and the ability for the soul to freely enter the netherworld were not as simple to bring about. For example, for the soul to travel back and forth from the netherworld, it required the support of many complicated incantations as well as a precise understanding of your own soul. For the rejuvenation ability to succeed, it needed to utilize the energy contained within the skeletal staff. This energy wasn't something everyone could endure, and only those that have been approved by the skeletal staff would be able to transform themselves through the energy contained within the skeletal staff. Previously, Wolf obviously fulfilled this condition. According to Wolf, all the disciples of the Calamity Church seemed to fulfill the condition to be reformed by the skeletal staff. All the old fellows within the Calamity Church who had lived for countless years could make use of this energy to return to their youth. Enchantment of Fear, Enchantment of Weakness and Enchantment of Age are 3 of the ancient necromancer's large-scale magic enchantments. Enemies who were shrouded by the enchantment of fear would have dread forming in their hearts, their ability to judge and their willpower would be influenced by the enchantment of fear and drop substantially. The enchantment of weakness, on the other hand, would cause enemies to lose the strength of their bodies, causing their fighting strength to decrease greatly. The most fearsome was definitely the enchantment of age. However, the enchantment of age could only be used by a sacred magus necromancer. Necromancers who reach the rank of sacred magus would already have an extremely exquisite understanding of the soul. By utilizing an enormous amount of mental energy to deploy the enchantment of age, any living creature that enters the enchantment would age faster. If the living creature stayed within the enchantment of age for over a fixed amount of time, the living creature would die of old age immediately. This was an extremely malicious spell which reduced the origin vitality of a living creature's soul. No matter how strong an opponent was, if they were not as accomplished in understanding the soul, they would be helpless within the enchantment of age. Han Shuo was able to immediately practice the enchantment of fear and enchantment of weakness. Using these two enchantments in tandem would also create a layering effect. Using these enchantments together with a necromancer's undead army would simply be a nightmare to any enemy. Perhaps it was precisely because combining these two enchantments with the undead army was really too formidable that during the glorious era of necromancers, they would be eliminated from all the magician associations within the continent. From that moment on, the three enchantments disappeared forever from the world. The reason why the enchantment of age could only be practiced by a sacred magus necromancer was perhaps due to the frightening power of the enchantment of age, which caused it to be unable to overlay with the other two enchantments. No matter how strong a living creature was, once it entered the enchantment of age and didn't exit immediately, its body would rapidly age. Even if it immediately left the enchantment of age, a part of its body would still be affected and would never recover. However, Han Shuo's skeletal staff was able to let victims of the enchantment of age rejuvenate. Combining both the enchantment of age and the skeletal staff, everything could be considered to be in control. He would be able to send his own men into the enchantment to intercept the enemy. And when the enemy has retreated or died, Han Shuo can use the skeletal staff to rejuvenate the youth lost by his own people within the enchantment of age. The practice method as well as the full incantations of the three great enchantments that were the secret behind necromancers ruling the continent were completely engraved into Han Shuo's mind at this moment. TL note, I'm still not very satisfied with the names of the three enchantments. Will probably change them when I come up with a better name. Do leave comments with your suggestions. Chapter 407. 407 Bigwigs. Please continue reading on. Ox. Val. M. When Han Shuo obtained the information that he couldn't enter the next level before becoming a sacred magus necromancer, he didn't force matters and withdrew along his original path. Numerous magical spells and practice methods had been imprinted on Han Shuo's mind. However, if he wanted to succeed in practicing all of them, it wasn't an easy thing to do. Hence, Han Shuo didn't stay in the cemetery of death any longer and instead returned to his mansion in Asan City through the teleportation array. Having left Asan City for a few days, Han Shuo sought out Steward Collis once he returned to find out what has been happening in Asan City. King Uhtred has already made known his stance in the last few days. He had steeled his heart to help Lawrence ascend the throne. The entire Lancelot Empire was momentarily in shock, unable to understand why Uhtred made this decision. When the Dark Mantle organization, King Uhtred's hand in the shadows, suddenly having closer relations with Lawrence, many already guessed that they were also leaning toward Lawrence. The Empire's legendary figure Sacred Sword Master Carol also no longer sat on the fence, finally announcing officially that he supported Lawrence to be the next king. With King Uhtred's help, Lawrence's trusted aides gradually started to grasp power within the empire. His foster father and uncle Boris received important positions, becoming influential ministers within the empire. Everyone could make out Uhtred's intentions. In this period of time, the other princes and the powers under them visited the palace more often. Duke Ashburn and Prince Charles even visited the palace a few times a day, attempting to rely on their own abilities to change His Majesty's decision. There were also some stubborn conservative ministers who allied and petitioned Uhtred to change his mind. They believed that as an illegitimate child, Lawrence simply wasn't fit for the honor of being at the apex of power in the Lancelot Empire. These people were old officials and their old-fashioned noble traditions caused them to be unable to accept the matter. They felt that this was blasphemy towards the royal family of the Lancelot Empire. King Uther's queen and his favoured concubines had also joined the opposing side one after another in order to get an answer from him. In a short time, Asen city descended into chaos. Yet at this time, Uhtred's illness suddenly relapsed and he fell into a coma, even showing signs of being able to hold on. When the princes saw such a situation happen, they followed King Uhtred's orders overtly, but secretly started to assemble their forces in preparation for purging the incoming powers. Within the seemingly tranquil Asen city, many unfamiliar faces started to appear as a storm was slowly brewing. Once King Uhtred died, the long-anticipated storm would inevitably break out with a bang. At that time, it would be difficult to say if it would engulf the entire Lancelot Empire. At this moment, the commander of the southern border, Firenze, suddenly returned to Asen city. This baleful star would cause the already chaotic Asen city to be filled with even more variables. As he listened to Steward Collis's description, Han Shuo was stunned. He really didn't anticipate that in just a few days, Asen city would actually experience such drastic changes. It seems that ever since King Uhtred knew that his days were numbered, his swift and decisive actions played a huge role. In the few days where Han Shuo was away, Phoebe had come to look for him 3 times while Lawrence came twice. Emily and some of the nobles in Asen city had also come to visit him. When Collis finished his report, Han Shuo thought for a moment before immediately heading for Lawrence's residence. Lawrence was currently the focus of all of Asen city. In the cruel contest for the throne, Lawrence could not fail. Only with Lawrence's ascension could Han Shuo's interests be maintained and even progress to the next level. After hurrying into Lawrence's residence, he was informed by the steward that Lawrence was currently in a secret discussion with others. However, the steward clearly knew of the unusual relationship between Han Shuo and Lawrence. When he saw Han Shuo arrive, he immediately went to report. After a while, the steward returned and respectfully led Han Shuo to Lawrence's secret meeting. Han Shuo saw many acquaintances within Lawrence's secret room, including Lawrence's adoptive father, Evie, Uncle Boris, Phoebe, Emily, Betteridge family's old Han and 10 other unfamiliar nobles who seemed to also be supporting Lawrence. When Han Shuo arrived, Lawrence immediately stood up and smiled as he went up to him and said, "Where did you run off to? Why have you only arrived now?" Lawrence had also gone to the palace many times in recent days. When Uhtred met with him alone, he repeatedly urged Lawrence to keep Han Shuo firmly by his side and that Han Shuo was the key to his future. Although Uhtred did not divulge astrologer Grace's evaluation of Han Shuo, Lawrence was an extremely smart person. He already figured out what was going on from the attitudes of the people around him and understood that Han Shuo would be his life's benefactor. It was precisely because of this that as soon as Han Shuo walked inside, Lawrence was still the first to stand up and personally welcomed Han Shuo inside in an extremely amiable manner. This came as a slight surprise to some of his supporters who weren't familiar with Han Shuo. "Nothing much. I had some stuff to settle, so I went out for a while." "Wow! There are so many people." Han Shuo casually fobbed Lawrence off. He couldn't help but exclaim when he saw the surrounding people. "Ha! Brian, you are really amazing. In such a short period of time, you have become a marquis. I indeed didn't evaluate you wrongly." Lawrence's uncle Boris laughed as he greeted Han Shuo. Originally, Lawrence had arranged for Han Shuo to hold a post within Boris's northern army in order to let Han Shuo gain military merit. Boris himself was only just a count. Who would have thought that Han Shuo had risen up the ranks in such a short time? Based on their current authority, Han Shuo had clearly surpassed him. However, while in the northern army, Boris was extremely friendly toward Han Shuo as he knew of Han Shuo's prospective growth. Their relationship in private was also pretty good. Hence when he saw Han Shuo coming in, he immediately greeted him amicably. "He. Lord Boris overpraises me." Han Shuo smiled as he bowed to Boris. Sitting next to Boris were Emily and Phoebe. The two of them were extremely close to each other, constantly whispering softly. Only after Han Shuo came in did their bright eyes stay fixed on him. Seated beside Emily was old Han, hence she turned her head after glancing at Han Shuo so as to avoid arousing suspicion. However, Phoebe seemed to still harbor some residual anger as she couldn't resist glaring at Han Shuo a few more times. Her beautiful big eyes revealed an angry overtone, seeming to rebuke him for his mysterious disappearance. "Young man, not bad. I still haven't had the time to thank you for saving me previously. Haha. I've told you that when you have time, come over and have some fun. I will definitely entertain you well. I didn't expect that till now you still haven't visited. What's the matter? Could it be that you look down on my Betteridge family?" Old Han smiled as he greeted Han Shuo before pretending to be angry as he spoke. "I've already gone to the Betteridge family and even snatched your daughter-in-law," Han Shuo said inwardly as he kept a wronged expression on his face. He innocently spread his arms and explained, "You are also aware that I have always been at Brettle City and only got back recently. There are too many matters to handle. Ha, I will definitely visit the next time I have time." "Okay then. I was just joking with you. I know that you are now a very busy person. Looking at you, I truly feel somewhat amazed. You saved my life the last time we met, but at that time, you were still an unknown. Who would have thought that in just a few years you have already become a formidable figure within the Empire? Awesome!" Old Han smiled with emotion. As Old Han was talking, Lawrence had already brought Han Shuo to his side and pointed at the chair next to him, indicating for Han Shuo to sit. Only then did he introduce the strangers around him to Han Shuo. "Hehe, I won't introduce these people as you already know them anyway. However, you are perhaps unfamiliar with these people, but in the future, we will all be on the same side. This is the current Lord of Valen City." Each time Lawrence introduced someone, Han Shuo would nod in respect. These people were either lord of their cities or either a count or a marquis. They all are top characters among the nobles. With Lawrence's introduction, Han Shuo slowly understood the powers under his control. 3 counts and 2 marquis. They were all powerful figures within Asan City and were all middle-aged. They were either in charge of a big family, held key positions under King Uhtred or had military power. It seemed like only the people of their age would not stubbornly hold on to the idea that an illegitimate child could not obtain the throne. As Lawrence introduced them, the nobles would nod amicably toward Han Shuo. Currently, Han Shuo had the authority over Brettle City and was favored by the king. His status as a marquis was similar to their own status. In addition, they were now in the same faction. It would be odd if they were unfriendly toward Han Shuo. When Lawrence finished the introductions, Han Shuo was more or less familiar with Lawrence's current strength. These marquises and counts were people that held true power. In addition, he had the support of the Betteridge family and the Dark Mantle. Furthermore, there were still a few experts that surpassed worldly powers that supported him. In this case, Lawrence truly possessed the means to oppose eldest Prince Charles. It seemed like that Uhtred's swift and decisive actions had indeed brought about the greatest benefit to Lawrence. It caused Lawrence's power to rise greatly while also convincing more nobles to support him, allowing Lawrence to possess the qualifications to go against Charles and vie for the throne. After Lawrence introduced the nobles that Han Shuo were not familiar with, he paused for a while before continuing, "We were just discussing a few matters. Let me summarize them for you. Currently, we should use our forces to their maximum potential and let the talents under us acquire power while my father is still alive. On the other hand, based on our current foundation, we still need to obtain stronger support in preparation for Charles and others' desperate actions. The Empire's authority is basically in the hands of the nobles. Even though my royal father clearly supports me, if those nobles support Charles, they would still collaborate with Charles to resist me when my royal father dies. This matter is extremely hard to solve. The most important issue is my identity. Those stubborn fellows clearly would not choose me, but they hold too much power in their hands that without them making mistakes, my father has no means whatsoever to reduce the authority in their hands. This really is a headache-inducing problem. Han Chuo didn't say a word after he sat down, only listening to Lawrence's descriptions. When Lawrence finished talking, Han Chuo understood that the situation was not as ideal as he had imagined. It seemed like even though they had Uhtred's support, Charles's prior advantage was too huge. Lawrence would never be able to peacefully ascend the throne. Your Highness, Duke Ashburn has an enormous influence within the empire. The bigwigs he has made friends with include the majority of nobles. With him supporting the eldest prince, they would be extremely hard to deal with. Currently, His Majesty is able to suppress him, but if he dies, Duke Ashburn would surely oppose with all his strength. The power in his hands is enough to alter the entire situation. This is really difficult to manage. A count named Talric said to Lawrence. That's right. Once His Majesty meets his demise, no one can control Duke Ashburn. This is truly hard to handle. Lawrence's foster father, Evie said while frowning. Hehe, you all neglected the person that just got to Asen City. If Lawrence can obtain this person's support, I think the situation would be totally different. Old Han suddenly chuckled and said. When they heard those words, everyone was moved, but they sighed soon after. Boris replied, that unreasonable madman is indeed no ordinary person, but he doesn't even listen to His Majesty's orders. Who would be able to convince him? Lawrence was distracted for a moment, before looking fervently at Han Chuo. However, when he saw Emily and Phoebe, he hurriedly retracted his gaze. Han Chuo realized simply from Lawrence's expression that he knew of the relationship between Fanny and the madman Firenze. He cannot help but sigh inwardly. He knew that Lawrence definitely had a goal when Lawrence painstakingly made friends with himself. Lawrence had actually started to rope him in so long ago. It seems that of all the princes, Lawrence had planned the furthest ahead. Chapter 408 408 Fanny's Deep Emotions. Please continue reading on, Ox. Val. M. Han Chuo did not express his opinion on what they discussed next, merely thinking about the madman Firenze's arrival in Asen City and the effect it would cause on him. Based on what Han Chuo had promised Fanny, he knew that since Firenze had reached Asen City, he would definitely meet Firenze in the near future. The matter of Han Chuo already having Phoebe and Emily by his side would be exposed sooner or later. He wasn't sure what great reaction Fanny would have once she found out. It was the same for Phoebe, who had just accepted Emily yet still had residual anger. If she found out about Fanny as well, she might insist on bringing out a cage. Unfortunately, since things have reached such a situation, there was no way he could conceal it any longer. Brian, Brian! Lawrence suddenly shouted twice. Han Chuo suddenly came to his senses. He looked astonished at Lawrence and asked, "What's up? What do you think we should do next? Charles is our main opponent. Do you have any ideas?" Lawrence looked brightly at Han Chuo as he sought Han Chuo's opinion. Han Chuo was currently feeling troubled and simply did not seriously listen to their discussion. He shook his head in response and said, "I don't have any good ideas." When Lawrence heard Han Chuo's reply and saw that he had a vexed expression, he understood that Han Chuo was perhaps occupied by some other thoughts. He nodded without asking further, continuing to discuss with the other nobles instead. After a short while, they finished their discussion. The nobles left in succession, including Emily and Old Han, only leaving Phoebe, Lawrence, and Han Chuo in the room. "Brian, thank you for introducing Mr. Crowley to me, allowing me to have such a strong Grand Magus by my side." After the rest had left, Lawrence thanked Han Chuo sincerely. Han Chuo was stunned for a moment before responding and said, "That Crowley has joined you?" "Yes, Mr. Crowley said that he followed your advice and decided to join me." Lawrence smiled as he explained. "That's good. Lawrence, I have some matters to speak with Phoebe, we'll be leaving first." Han Chuo pondered for a moment before saying to Lawrence. "All right then, you two can leave first." Lawrence smiled as he got up to send them off. Phoebe pouted, appearing to still be angry at Han Chuo. Under Lawrence's gaze, she got into her own carriage. Han Chuo hesitated for a moment, but on second thought, since many people knew of his relationship with Phoebe, he got on soon after. Based on the current situation, his relationship with the three women would perhaps no longer able to be concealed. Han Chuo seriously considered for a moment, deciding to just confess to the three women. Of the three women, Emily was the only one who wouldn't mind it too much. Besides, Emily faintly knew of some information through the dark mantle, hence Han Chuo wasn't worried about her. However, both Phoebe and Fanny were huge problems. He was unable to conceal it further even if he wanted to, and it would be worse if they found out by themselves. Reaching this situation, Han Chuo really had no other ideas and resigned to his fate and tell them the truth. Within the elegant horse carriage, Han Chuo had a reserved expression as he remained silent. Phoebe's anger toward Han Chuo had yet to diminish, pouting and also not saying a word. In a moment, the atmosphere within the carriage was somewhat tense. After a short while, Han Chuo took a deep breath, turning his head to look at Phoebe and said in a low voice, "Phoebe, apart from you and Emily, I still have another woman." Phoebe's eyebrows raised, her eyes overflowing with disbelief. There were signs of rage coming from her delicate body as she clenched her teeth and unwaveringly stared at Han Chuo before saying sharply, "You, what did you say? Apart from Emily and yourself, I still have another woman. Her name is Fanny, she was previously my teacher. She's also the first woman I liked." Han Chuo sounded downcast, sighing when he finished. What is the meaning of this? Why are you telling me this?" Phoebe couldn't contain her rage. She already found it hard to accept Emily. Now, Han Chuo suddenly said that there is another woman. Phoebe's mind buzzed as she felt a sharp pain penetrating her heart. "She is a teacher at my academy and took care of me from the start," Han Chuo described his relationship with Fanny. He then sighed as he gazed at Phoebe and said, "Sorry, I shouldn't have deceived you. That was because I didn't want you to be happy. That was what had happened. I'm saying so much to you not because I want you to forgive me but to let you know that as a matter of fact, I'm truly a bad person like you said and am even the extremely bad kind. Leave immediately, I don't want to ever see you again." Phoebe cried incessantly, suddenly crying out sharply to the point of losing her voice. When Han Chuo saw Phoebe losing control of her emotions, he suddenly felt an extremely strong grievance. He knew that it would be useless to say anything at this moment and thus simply nodded before opening the carriage's window and flew out. Han Chuo knew since a long time ago that Phoebe was a headstrong person. Such an independent woman would not easily forgive him for deceiving her. Perhaps it was precisely because Phoebe had strong feelings for him, hence she was so hurt by what Han Chuo said today. Han Chuo suddenly understood the pain of the woman he loved dearly. The anguish he felt didn't seem any less than what Phoebe was feeling. Han Chuo himself had an extreme pain in his heart. Carrying that intense pain in his heart, Han Chuo made his way toward Babylon Academy of Magic and Force. When Han Chuo reached Fanny's laboratory, it just happened to be after lunchtime. Ever since Han Chuo visited a few days ago, Fanny felt extremely content and was very cheerful the past few days. When she opened the laboratory door intending to first rest for a while, she suddenly saw Han Chuo who was seated on a chair within the room. The current Han Chuo seemed absent-minded and looked somewhat pale. He sat gloomily without saying a word, as though he had an extremely heavy load on his mind. With a glance, Fanny suddenly realized that the current Han Chuo was completely different from the past. Previously, Han Chuo always had a strong fighting spirit or was frivolous and improper. He had never been as downcast and absent-minded as he was today. "Brian, what happened to you? Are you ill?" Fanny was flustered, hurrying to Han Chuo's side, raising a hand to feel his forehead. Hearing Fanny's voice, Han Chuo was startled. When he saw Fanny filled with concern for himself, the pain in his heart increased. He stared blankly for a while, perhaps wanting to feel more of Fanny's gentle feelings as he simply stared deeply at Fanny as he carefully appreciated the temperature of Fanny's warm hand. "What's wrong? Why are you saying anything? What's going on?" When Fanny saw Han Shuo not saying a word and simply staring blankly at herself, she felt more frenetic, impatiently questioning Han Shuo as her worry was displayed on her face. "Fanny, I've let you down." Han Shuo, who was staring blankly at Fanny, didn't know if this tenderness would still exist after he spoke. However, he knew that he was unable to hide, finally sighed and said to Fanny, "You aren't ill, right? What nonsense are you saying?" Fanny beamed as she pulled back her hand from Han Shuo's forehead, looking tenderly at Han Shuo's eyes as she replied. Han Shuo didn't dare to look straight at Fanny's eyes and guiltily lowered his head. He suddenly remembered that he had not had physical relations with Fanny. In that case, as long as he told Fanny the truth, it wouldn't cause much harm to Fanny. Toward his loved ones, Han Shuo had never been a heartless person. The reason why Han Shuo had concealed this matter for such a long time, apart from enjoying the wonderful feeling of having multiple women, it was because he didn't want to heartlessly cause them pain. However, Han Shuo only suddenly realized at this moment that his actions of hiding the truth would indeed not cause them pain in the short term, but such actions would cause them a lifetime of anguish. This was precisely why Han Shuo decided to sincerely explain the truth to both parties. However, the guilty Han Shuo didn't dare face Fanny's gentle feelings. Under Fanny's impatient inquiry, Han Shuo used the same downcast voice to explain, "Apart from you, I still have 2 other women. I've let you down." Fanny's hand, which was tenderly caressing Han Shuo's hair, suddenly stopped. Han Shuo instinctively raised his head to look, suddenly realizing that Fanny had frozen in position, her tender eyes filled with helplessness and pain. Her rosy lips paled, constantly squirmed as if she wanted to say something yet was unable to make up any sound. 2 streams of tears flowed down her smooth cheeks, sliding down her neck. After a very long time, Fanny's dimmed eyes focused on Han Shuo. She had a bleak expression, sounding forlorn as she said softly, "Brian, are you telling me this because you want to break off our relationship?" Han Shuo froze, unable to understand Fanny's response. He had thought that Fanny should be furious like Phoebe was, chasing him away regardless of everything. He did not think that in this moment, Fanny actually had such a grim and frightened expression like a helpless blossoming flower bud. An intense feeling of self-blame suddenly rushed into Han Shuo's heart. Han Shuo's eyes reddened as he pulled Fanny into his embrace, choking with emotion as he said, "Sorry, it's all my fault. Sorry. Brian, I've already known long ago regarding the matters between Miss Phoebe and yourself." Fanny faintly spoke, before exerting all her strength to embrace Han Shuo tightly, as though afraid that Han Shuo would depart from her side. Han Shuo had a lifeless expression, subconsciously hugging Fanny tightly without knowing the reason why. His mind was filled with questions. She actually knew. How did she find out? "You are the dazzling new star of the Empire. Information about you is spread everywhere. Among them naturally includes matters regarding Miss Phoebe and yourself. It's funny that you still deceive yourself and assume that I'm unaware. The first time I heard that information, I didn't believe it. However, slowly through my own understanding, I finally believed the information. I'm truly a weak woman. I should have always maintained a distance from you from the start and not fall for your enticement. However, in the days where you aren't around, my mind is completely filled with your image, forever impossible to get rid of. Sorry, I'm unable to do it. Even though I'm fully aware that you already have Miss Phoebe, I'm still unable to leave you. Once I imagine that we would no longer interact, I would feel suffocated. You would never be able to understand this feeling. I'm useless. I'm unable to walk away from your vortex of emotions and instead can't help but sink deeper," Fanny muttered as she mocked herself while in Han Shuo's bosom, her voice full of helplessness and misery. Her narration from the bottom of her heart ruthlessly tore apart Han Shuo's opinionated guise. Han Shuo felt dizzy from an incomparably intense happiness. Even though this happiness contained a hint of extreme agony, even though this happiness made Han Shuo's lips dry up and his eyes redden, causing his firm heart to weaken. I know, Phoebe is a good woman. Have you come here after deciding to leave me? Fanny murmured in sorrow, her tone filled with agony and desolation. Her tears were like a pearl necklace that had snapped, pearl after pearl dripping on Han Shuo's shoulder. No. Han Shuo bellowed, before continuing to say, I will never leave you. Never. I said so much just to request your forgiveness. I have never thought of leaving you. Sorry, it's all my fault, it's all my fault. Fanny's delicate body trembled slightly as she suddenly stood up, teardrops still hanging from her eyes that indescribably anticipated, gazing toward Han Shuo's face. Her voice trembled and was filled with disbelief as she said softly, Brian, are you saying the truth? Repeatedly nodding his head, Han Shuo had never been as serious as he was now, his voice choking with emotion as he guaranteed, so long as you don't leave me, I will never be the one to let go and leave you. I promise. But I only recognized the fact that I can never leave you after 2 years of torment and suffering. I don't mind that you are with Miss Phoebe and other women. However, would Miss Phoebe care about my existence? Fanny said bitterly. I don't know. However, I would give her and myself some time. Perhaps, she would finally make a good decision. However, regardless of her decision, it would not change my feelings for you. It definitely won't. Han Shuo said resolutely. Fanny's eyes were filled with surprise and happiness that couldn't be contained. She took the initiative to hug Han Shuo tightly again, standing on tiptoe to ardently kiss Han Shuo. Her hands had brazenly slipped into Han Shuo's clothes, caressing Han Shuo's strong body while trying to help Han Shuo undress. Chapter 409. 409 Refusal. Please continue reading on, Ox. Val. M. It was unclear what Fanny's thoughts were as for the first time, she was so spontaneous and so passionate. Both her kisses and actions were incomparably bold and unrestrained. At this moment, Han Shuo was unexpectedly the passive receiver. Fanny's previous words contained a sea of deep emotions, brought about an enormous shock to Han Shuo, causing him to feel extremely guilty toward Fanny. When the two of them kissed, Han Shuo, who had always been the aggressor in the past, instead wasn't that overbearing. Oh! Brian, Fanny's lovable appearance was bright red and contained shyness as she moaned softly. Han Shuo's outer clothing had unconsciously been taken off by Fanny. Han Shuo's naked upper body was extremely robust, each inch of muscle seemed to be brimming with explosive force. When Fanny became out of breath, her fragrant lips left Han Shuo's as she took deep breaths. As she gazed at Han Shuo's chiseled body, her eyes were brimming with dense amorous feelings. Do me now, there was a mouse-like squeak. Fanny blushed as she buried her head in Han Shuo's chest, inhaling the rich manly scent from Han Shuo's body. She simply felt that her heart was in a mess and was able to clearly hear her own heart beating. We can't. Han Shuo smiled bitterly as he refused. Fanny lost her head out of fear, suddenly lifting her head to stare at Han Shuo. Her blushing expression was clearly filled with sorrow and puzzlement, her eyes brimming with doubt and panic. Teacher Jean is coming over and it's presently daytime. You still need to go teach a class later. How about, at night? Han Shuo smiled bitterly, scratching his head as he spoke softly to Fanny. Hearing Han Shuo's explanation, Fanny suddenly came to her senses, her face still red as she hurriedly dressed Han Shuo and said anxious, That's right, that's right. In that case, you should leave first, we'll talk about it another day. Right at this moment, Jean's footsteps had already neared till the point that Fanny herself could hear them. Fanny became even more hurried as she had harbored ulterior motives, desperately urging Han Shuo to make haste and leave. Han Shuo smiled bitterly and nodded while draping his shirt over his shoulders, departing Fanny's laboratory before Jean had reached. As he headed back to his residence, Han Shuo felt ineffably moved by Fanny's deep emotions. He had never expected that Fanny had actually been struggling bitterly for so long because of him. Also, even though Fanny knew about his matters, she still didn't want to leave him. Her strong feelings caused Han Shuo to feel that he was unable to return the favor to her. Just as Han Shuo reached his residence, Steward Collis hurriedly rushed over, having a grave expression as he said, "Lord Marquis, Grand Duke Ashburn and eldest Prince Charles request a meeting. They have already been waiting for some time. What are they here for?" Han Shuo was startled and knitted his brows in puzzlement. "I don't know," Collis replied respectfully. With his heart filled with suspicion, Han Shuo walked toward the hall used for receiving esteemed guests. With a glance, he saw eldest Prince Charles, who he last saw in the Northern Rose Garden. It was actually the first time he was meeting Duke Ashburn, who was by Charles's side. When he looked at Duke Ashburn, Han Shuo immediately knew that he was a crafty old fox and definitely not a person easy to deal with. The two of them had a relaxed expression as they sipped tea within the hall, actually not bringing a single attendant with them. Once Han Shuo heard Steward Collis report, he immediately sent out a mystic demon to observe the surroundings of the mansion. Only then did he notice that there were two luxurious horse carriages stopped by the front gate and a squadron of knights keeping watch by their side. Han Shuo, who was vexed due to Fanny and Phoebe's matters, had been deep in thought on the journey back and had neglected the surrounding situation. Only after he instructed the mystic demon to circle around the estate did he realize the different situations within the mansion. As this was the capital, Asan City, Ashburn and eldest Prince Charles, who had openly come to visit Han Shuo, were naturally unafraid that Han Shuo would suddenly rise in revolt. Hence they boldly left the squadron of knights outside, not bringing a single expert along for protection. On the surface, the two of them still seemed to have quite the presence. When he saw Han Shuo enter, Ashburn glanced at Charles before standing. He smiled and nodded toward Han Shuo before saying, "Marquis Brian has such a well-known reputation. Seeing you today, it is indeed well-deserved. An outstanding male like Marquis Brian is truly rare within our Lancelot Empire." Haha. Han Shuo wasn't in a good mood. Having heard many occasions where old fox Ashburn and Charles threw their weight around, he didn't have a good impression of the two of them. He replied while faking a smile, "Lord Duke is overpraising me. In front of Lord Duke, no one else is fit to be famed for a well-known reputation. Greetings, eldest prince." Han Shuo then bowed toward eldest Prince Charles in accordance to etiquette. "Hehe, be at ease. Previously there were some misunderstandings with Marquis Brian. I've come this time precisely because I wish to our prior misunderstandings." Eldest Prince Charles looked at Han Shuo amiably, his friendly manner as different as night and day from the previous time at the Rose Garden. "Your Highness is too courteous. We never had any misunderstandings. The way you say it makes me worry about what had happened." Han Shuo was stunned, before replying Charles while having an expression that he was unable to make head or tail of the situation. Coughing softly, Duke Ashburn smiled and said, "Previously we had Cameron to assist with some matters. I didn't expect that Mr. Cameron actually became a competitor to Miss Phoebe's business. Cameron truly deserves to die, actually using Charles's title to intimidate people, audaciously finding trouble with Miss Phoebe. Hehe, at the start, we didn't know of this matter. However, I suppose that Marquis Brian would perhaps misunderstand that we had prompted Cameron to act that way. Hence, we have specially come to clarify the matter with Marquis Brian. We hope that Marquis Brian wouldn't misunderstand us due to that matter. Honestly speaking, Charles and I have always extremely admired you and wish to be friends with you." Misunderstanding? There was simply no misunderstanding. Without your instructions, why would Cameron dare to use his connection with you to intimidate Phoebe? Han Shuo sneered inwardly. He already understood their goal from Ashburn and Charles's tone. He was certain that this was because of his status in Uhtred's heart. This caused the two of them to realize his importance. This was why they would deign and deliberately want to make friends with him. Hehe, that must be a misunderstanding. That matter had happened so long ago that I almost forgot about it. There's nothing much to discuss. Han Shuo squinted his eyes, playing down the issue. Shortly after, he smiled as he looked at Ashburn and Charles while asking, "May I know, are there any other matters causing Lord Duke and His Highness to visit?" The development of Brettle City has been the most inspirational news in recent days. The city lord of Sea Mist City, which neighbors Brettle City, Karof, has extremely close relations with me. Hehe, if Brettle City and Sea Mist City are able to work closely together, the development in all areas would be even faster. My visit today is precisely to discuss with Marquis Brian the aid that Sea Mist City can provide Brettle City, such as manpower and resources that Brettle City needs urgently. Eldest Prince Charles smiled as he looked at Han Shuo, slowly explaining his proposal. Sea Mist City Lord Karof was a member of the Hog family. His sister Kalina was eldest Prince Charles's wife. His relationship with Charles was naturally extremely intimate. The distance between Sea Mist City and Brettle City isn't very far. If Sea Mist City was able to provide some effective help, it would naturally be extremely beneficial to Brettle City's development. This was something Han Shuo was aware of. In that case, what does Brettle City have to invest on their part? Han Shuo remained calm and collected as he inquired. There's no need for any investment. As long as I'm able to gain Marquis Brian's friendship, I would be satisfied. Charles's scorching gaze was fixed on Han Shuo as he replied. Grand Duke Ashburn smiled as he looked at Han Shuo. He pondered for a moment before saying, "Marquis Brian, to be frank, I admire you greatly. If you don't mind, we can discuss in depth on the possibility of many collaborations. The power and benefit we are able to provide you far surpasses what others can give you. As long as you work together with us, power, wealth, women are all easily obtained." Han Shuo chuckled as he looked at the two of them, firmly shaking his head under their expectant gazes and said, "I'm sorry, I'm a person who cherishes old friendships and also know to return the favor of others. Both of you should understand what I mean." Hearing Han Shuo's response, eldest Prince Charles's expression sank. Just as he wanted to speak out, Ashburn glared at him. Soon after, Ashburn smiled and said, "So that is the case. I understand. Since that is the case, we'll take our leave. We apologize for brazenly disturbing. Hope you can forgive us." After he was stared at by Ashburn, Charles did not suddenly forget himself. Merely, his calm gaze toward Han Shuo had an added resentment, as if angry at Han Shuo's rejection and failing to appreciate his kindness. "In that case, I won't see you out." Han Shuo looked astonishedly at Grand Duke Ashburn. He didn't expect that Ashburn would actually be that direct, not dragging on the situation the slightest once he understood that there was no hope. "Marquis Brian, do take care of yourself." Before Charles left, he suddenly turned back to look at Han Shuo, implying a hidden intention within his words. "I thank eldest prince for his reminder, I will be careful." Han Shuo's expression suddenly turned cold, replying sarcastically. Han Shuo could clearly hear the threat within Charles's tone. He knew that after today, there was no chance of being friends with Charles and Ashburn and could only be enemies till one side is dead. Chapter 410 410 Sudden Changes within Asan City. Please continue reading on, Ox. Val. M. Han Shuo knew that Charles definitely wouldn't let him off. However, Han Shuo didn't expect that Charles's retaliation would come so quickly and that violently. That same night, Han Shuo, who was studying the method of connecting to the netherworld, suddenly felt through his consciousness several formidable auras that were gradually heading for his mansion from afar. Han Shuo was suddenly roused from his contemplation, immediately sending out 12 mystic demons, spreading out in 12 directions with the mansion as the center, like a spider web. A 500-strong knight troop, including 200 temple knights from the Church of Light, headed for Han Shuo's mansion from 4 directions. The Church of Light's Light Grand Magus Kos, a few other unfamiliar experts from the Church of Light, as well as formidable death sworn under Ashburn, were separately leading troops as they encircled the mansion. There was no moonlight that night. In the pitch-black curtain of night, they did not conceal themselves, simply heading openly toward Han Shuo's mansion. Han Shuo was able to see the killing intent within the eyes of these knights. Han Shuo was alarmed, hurriedly exiting his hidden room. The scene he saw through the 12 mystic demons simply exceeded Han Shuo's imagination. No matter how large the influence Ashburn and Charles had, how would they dare to be so unbridled in the capital of Lancelot Empire, Asen City? The area Han Shuo was living in was surrounded by wealthy and respectable people and were all influential characters within the empire. Even though it was a moonless night, such a large movement would definitely be unable to be concealed. Furthermore, Asen City was the Dark Mantle's headquarters. Ashburn was after all not King Uhtred. On what basis is he so unbridled? A series of misgivings rushed into Han Shuo's mind. He only felt that Ashburn must be insane. Such a crazy movement definitely shouldn't be something that old fox dares to do. Unfortunately, with the appearance of Kos and the presence of other members of his dukedom already proved that this operation is indeed incited by Ashburn. While Han Shuo was still at a loss, a nearby mansion suddenly ignited in flames which reached the sky. A mystic demon just happened to see the situation in that direction and observed a group of knights charge in and kill everyone they see. In the blink of an eye, blood dyed the ground red and not even one servant was let off. Han Shuo vaguely recalled that the mansion should be Count Talric's. Talric was inclined toward Lawrence. Han Shuo even saw him in the morning and found out through Lawrence's introduction that his mansion wasn't far from his own. He didn't expect that Talric's mansion would already be in its current state. A thought flashed in Han Shuo's mind, in sudden realization. Since Ashburn dared to act so brazenly and disregard King Uhtred's authority, there are only two possibilities. Either Ashburn knew that the situation was far from good and preemptively revolted. The other possibility was that King Uhtred had already died. In that case, Ashburn would no longer be restricted by anyone. Hence he would dare to freely act, eradicating the people who were detrimental to him at the fastest speed and swiftly take Asen City under his control. However, if Ashburn wanted to revolt, he should have acted from the day King Uhtred made known that he would support Lawrence and definitely wouldn't look on unfeelingly as Uhtred delegated power bit by bit toward Lawrence. It seems that the first possibility was much smaller and that King Uhtred's sudden demise was instead the most plausible. With this suspicion, he only kept 2 mystic demons within his mansion, spreading the other 10 mystic demons further away. Among them, 1 mystic demon directly headed in the direction of the royal palace. Through the mystic demons, Han Shuo discovered even more troops being mobilized in the pitch-black night. There were other regions who were similarly engaged in cruel slaughter. These included nobles who supported Lawrence as well as powers under the second and third prince. All of a sudden, huge clouds of smoke rose from the entire inner Asen city. Ashburn and eldest Prince Charles had without a doubt already launched their operation of massacring the influences that opposed them to officially start on this moonless night. Any powers that opposed Ashburn and Charles were fated to meet with death or injuries tonight. Coming to this realization, Han Shuo rapidly headed for Steward Collis' room. Steward Collis was quite old and hence didn't sleep deeply. Furthermore, Han Shuo deliberately made louder footsteps when he headed over. Hence, Collis immediately woke up. "Lord Marquis, what's going on?" Collis had never seen Han Shuo that impatient. He nimbly sat up and immediately inquired. "Don't bring anything along, immediately wake up all the servants. All of you are to leave the mansion and flee for your lives. Duke Ashburn has revolted. A regiment of knights is currently heading for this location. Once they arrive, everyone here will be killed. Hurry, leave this place immediately." Han Shuo rapidly explained the situation. Once he finished explaining, he didn't wait for a response and hurriedly left the mansion, immediately heading for the Booze Merchant Guild where Phoebe was. This mansion was bestowed to Han Shuo by Uhtred. However, Han Shuo clearly didn't take it as a real home. There wasn't anyone here that Han Shuo truly cared about. Han Shuo also had a habit of keeping valuables within his spatial ring. At this moment, there weren't any person or item that was worth. Hence, he immediately left after warning Collis. There weren't many people who knew of Han Shuo and Fanny's relationship. Furthermore, Fanny and Lawrence didn't have any interactions. On top of that, Fanny's father was Firenze. As the lord of the southern border, Firenze was one of the few people that Ashburn worried about. Han Shuo simply didn't need to worry about Fanny's safety. Emily was within the Dark Mantle headquarters. Within the entire Asen city, the defenses of the Dark Mantle headquarters was the most secure. There were countless teleportation arrays within that linked to every major city within the empire. Even if Ashburn had overwhelming methods, he also wouldn't be able to breach the Dark Mantle headquarters in a short period of time. Wanting to capture the higher-ranking people of the Dark Mantle was even more impossible. Hence, Han Shuo was similarly not worried about Emily. However, Phoebe was close to Lawrence and the Booze Merchant Guild had repeatedly foiled Grand Duke Ashburn's matters. Hence, they were the most likely to be attacked. As the Grand Duke of the Empire, the power Ashburn wielded was second to King Uhtred. Even Phoebe's master Sacred Sword Master Carol would similarly not be taken seriously by Ashburn. With the full support of the Church of Light, the number of experts Ashburn controlled was surely even greater. It was almost impossible for Sacred Sword Master Carol to depend on his own strength to kill Ashburn. Han Shuo traveled as fast as lightning, directly heading for the Booze Merchant Guild. Along the way, he discovered through his mystic demons, even more, changes happening within Asen City. Many mansions were reduced to ruins in an extremely short period of time. A few small mansions were subjected to a number of large-scale killing spells and were razed to the ground within a few breaths. Ashburn's vicious actions were extremely resolute. As long as it was a hostile power, regardless of whether they were servants or guests, he didn't let a single person off. Many of the nobles' mansions were involved in the cruel massacre. During this course of events, the army he controlled headed for the city gates, probably intending to seize control of all the city gates. The teleportation arrays within Asen City had been seized by Ashburn a long time ago. Layers upon layers of troops firmly surrounded the magic arrays. No one would be able to leave Asen City through the magic arrays. It seems that Ashburn and Charles had planned to thoroughly seize control of the entire Asen City, disposing of all their enemies within. The mystic demon that headed for the royal palace heard wails even before it neared. Troops that were under eldest Prince Charles had already seized control of the royal palace. The mystic demon simply made a pass around the palace and discovered that King Uhtred had indeed died and some rebels were already killed on the spot. From these signs, Han Shuo suddenly realized that King Uhtred's sudden demise was perhaps related to eldest Prince Charles. Otherwise, the royal palace wouldn't be sealed off, not allowing any news to be spread. The other princes were unfortunately kept in the dark, simply unaware of the king's passing. Within Ashburn's mansion, Ashburn and eldest Prince Charles were seated together with many supporting nobles who had darkened expressions. As they directed officers to seize important positions, they read out names of nobles one after another, sending their subordinates to go and eradicate them. A mystic demon stayed in the vicinity and was able to clearly listen to the conversation between Ashburn, Charles, and the others. Han Shuo finally understood that tonight's incidents were indeed Ashburn and Charles fiercely striking back. Out of a sudden, a mystic demon who had reached Booze Merchant Guild ahead of time saw from afar a squadron of soldiers currently killing people unfeelingly. The merchants and guards of the Booze Merchant Guild died tragically one after another under the arrows of these soldiers. However, it was fortunate that these people had just begun at the front of the building and clearly haven't penetrated into the interior. Han Shuo reckoned that Phoebe was still fine for the time being. However, Han Shuo was still extremely worried, activating the art of demonic ninth heavens to its peak, heading for the Booze Merchant Guild with the speed of a meteor. He constantly prayed inwardly that nothing would happen to Phoebe. If anything happened to Phoebe, even though Han Shuo had previously promised Uhtred, he would ignore that promise and skin Charles alive. Chapter 411 411 Chopping their hands off. Please continue reading on, Ox. Val. Smoke rose everywhere from within the booze merchant guild. The soldiers under Ashburn's command charged in, killing everyone they see. The guards within the guild simply didn't have the chance to retaliate, with most of them being killed or injured in an instant. Phoebe, who was distraught from Han Shuo's words, held divine weapon Starry Sky and led the guards within the guild to do their utmost in resisting. However, the situation was clearly far from good. The soldiers that attacked Boo's Merchant Guild included some experts that supported Charles. There was also a temple knight from the Church of Light who held a silver spear and did not put anyone in his eyes. Every strike of his spear would inevitably lead to the death of a guard. There were also a few mages that continuously released spells. The Boo's Merchant Guild's buildings caught fire in succession. The stocked-up grains and goods burned within the large fire. Some servants were burning all over as they exited their rooms, only to face a rain of arrows that was shot over. Those innocent servants were all shot dead. In an extremely short time, Boo's Merchant Guild fell into the enemy's hands under the unyielding attack. Only Phoebe and a group of loyal guards were hurriedly retreating toward the back gate. During the time, the guards by Phoebe's side were being killed in succession. "Miss Phoebe, you won't be able to escape today." Space Archmage Aubrey smiled deviously as he gazed at Phoebe and said unhurriedly. Previously, it was precisely Space Archmage Aubrey and Cameron that had come to Boo's Merchant Guild to coerce Phoebe. Unfortunately, they just so happened to run into Han Shuo. In the end, Aubrey and Cameron were both inflicted by Han Shuo's poison of fire and ice, causing him to suffer from icy cold and scorching heat for the next few days. Aubrey naturally realized that it was Han Shuo's doing. However, he knew that Han Shuo wasn't someone he could provoke. Hence, he could only swallow this suffering and hide the thought of revenge in his heart. Having come to the Boo's Merchant Guild again today, Aubrey had a temple knight from the Church of Light as well as many other mage experts with him. He was completely confident that in successfully accomplishing what he didn't complete previously, to capture Phoebe and use her to threaten Sacred Sword Master Carol, causing Carol to not dare to act recklessly. Behind Aubrey was a squadron of 100 soldiers as well as the temple knight who had the pattern of an olive branch on his chest. The fleeing Phoebe only had 30 guards with her. Even though Phoebe herself was a great sword master, there was no way she could prevail over these opponents. As Aubrey spoke, he had already released a spatial rend, sending a shining sharp blade over. The guards beside Phoebe suddenly lost large chunks of flesh as the spatial rend took away a part of their body into a different space. Bang! Phoebe, who was withdrawing, suddenly felt an invisible wall striking her back. Her whole body actually shot forward a few steps. "Aubrey, you still dare to appear at my Boo's Merchant Guild? Are you all crazy? You actually dare to disregard everything and kill so many servants and guards?" Phoebe clearly didn't know that King Uhtred had died, and just like Han Shuo at the beginning, her heart filled with extreme appall. She had never imagined that Ashburn would dare to be so brazen. "Haha, we aren't insane. After tonight, Asen City and Lancelot Empire would both belong to His Highness Charles. Tonight, every hostile power would be eliminated." Aubrey laughed savagely before replying. "Less superfluous words. Capture this woman as quickly as possible. We still have other matters to handle," the temple knight suddenly spoke. Hearing the temple knight speak, Aubrey embarrassedly stopped laughing, nodding as he replied, "Lord Crespo, this woman is a great sword master. We will need to work together to capture her alive. Make your move then." The temple knight named Crespo didn't say any useless words, raising his silver spear and headed toward Phoebe. As he brandished the silver spear, a milky white brilliance burst out from the spear point. A holy aura gradually spread from Crespo's body. His silver armor suddenly burst into bright light, causing Crespo's aura to rise tremendously. Phoebe was startled, slightly retreating even before Crespo approached. Soon after, she brandished the divine weapon Starry Sky, suddenly launching a huge cross slash which reached Crespo in a flash. Crespo snorted softly, lifting up his spear toward the middle of the arriving huge cross slash. The cross slash suddenly rose into the sky, slashing a tree branch the thickness of a bowl into two. Merely a recently advanced great sword master, you should just wait obediently to be captured. Crespo said coldly, his body turning into a string of afterimages due to his high speed. The spear in his hand suddenly appeared to become several hundred as they stabbed toward Phoebe. A ring of starry radiance suddenly burst out from the divine weapon's starry sky. The specks of starlight proliferated outward, forming many cross slashes. They carried a terrifying force as they exploded all of a sudden. As the several hundred blurry silver spears were suddenly broken into dust, the explosive force spread out, causing Crespo to groan and hastily fall back a few steps. Good, very good. You are actually able to borrow the power of the divine weapon to unleash Carol's cross slash to attack. No wonder that old fellow Carol thinks so highly of you. Crespo retreated a few steps, 7 to 8 small holes appearing at the shoulder area of his silver armor, his expression cold as he spoke. Who would have expected that the Church of Light's Temple Knight would actually become the dog of the eldest prince? Is this something your religious organization that transcended worldly power should be doing? Phoebe similarly mocked him, her face filled with disdain. Miss, hurry up and leave, we'll bring up the rear. The head guard of Boo's Merchant Guild impatiently begged Phoebe. Phoebe shook her head and said helplessly, there's no way to escape. Phoebe's side didn't have any formidable mages. Facing troops who possessed war horses and were coordinating with mages and archers, escape wasn't a sensible choice because the speed of mages who could fly greatly surpassed them. Aubrey, ask your men to act together. After we take down this woman, we still have to handle other matters. Don't waste too much time. Crespo shot a glance at Aubrey, frowning as he said coldly. Aubrey nodded his head in agreement as he replied, all right then, we'll act together. After nodding toward Aubrey, Crespo raised his spear once again and headed toward Phoebe. With a simple swivel of his spear, a burst of silver light suddenly shot out. At the same moment, Aubrey starting chanting an incantation, a space-type magic shackles caused the surrounding space to fluctuate as it shot toward Phoebe. The magi beside Aubrey chanted incantations one after another. Magic barriers of every major descended toward Phoebe. The archers from a distance away had also arrived, all of them drawing their bows and aiming toward Phoebe. Bang! As Phoebe's strike obstructed Crespo's silver light, she suddenly felt a strong force and couldn't help but fall back a couple of steps. These 2 steps caused Phoebe to fall into the path of the space magic shackles. All kinds of formless energy suddenly rushed forth, causing Phoebe to feel like she was being entangled within a myriad of ropes, unable to move the slightest. Bring her away. With Phoebe in our hands, that old bastard Carol will definitely know his place. Aubrey laughed heartily in pride as he instructed a few knights behind him. Ha ha, this woman is really beautiful. Tisk tisk, her skin is extremely smooth. I have never seen a woman with such delicate skin. A knight who came over had a lecherous smile, attempting to stroke Phoebe's face as he used a rope to tie her up. As Phoebe, who couldn't move and could speak, saw the rough hand approaching her face, her eyes were filled with intense panic and ire. She uncontrollably thought of Han Chuo in this vulnerable moment, thinking, how good will it be if you scoundrel is able to come and rescue me? As long as you appear, I might even forgive you. I don't want anyone apart from you to touch me. When a woman was frightened, vulnerable and helpless, the first person she would think of would definitely be her man. Phoebe was no exception. When she saw the knight's hand about to caress her face, as she lost her head out of fear, Phoebe called out for Han Chuo in her heart. Swish! Just as the rough hand was about to touch Phoebe's face, a noise suddenly sounded. Soon after, the knight was suddenly howling miserably. That coarse hand was chopped off at the wrist, dripping with blood as it fell by Phoebe's feet. Who is that? Crespo suddenly shouted loudly, on guard as he looked around in all directions. The silver spear in his hand flashed intermittently with silver light. Swish! In the moonless night, a strand of black light flashed past. The knight who had his hand chopped off howled mournfully once again. Everyone took a look, realizing that the knight's other hand had also been chopped off. "Capture Phoebe, hurry!" Aubrey suddenly came to his senses, hastily instructed the knights who were still distracted. The few of them immediately started to move, planning to first tie Phoebe up with the thick rope in their hands. Swish, swish, swish. The strand of black light appeared repeatedly, resembling black thread that weaved the curtain of night. The knights that attempted to approach Phoebe had their extended hands chopped off one after another. In a flash, more hands actually appeared by Phoebe's feet. Phoebe was shackled by magic and couldn't move, but her eyes didn't miss anything that occurred around her. She suddenly felt an intense happiness fill her heart. Without even needing to think, Phoebe knew that Han Shuo had arrived. With the current crisis resolved, Phoebe momentarily forgot Han Shuo's bad points, only remembering that Han Shuo had assisted her time and time again. "Brian! Damn it, why have you only arrived now?" Phoebe shouted loudly in her heart. Her eyes were brimming with happiness and serenity. She was no longer worried about the surrounding danger, as if with the existence of that strand of black light, there would no longer be any danger to her. "Come out, you cowardly sneak attacker!" Crespo suddenly shouted loudly as he charged toward Phoebe. That person has arrived!" Aubrey suddenly recovered from his shock and shouted to Crespo. Crespo was distracted momentarily, before quickly coming to his senses and shouting at once, "That's impossible! That fellow is powerless to defend himself, he shouldn't be able to appear here that quickly." "According to who?" A chilling voice suddenly came from afar. As the voice sounded, a shadow already stood by Phoebe's side. Han Shuo glanced at Crespo, his left hand gently pressing on Phoebe's back, and suddenly erupted in violent energy. A string of crackling sounds rang in Phoebe's surroundings. Several barriers and Aubrey's shackles suddenly broke into many pieces. Phoebe, who was previously shackled and unable to move, suddenly felt that she was able to move her whole body. Prior to Han Shuo's arrival, Phoebe was continuously calling out for him in her heart, even thinking to herself that if Han Shuo saved her once again, she would forgive his fickleness. However, when Han Shuo really appeared and Phoebe's danger was removed, she once again brooded over the previous matter, feeling that she shouldn't forgive him that easily. Hence, she snorted softly but didn't say anything. "Heh, you even dare to touch my woman! Courting death!" After Han Shuo broke Phoebe's shackles with a strike, he menacingly gazed at the people in front of him and said coldly, "Bah! Who is your woman? You fickle scoundrel!" Phoebe was happy yet ashamed and couldn't help but hatefully glare at Han Shuo, panting in rage as she said, "I still haven't forgiven you for that matter. Please refrain from talking rubbish. Of course Miss Phoebe is my woman. If you aren't my woman, why would I travel all the way to the north of the city to save you?" Han Shuo grinned as he replied, "Phoebe, it's really you. How is that possible? How did you manage to escape from Lord Cass's grasp?" Crespo's expression changed, looking at Han Shuo in shock as he spoke. "Cass? Ha, in several fights, it seemed that the one who is always fleeing is that fellow," Han Shuo said calmly to Crespo. As he spoke, Han Shuo had already taken out the skeletal staff, his expression gradually became colder. "It is different this time. Apart from Lord Cass, there's also Lord Blount. How did you manage to escape?" Crespo was at a loss, retreating in fear. Han Shuo's evil reputation was currently extremely well known in the Church of Light. Red Archbishop Cass was repeatedly defeated by him. Han Shuo's strength was also gradually acknowledged by the people within the Church of Light. Crespo still had self-awareness, knowing that with his strength, he definitely wasn't Han Shuo's match. The notion of retreating had appeared in his heart. "Every single one of you will not leave here alive." Han Shuo pronounced their fate, the skeletal staff beginning to summon undead creatures. Red Archbishop Cass, who wielded the Revelation Divine artifact, wasn't here, and there weren't any light mages who could quickly purify undead creatures present. Han Shuo had complete confidence in swiftly killing all of them. Chapter 412. 412 Sacred Night. Please continue reading on, Ox. Val. M. Under the summons of the skeletal staff, waves of undead creatures densely filled Han Shuo's surroundings. Han Shuo held Phoebe in one hand and the skeletal staff in the other, rapidly reciting incantations. Retreat. Crespo decisively gave the order, taking the lead in withdrawing. When Aubrey, who was in charge of the current operation, saw Han Shuo suddenly appearing by Phoebe's side, he immediately knew that they had failed once again. When groups of undead creatures gradually appeared, Aubrey had also thought of withdrawing. Crespo's call for retreat matched his intentions and he similarly started to escape toward the rear. Want to run? It's too late. Han Shuo released Phoebe's hand, which he had been holding firmly, and suddenly flew toward Aubrey. He held the skeletal staff in his left hand as before, while the demon slayer edge shot out from his right palm. Aubrey had already suffered great losses to Han Shuo previously. Once he saw Han Shuo directly charging toward him, his expression changed at once. He hastily shouted at the archers on the surrounding roofs, "Shoot him to death!" A rain of arrows shot toward Han Shuo, the power and speed of the arrows indicating that the strength of these archers was out of the ordinary. However, even before the arrow rain could reach Han Shuo's skeletal staff shook, causing several towering bone shields to appear in all directions, blocking off the entire arrow rain. Han Shuo's speed exceeded Aubrey's imagination. When Aubrey turned his head to take a look, the cold and vicious Han Shuo was actually only a short distance away from him. "Be careful!" Crespo suddenly shouted loudly, the silver spear in his hand thrust like a drill at high speed toward Han Shuo. Han Shuo turned his head to glance at Crespo before raising his right hand. The demon slayer edge turned into a flash of black light and stabbed toward the spear point with a swish. Clang! A magnificent radiance blossomed. Crespo only felt an enormous force rush into his body through the spear, rushing from his arm into his 5 viscera and 6 bowels, causing severe wounds to his divine body in a flash. He couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood, his complexion pale as he continued to retreat. Dong! Crespo's silver spear had actually been split into 2 as it fell on the stone floor. The excessive might of the demon slayer edge didn't decrease as it continued like a shadow toward Crespo's chest. Even before Crespo could stand firmly, there was merely a poo sound as the demon slayer edge penetrated Crespo's silver armor and cut open a large hole in his chest. As a piercing pain spread from his chest, Crespo's pale face was filled with despair as he looked in a daze at the hole in his chest. With a last "How is that possible?" he collapsed loudly soon after. Aubrey was terror-stricken, reckless, escaping into the distance, no longer caring about the lives of the others. Crespo was the main assistance for this operation. He was a Sky Rider, and after joining the Church of Light's Temple Knights, because of his pious belief toward the God of Light, he had received additional divine protection and was much stronger than an ordinary Sky Rider. The silver spear and his bright silver armor were both items that only high-ranking Temple Knights possessed. They were both extremely high-quality items in the eyes of all blacksmiths within the continent. The spear and armor both contained divine energy. Who would have thought that under the attack of that weapon, they were broken apart like papier-mâché, causing Aubrey to tremble in fear. Aubrey, who was fleeing with all his might, clearly didn't realize that Han Shuo's speed far exceeded his own. Even before Aubrey could leave Bu's Merchant Guild's area of influence, a cold shout was heard behind him. Aubrey was overwhelmed with shock, disregarding everything to start using the teleportation spell, which he was yet to be proficient in. As a space archmage, Aubrey's comprehension of space magic could only be considered a drop in the ocean. He was unable to freely teleport short distances, unlike space grand magi like Emma. However, Aubrey had no other choice as matters stand. He knew in his heart that he absolutely wasn't a match for Han Shuo. Since he had no hope of escaping through speed, he could only brave death and use that yet to be mastered spatial magic. When people are in dire straits, they would always burst forth with some latent potential. Aubrey, who usually needed 2 seconds to cast a magic spell, only used 1 second to cast the unmastered spell. Before Han Shuo neared Aubrey, he suddenly felt violent spatial fluctuations from Aubrey's surroundings. The space suddenly shattered like a mirror. Aubrey was aghast and howled miserably. His body seemed to be within the broken space, split into several fragments. When the space returned to normal, Aubrey had disappeared without a trace. Han Chuo stood unmoving, apprehensive about the space magic. The effect of recklessly using unfamiliar magic would sometimes be much more powerful than standard space magic. Aubrey was clearly in such a situation. When Han Chuo saw Aubrey's body split in tandem with the space around him, he assumed that there must have been a problem with the spell and hence Aubrey had thrown away his life with it. If Han Chuo had suddenly entered that region before it returned to normal, he would very possibly be affected by the spell and unable to escape. On the off chance that he ends up in an alternate space, Han Chuo would really feel like crying. Aubrey's status was unknown, but Han Chuo felt that most likely he was dead. Without wasting any more time, Han Chuo immediately headed to Phoebe's side, holding on to Phoebe again and said hastily, "We should leave first. I reckon that Lawrence's location would be the most dangerous." Phoebe was startled yet happy, startled when she heard Han Chuo describe Lawrence's danger. She knew that Lawrence was the most crucial person. For Ashburn to dare to attack her so brazenly, Lawrence was probably in deep trouble as well. If Lawrence was killed, eldest Prince Charles and Duke Ashburn would truly be able to control the situation. If that happens, the only remaining option for Han Chuo and herself would be to escape. Her happiness stemmed from the fact that Han Chuo clearly knew that Lawrence was in greater danger, but he still prioritized her rescue. This clearly proved that her importance to Han Chuo was above all else. Even though Lawrence's survival would bring Han Chuo greater power and benefits, Han Chuo had still come to save her first in such an important situation. Phoebe was truly touched by this. "What about them?" Phoebe immediately agreed but inquired about the guards and the few merchants from the booze merchant guild beside her. "Let them flee by themselves. Don't worry, the remaining enemies are confronting my undead creatures. They simply have no chance to attack them again." Han Chuo hastily instructed. "Miss, you two should leave first. We know what to do." The guard leader hurried said to Phoebe. Phoebe hesitated for a moment before nodding and saying, "All right then. All of you take care too. Quickly leave this place." Han Chuo no longer said any superfluous words, holding Phoebe by the waist and directly flying toward Lawrence's mansion. "Bastard, how could you do that in public?" As Phoebe was grabbed by the waist, she smelled Han Chuo's familiar smell. Her tender and beautiful face was red from blushing as she resentfully chided him. "What's your concern? In any case, all of them know that you are my woman." Han Chuo casually replied, clearly not at all embarrassed. You still dare to say that? I haven't forgiven you." Phoebe hatefully rolled her eyes at Han Chuo, her residual anger yet to fade. "We'll talk about this later. Don't talk anymore, we need to quickly find Lawrence. If Lawrence has indeed died, I will immediately bring you away from Awson City and return at the fastest speed to my Brettle City." Han Chuo replied. "Brian, it seems like you don't care about Lawrence's life or death. Is that true?" Phoebe looked astonishedly at Han Chuo with some uncertainty. "No. I'm merely being realistic and stating the facts. If I didn't care about Lawrence's fate, I wouldn't be going to save him now." "All right, no more talking." Han Chuo casually replied before suddenly increasing his speed, heading toward Lawrence's mansion like a streak of lightning. Ever since Han Chuo knew that Lawrence had purposely made friends with him with ulterior motives, he had no longer treated Lawrence as a true friend. Lawrence, who thought deeply and planned everything carefully, had only been acting for his own interests. Han Chuo understood this and didn't feel any resentment toward Lawrence's actions. However, it was also impossible for Han Chuo to not have any ill feelings. Merely, Han Chuo's interests were firmly tied to Lawrence. Only if Lawrence ascended the throne would Han Chuo be able to obtain the most benefits. Although this relationship, which was purely based on benefits, was firm, it wouldn't involve too much personal feelings. It can only be said that Han Shuo going to Lawrence's aid was entirely for his own interests and not because of personal relations between them. Hence, Han Shuo didn't have much feelings regarding Lawrence's life or death. That was why he had an apathetic expression when talking about Lawrence's situation. Soaring flames could be seen from afar even before they reached Lawrence's mansion, illuminating the moonless night. The fire from Lawrence's mansion was really too conspicuous. There were also mansions of other nobles in the surroundings of Lawrence's mansion. However, these mansions were untouched, the gates firmly shut without a single person emerging to take a look, as though they had suddenly become blind and deaf, ignoring the sound of activity coming from Lawrence's mansion. All of them seemed to have sunk into the deepest sleep. As Han Shuo glanced at the strangely silent mansions, the mystic demons had made a loop at a high altitude, suddenly realizing that the people within these seemingly silent mansions were similarly losing their head out of fear. However, at the strict orders of their owners, no one dared to make a sound and no one was curious enough to exit the mansion to take a look. This was the best example of the hypocrisy of the world. The nobles within these mansions were not Lawrence's closest allies. Most of them had yet to indicate which side they supported and hence luckily escaped a calamity. The older nobles all knew what they were doing, realizing that the only people within the entire Lancelot Empire who dared to attack Lawrence's residence were Ashburn and eldest Prince Charles. They were not people these nobles could contend against and thus, being a bystander was the most sensible decision. Rumble. A huge bang could be heard from within Lawrence's mansion. From afar, Han Shuo saw many tall buildings collapse loudly. Within the dark sky, two gold figures were extremely gaudy as they soared uninhibitedly over several buildings. Gold light would frequently flash out and would result in the collapse of another building. Slender gorges would appear after the flashes of gold light. The magic barriers surrounding Lawrence's entire residence was constantly being destroyed and many servants were killed in succession, their corpses lying in disarray. Several knights dressed in brown, silver, and grey armors, as well as several white, red, and black-robed magi, surrounded Lawrence's mansion from all directions. These people included experts under Ashburn, experts under eldest Prince Charles as well as experts dispatched by the Church of Light. When Han Shuo and Phoebe almost reached that area, a mystic demon had finally approached in advance, suddenly detecting the two figures that were constantly soaring uninhibitedly. One of them was actually Sacred Sword Master Carol, while the other was a golden-haired elder who donned gold knight armor. The golden-haired elder held a gold pike and there was a symbol of an angel on the chest plate of his gold armor. The angel design was extremely lifelike, its wings appearing to be continuously flapping. The angel engraved on the temple knight's chest was a symbol that he had been blessed by the god of light. Every temple knight that possesses the angel engravement had frightening strength comparable to sacred knights. If the temple knight was also personally a sacred knight, his strength would be even more terrifying. However, these kind of temple knights were extremely rare within the Church of Light. They would definitely not leave the Temple of Light under normal situations. It is said that only when evil heretics that blaspheme the God of Light appear would these rarely seen temple knights leave the Temple of Light, delivering punishment on these heretics on behalf of the God of Light. Han Shuo had never expected to actually see one within the Lancelot Empire and was thoroughly shocked. As strands of gold light flowed from the gold pike in the temple knight's hand, a matchless sacred aura proliferated, giving Han Shuo an extremely indisposed feeling. Only sacred knights and sacred sword masters possessed gold fighting aura. For this temple knight to be able to unleash gold fighting aura, it proved that he was a sacred knight. In the event such a formidable existence obtains the blessing of the God of Light, his frightful personal strength will become shocking. Han Shuo merely took a look and already secretly started worrying for Sacred Sword Master Carol. With so many experts besieging Lawrence's mansion, Han Shuo naturally wouldn't charge in stupidly. He hurriedly summoned the Earth Zombie to create a tunnel leading to the center of Lawrence's mansion before bringing Phoebe along and entered the tunnel. Chapter 413 413 Hiding Underground. Please continue reading on, Ox. Val. M. Seeing a large hole appearing from the earth, Phoebe was filled with questions, her eyes gleaming as she looked at the earth zombie that had created the passageway. As the earth zombie headed forward, even the most exquisite pangolins didn't have his remarkable ability to split the earth. The earth in front of him automatically pulled back and scattered, splitting open a continuously extending passage at a speed visible to the naked eye, allowing him to travel effortlessly. What kind of earth magic is this? Phoebe, who followed behind Han Shuo closely, had watched for a while and was unable to suppress her curiosity, her astonishment written all over her face as she looked at Han Shuo. It's not related to magic. Han Shuo replied. He knitted his brows to consider for a moment before reluctantly explaining, as a matter of fact, this is somewhat similar to the martial technique I practice. It's an existence that is neither within the realm of fighting aura nor magic. Phoebe's jaw dropped, her lips opened wide in surprise. She stared blankly at Han Shuo as she said, apart from those two women, it seems like there are many other things that you are hiding from me. There isn't. It is just that this matter is hard to explain. The martial technique I practice is totally different from the schools of magic and fighting aura, and there are also some complexities. Hence, you might not understand even if I explained it to you. Han Shuo smiled bitterly as he replied, tightly grasping Phoebe's hand. Phoebe rolled her eyes in anger at Han Shuo, thinking inwardly that she definitely had to watch him closely in the future. This fellow has been extremely lecherous all along and simply can't resist enticement. Once he comes across gorgeous women, he would always be unable to resist and have devious thoughts. If things continued this way, there's no knowing how much emotional debt he would cause. All right, we have reached. Be more focused, don't let your thoughts wander. While Phoebe was pondering silently, Han Shuo suddenly said seriously as he looked toward the slope. The earth zombie stood in place without moving as it waited for Han Shuo and Phoebe to approach. He then turned around to send Han Shuo a message, Father, should I immediately create an opening to the surface? Unknowingly, the little skeleton, earth, wood, fire, and water zombies have all gotten used to addressing Han Shuo as their father. Han Shuo was extremely uncomfortable at the start but had unexpectedly slowly gotten used to it. As the calls of father entered his heart, it actually gave Han Shuo a feeling of novelty. It was as if these 5 undead creatures that Han Shuo had refined had truly become his flesh and blood, actually causing Han Shuo to feel unwilling to part with them. If Han Shuo didn't communicate with the 5 zombies for a period of time, he would have a faint longing and worry for them, afraid that they would encounter an accident in the netherworld. Let's wait a while. Han Shuo replied before turning to Phoebe and said, the exit is right above us. We are currently right below Lawrence and the rest. We shouldn't hastily head up immediately, so as to avoid Lawrence and the rest attacking us recklessly without understanding the situation. You should stay here temporarily, I'll see if I can give your master a hand. My master? How is my master? Although Han Shuo was able to observe the situation outside through the mystical demons, Phoebe naturally didn't have such an ability. Upon hearing Han Shuo's comment, she was puzzled and questioned further. He met with some trouble. Han Shuo explained. How is that possible? My master is a sacred sword master. How could he encounter any trouble? Phoebe had a blind confidence in Carol, smiling lightly as she asked Han Shuo, her expression not showing any nervousness. Your master is currently battling with a temple knight from the Church of Light. He is a sacred knight from the Church of Light. Apart from the fighting aura he has, the sacred knight has also obtained the blessing of God. Han Shuo had an imposing expression as he explained to Phoebe. Phoebe's expression suddenly changed. She clearly knew some information of the Church of Light and hastily cried out, how is that possible? My master once mentioned that the number of such strong temple knights could be counted with one hand. Why has he left the Temple of Light? I don't know either. Han Shuo replied, creasing his brows as he thought in his heart. Could it be because of me? Act quickly then, I don't want my master to be harmed. Although I know my master's strength, there have always been stories about these formidable temple knights from the Church of Light spreading through the continent. These stories all describe the power of such a character, hence I can't help but feel worried about my master. Phoebe's expression was filled with impatience due to her worry for her master. Han Shuo nodded and withdrew with the Earth Zombie. Above them, Sacred Sword Master Carol and the Church of Light's Sacred Knight were battling non-stop, causing buildings to collapse one after another. There were many deep gorges in the earth where Sword Light had passed by. Enormous power proliferated from both of them, causing everyone in the surroundings to frantically keep their distance so as to avoid being affected by the shockwaves. Han Shuo was able to observe the battle above him clearly through two mystical demons. Han Shuo, who remained underground, wandered through the passages that the Earth Zombie constantly established, constantly lingering at the Sacred Knight's landing areas in preparation of mounting a sneak attack when the opportunity presents itself. The golden-haired elder who wielded the golden pike looked like a moving block of gold from afar. The golden armor on his body was incomparably firm while brilliant golden light shone as he brandished his pike, extremely dazzling in the dark night. Carol's expression was heavy as his wild hair fluttered, launching a cross-slash every time he extended his long sword. Carol was clearly going all out in this battle, with every cross-slash larger and containing much more power than when he was sparring with Han Shuo. These cross-slashes were like revolving sickles, bursting apart rocks and collapsing buildings in their paths, destroying every single obstruction. The Sacred Knight was serene, singing a song of faith toward the God of Light. Under the blessing of God, his armor was as hard as diamonds. Every thrust also glittered in golden light, interweaved with a bizarre sacred aura as it exploded every approaching cross-slash into specks. The battle between two peak experts caused Lawrence's mansion to appear as if it encountered landslides and cracks on the earth. None of the numerous experts in the surroundings dared to approach, afraid that they would be suddenly torn apart by fighting aura. During this process, even more soldiers and knights had headed here from afar, surrounding Lawrence's mansion with layers of encirclement. The circumstances for Lawrence's side was becoming more and more unfavorable. The terrifying battle between the two experts above caused Han Shuo to be extremely mind-blown. Han Shuo could clearly see every movement made through two mystical demons. At this moment, he suddenly realized that Carol had indeed not used his full strength previously. Otherwise, he would definitely have been defeated. While the two experts were battling, Han Shuo borrowed the Earth Zombie's powers to rapidly shuttle through the earth, attempting to suddenly launch a fatal attack toward the Sacred Knight. Han Shuo faintly felt that the Sacred Knight's target was perhaps himself. Although taking advantage of someone else's attack to mount a sneak attack was somewhat contemptible, Han Shuo wasn't able to care so much about that. Under the actions of the Earth Zombie, there were already crisscrossed tunnels underground. While Han Shuo observed the battle with the help of the mystical demon, he also constantly traveled around, ready at any moment for a lapse in concentration from the Sacred Knight to suddenly appear from underground to give him a painful lesson. Carol, I feel you should bravely withdraw. You simply won't be able to control the current situation by yourself. As your friend for many years, I truly cannot bear to see you have such an ending. As long as you abandon Lawrence, I, Dempus, can promise that you will be able to peacefully enjoy your later years and all your disciples apart from Lawrence will be safe and sound. A grey-haired old magus past his prime suddenly sighed from afar. His voice didn't seem very loud but still resonated through every corner of Lawrence's mansion. Han Shuo, who had been constantly staring at the Sacred Knight's steps, naturally also heard the old magus Dempus' words and couldn't resist sending one of the mystical demons to watch this old magus. Clang! A lump of dazzling golden light blossomed from the location of the voice, standing out like glaring sunlight in the pitch-black night sky. However, the light disappeared in a flash. Dempus, you old bastard, you clearly know of astrologer Grace's prophecy. Yet you actually dare to disregard the future of Lancelot Empire. You will be a sinner of the Lancelot Empire for all eternity, do you know that? Carol, who landed after an exchange with the Sacred Knight, glowered at Dempus and berated furiously. To the God of Light, the insignificant astrologer is merely unorthodox sorcery. Carol, you are an amazing opponent. It is a pity that you have been led astray yet obstinately unwilling to change your ways. Those who go against the God of Light will definitely not have a good ending." The sacred knight landed on a dilapidated roof and sighed. Han Shuo was currently right underneath the sacred knight. However, the sacred knight wasn't locked in battle with Carol at this moment. If Han Shuo was to mount a sneak attack at this moment, he would definitely not obtain the desired result and would very likely be wounded by the sacred knight. Hence Han Shuo didn't act rashly. "Carol, I know that Lawrence is your disciple. However, he is just an illegitimate child. Such a person definitely can't be Lancelot Empire's new king, it's better if you renounce him. I'm feeling somewhat impatient. If you still don't come to your senses, I'll have no choice but to act personally," the old magus said grudgingly. In the distance, Lawrence's expression was extremely unsightly, his eyes having an ominous glint as he looked at the old magus who addressed him as a bastard, as if itching to charge forward and rip that old magus into pieces. "You dare!" Carol shouted indignantly, raising his long sword and charged toward the old magus. "You won't be able to make it." The sacred knight who stood on another roof smiled as he exclaimed, brandishing his gold pike, and obstructed Carol once again. Brilliant golden light started to shoot out once again. "Since you insist on defending that bastard, in that case, I have to regretfully tell you, old friend, I won't delay any longer," the old magus in the distance grudgingly said, taking out an earthen yellow magic staff that was embedded with many gems from his spatial ring. Rich earth elements suddenly erupted from deep within the earth, rushing from all directions toward the old magus. He had yet to chant any incantations, yet had such a strong absorption of magic elements. This caused Han Shuo's expression to change abruptly. "Dempus? Earth Sacred Magus Dempus Geyer?" Han Shuo suddenly came to his senses as he hesitated for a moment. He then immediately gave an order to the Earth Zombie, rapidly heading in the direction of Earth Sacred Magus Dempus. Although the Sacred Knight was similarly extremely threatening, if the Sacred Magus Dempus could casually release Earth magic, perhaps a large-scale killing magic would be enough to completely decimate Lawrence's group of people. Earth magic in the hands of a Sacred Magus would perhaps cause several mysterious restrictions to the Earth. Han Shuo was worried that this person's presence would affect the Earth Zombie's power underground, and hence hastily abandoned the constantly watched Sacred Knight and rushed toward the direction of Dempus Geyer. "The boundless power of the Earth," Dempus Geyer chanted solemnly as he held his magic staff. As the rich earth element erupted underground, it gradually caused slight tremors to form. Han Shuo, who was currently underground, was able to clearly feel the sudden increase of energy within the earth. Han Shuo cautiously concealed his aura completely and continued flying toward Dempus without coming into contact with any soil. As the earth element was everywhere underground, Han Shuo was afraid that coming into contact with the earth will cause Dempus, who was focusing his attention on releasing earth magic, to notice. As the darling of the earth zombie was identical to the power of the earth. He could be seen as the vast earth, and thus Han Shuo wasn't the slightest worried that the earth zombie would be discovered. "Father, there's a change happening to the earth. My current strength is unable to prevent this change, but I'm able to change its direction. Should I change its direction?" As Han Shuo was charging toward Dempus, the earth zombie suddenly sent a message. Han Shuo was stunned for a moment before hastily inquiring, "What do you mean?" "The power contained within the earth will form an enormous earthquake. There will be many tears in the earth. I can't prevent that situation from happening, but I am able to change the location of the earthquake, altering where the appears," the earth zombie earnestly replied. Han Shuo only stared blankly for a few seconds, but soon after replied estatistically, "Very good, alter the location of this earthquake and place it at that old fellow's surroundings. Precisely where the most people have gathered." Han Shuo was overjoyed at the unexpected good news as he instructed the earth zombie. He held on to the Demon Slayer edge, already reaching the area under Earth Sacred Magus Dempus. He then unfeelingly condensed demonic yuan energy as he stabbed upwards with his entire body. Chapter 414 414 Hatred. Please continue reading on, Ox. Vel. M. With my willpower as a guide, shatter Earth. Earth Sacred Magus Dempus finally completed the long and tedious incantation. Sacred Magus Dempus' grey eyebrows suddenly creased. He sensed that the direction of the flow of the earth element underground seemed to be somewhat uncontrollable. This was a situation that had never appeared in 10 years, causing him to be under the impression that due to his age, did he recite a syllable of the incantation wrongly? Just as Dempus was somewhat muddle-headed, he suddenly felt a soaring killing intent from underneath his feet. The killing intent was not concealed the slightest. When he had just sensed it, the killing intent had already torn through the solid ground, piercing toward him like an all-conquering sharp sword. Earth Sacred Magus Dempus was terrified and no longer had the time to set the out-of-control Shatter Earth right. All his attention was on the danger that suddenly arrived. The soaring killing intent that tore apart the solid ground appeared blood-red in color as it stabbed toward his soul. Warning bells sounded in Dempus' head, suddenly jumping off the ground in panic and utilizing the levitation skill to fly into the sky. He hastily cast the earth armor spell at the same time, causing rich earth element to frantically converge from all directions onto his body. A grayish-brown armor was condensed from the dense earth element, covering Earth Sacred Magus Dempus' body in a flash. He also released a 10-fold gravity magic, only enveloping the area under his feet. Han Chuo, who was charging upwards at lightning speed, suddenly felt the pressure increase 10-fold just as the Demon Slayer edge was about to stab into the soul of Dempus. His rocketing speed was unknowingly delayed. Han Chuo made a prompt decision, frantically pouring demonic Yuan energy into the Demon Slayer edge while his body suddenly fell. The Demon Slayer edge infused with demonic Yuan energy suddenly burst out in a myriad of blood-colored light, no longer being affected by gravity after hovering in the air for a moment. With the blood-colored light chopping upward, the Demon Slayer edge exploded toward Earth Sacred Magus Dempus. Dempus was dumbstruck. He no longer had the time to cast another spell, using his entire strength to smash downward with his magic staff without the slightest hesitation. The interior of his magic staff had similarly rich in earth element, becoming as hard as diamond. There was a sharp screech as the two weapons collided. Dempus's magic staff was shattered into pieces by the Demon Slayer edge. The Demon Slayer edge, which was like an arrow at the end of its flight, but still persisted in bombarding Dempus, enveloping Dempus, who was covered in earth armor, discharging the last of its energy into Dempus' body. Dempus' earth armor didn't have any marks, but strands of cold aura from the Demon Slayer edge had penetrated the physical defenses of the earth armor and directly entered Dempus' frail body. Earth Sacred Magus Dempus shivered, his eyebrows suddenly freezing. It was only at this moment that some experts that were by Dempus' side had come to their senses. Many spells and weapons shot toward the Demon Slayer edge in a flash. The Demon Slayer edge snaked around like a python, avoid a majority of the attacks before suddenly entering the ground and disappearing. Rumble. At the same moment, the rumbling sounds of an earthquake could suddenly be heard from under their feet. These knights and soldiers started losing their balance and swaying around. Out of a sudden, numerous earth spikes appeared from the ground, killing some soldiers and knights who were unable to dodge in time. Accompanying the fierce rumbling sound, the earth suddenly split open with many gorges, with the bottomless gorges swallowing tens of lives. Momentarily, the area with Dempus at the center had become the main area affected by the Shatter Earth spell. As the rumbling continued, people were constantly killed by the astonishing might of the earth magic. Dempus could sense the scattered cold aura within his body, feeling his body turn cold like winter. His limbs suddenly became somewhat stiff and numb. He was so cold that he emitted cold air all over, with signs of freezing already appearing on his hair and eyebrows. Dempus clearly realized the abnormal movement under his feet, but at this moment, his limbs were frozen from the cold aura and he was unable to suppress the anomaly under his feet. He could only shiver as he watched the huge number of casualties caused by his earth magic. Lord Magus, what is going on? A temple knight from the Church of Light who was being pulled up from a gorge by a white priest looked furiously at Dempus, who floating in the air, and reproached. Kaka, Dempus panicked, attempting to explain that all these weren't his fault, but he was only able to let out some trembling sounds. Is Lord Magus too old to have actually made a mistake with such a crucial spell? Do you know how many experts we lost because of your error? Another white priest of the Church of Light said, similarly looking furious. Sacred Swordmaster Carol, who was charging over hurriedly from afar, suddenly sensed something odd from Dempus' location. Carol was filled with doubts. He sent a few cross slashes to force the Sacred Knight to retreat before looking into the distance at Dempus' location. He suddenly came to a realization, abandoning the Sacred Knight to turn around and fly toward Lawrence's location. The survivors by Dempus' side were in a flurry to pick up the pieces, not having the time to care about Han Chuo, who had gone underground once again. They rescued their comrades who were still hanging onto the gorges, as well as helped those who were only injured by the earth spikes to treat their wounds. Han Chuo rapidly distanced himself from Dempus area after he attacked as the Demon Slayer edge returned to his hand. Han Chuo had unknowingly arrived underneath the Church of Light's Sacred Knight. He calmly observed the Sacred Knight through a mystical demon. Han Chuo realized that the Sacred Knight was looking at Dempus in puzzlement, his brows wrinkled as though he was contemplating something. Han Chuo held his breath in rapt attention, not in a hurry to act. He merely paid attention to the change in the Sacred Knight's expression through the mystical demons, looking for the most opportune moment to strike a fatal blow to the Sacred Knight. The Sacred Knight was looking at Dempus in puzzlement when he suddenly seemed to have understood something. His expression changed from puzzlement to anxiety, vibrating the golden pike in his hand, and hurried toward Dempus, appearing to want to help Dempus disperse the cold aura within his body. Han Chuo, who had been waiting for the opportune moment, suddenly unleashing the same skill, once again using the Demon Slayer edge's all-conquering sharpness to split apart the ground and stab toward the sole of the Sacred Knight's left leg that had not moved. A tremendous killing intent that couldn't be masked caused the Sacred Knight's expression to change drastically. Soon after, he suddenly retracted his right foot that had taken a step forward. A mixture of divine energy and fighting aura suddenly shot out from his right sole. Han Chuo's Demon Slayer edge had just pierced the ground when the torrent of energy rushed violently toward him. Rumble! The Sacred Knight stamped his right foot. A large ball of golden light suddenly entered the ground with his foot at its center, suddenly creating a round hole. Han Chuo totally didn't foresee that the Sacred Knight would react so quickly. The Demon Slayer edge had yet to pierce his left foot when the terrifying force that erupted from his right foot arrived. The soft ground suddenly became as heavy as a mountain under the strength of his stamp, becoming so firm that it stopped Han Chuo's sneak attack while underground. Hee, Marquis Brian, I knew it was you. The Sacred Knight laughed heartily, suddenly piercing his golden pike, which was trembling with golden light, into the hole under his foot. In a moment, needle-like fighting aura punctured the ground, violently shooting toward Han Chuo at high speed. The strands of golden fighting aura contained divine energy which Han Chuo loathed and were so quick that Han Chuo was unable to dodge, appearing in front of Han Chuo in a flash. As he cursed in his heart, Han Chuo's Demon Slayer edge condensed a black screen from demonic Yuan energy, resisting the penetration of the strands of fighting aura. His body hurriedly formed a protective shield, forming a second layer of defense against the attack of the golden strands. The black screen condensed in a hurry broke like an eggshell when encountering the 57th strand of golden light. The remaining strands of golden light struck Han Chuo like golden lightning. Han Chuo only felt like his body was being pierced continuously by steel needles. His tenacious body was unable to withstand it, suddenly spitting out a mouthful of blood. As the protective shield dulled, Han Chuo appeared as if he was struck by tens of arrows, his body suddenly having many additional finger-sized holes. Even his forehead had 3 wounds, causing Han Chuo's handsome face to be ruined and to look extremely terrifying. Brat, I knew long ago that you harbor malicious intentions and have been waiting for your sneak attack. Hee, you are still too inexperienced. The Sacred Knight's laughter could be heard from above. He raised his pike, intending to attack Han Chuo again. This was the greatest defeat Han Chuo had suffered since he started cultivating. He cursed the ancestors of the Sacred Knight in his heart, realizing that his plan to mount a sneak attack had been seen through long ago and had instead ended up worse off. He resisted the urge to charge out and go all out against the Sacred Knight. Han Shuo didn't wait for the Sacred Knight's next wave of attacks, making a prompt decision to return along his original path. Having trained till his current level, as long as Han Shuo's consciousness didn't scatter and the demonic infant wasn't destroyed, he would still be able to recover no matter the degree of injury to his physical body. Hence, Han Shuo wasn't worried about his disfigured face. As there were too many opposing experts, Han Shuo knew that forcing his way out was useless. Even though he felt extremely unwilling in his heart, he had no choice but to retreat. The Earth Zombie who had just wrecked Earth's sacred Magus Tempest Shatter Earth spell suddenly felt the boundless wrath and resentment in Han Shuo's heart. The Earth Zombie disobeyed Han Shuo's instructions for the first time and actually stubbornly emerging from within the ground. All of a sudden, thousands of earth spikes rose from the ground. The ground became like a continuous sea of trees rising indefinitely. When the Sacred Knight was looking unstable, the naive Earth Zombie had already disregarded everything and charged toward the Sacred Knight. As he charged, lumps of earth flew up and adhered to the Earth Zombie's body. In an extremely short time, the Earth Zombie was covered in numerous clumps of soil, forming a 10-meter-tall clay man. His original naive look could no longer be seen, as though he had merged with the earth as he ferociously walked toward the Sacred Knight who was somewhat in a daze. No! Han Shuo who was deep underground suddenly screamed his lungs out, flying into the sky once again in spite of his body being drenched in blood from his injuries and charging anxiously toward the Sacred Knight. However, even before Han Shuo could reach the Sacred Knight, his golden pike had suddenly shot out a glaring golden light, with the pike stabbing into the middle of the soul of the 10-meter-tall clay man the Earth Zombie had transformed into, causing a torrent of energy to suddenly erupt and charge into the Earth Zombie's body. The Earth Zombie's body that was formed from soil suddenly shot out gold light after the golden light from the Sacred Knight entered its body. Soon after, the earth on his body started falling piece by piece. The Earth Zombie who had returned to its original size was struck by a beam of golden light, suddenly flying backward. A large chunk of his naturally formed armor had sunk in at the chest. Han Shuo's eyes turned red. He had never been as angry as he was at this moment. The little skeleton and the other zombies in the other plane all transmitted strong messages of wanting to come to this plane and join strengths with Han Shuo to savagely retaliate against the enemy who dared to harm Han Shuo and the Earth Zombie. Han Shuo didn't lose his rationality, forcefully obstructing the strong desire of the little skeleton and the rest. When he saw the Earth Zombie actually struggling in an attempt to charge toward that Sacred Knight once again for revenge once he landed on the ground, Han Shuo choked with emotion as he shouted, "Idiot!" Soon after, Han Shuo ignored the Earth Zombie's stubborn desire, chanting at the fastest speed in his life and forcefully sent this naive Earth Zombie back to the netherworld. Stupid undead creature, truly courting death. The Sacred Knight laughed as he looked at Han Shuo, pointing his pike toward Han Shuo and said, "My target this time is you. Your strength is pretty good, no wonder you are able to force Cos to retreat twice. However, your good luck ends here." Han Shuo had never hated someone the way he did now. Until now, Han Shuo's attitude toward the Church of Light had always been to ignore them, only adopting measures to counterattack. It was only when the Earth Zombie was injured because of him that Han Shuo was truly determined to oppose the Church of Light till one party is eliminated. Staring at the Sacred Knight who had a relaxed expression, Han Shuo breathed violently, ignoring the blood flowing from his wounds. Blood flowed out from the wounds on the bridge of his nose and his left cheek due to his stirred-up emotions, causing him to look like a demon that had walked out from the depths of hell. "I'll remember you. For every day I live, the Church of Light will never have another day of peace." Han Shuo unhurriedly declared word by word before turning around and flying toward Carol with the art of the demonic ninth heavens. Lancelot Empire's space sacred Magus Sabacus had unknowingly appeared and was currently drawing a teleportation array under Lawrence's feet. Apart from Sabacus who was concentrating on drawing the magic array, everyone else had their eyes fixed on Han Shuo. Tears constantly fell from Phoebe's eyes, but she was forcefully restrained by Carol, preventing her from attempting to fly to Han Shuo's side. Chapter 415 415 Miraculous Speed of Recovery. Please continue reading on, Ox. Val. M. When the sacred knight who had injured Han Shuo saw Han Shuo turn around to fly toward Lawrence, he hesitated for a moment but did not pursue an attack. Apart from Sacred Sword Master Carol, there was also Space Sacred Magus in the direction Han Shuo flew in. With two sacred ranked experts there and Earth Sacred Magus Dempus yet to recover, the Sacred Knight clearly felt some apprehension. With the Sacred Knight not daring to act blindly, the experts from the Church of Light as well as under Ashburn and Prince Charles naturally wouldn't foolishly charge forward to their deaths. Hence, they all looked on helplessly as Han Shuo shouted vicious words before flying rapidly toward Lawrence's side. As of now, Lawrence's residence had been thoroughly wrecked by the fight between the two sacred-ranked experts and the Shatter Earth spell. All that could be seen were collapsed buildings and desolation. The servants, workers, and maids in Lawrence's residence had long since been massacred. Currently there were merely less than 10 trusted aides by Lawrence's side. In contrast, even after the losses to the Shatter Earth spell, the enemy still had almost 400 experts with astonishing strength from various professions. The sounds of iron hoofs could be heard gradually approaching, seeming that there were still reinforcement troops heading over. Earth Sacred Magus Dempus lightly exhaled as strands of purple specks floated out of his body. The cold aura that penetrated the bones was diffused out with the purple specks. Dempus was after all a sacred magus and was extremely proficient in manipulating mental energy. Although the invasion of the cold aura was able to chill and even freeze his body, once he came to his senses and used his mental energy to dispel the chilliness, the cold aura was clearly unable to threaten his life. Furthermore, when the cold aura from the Demon Slayer Edge entered his body, it was after he had resisted it twice with magic. Only a few strands of the dense cold poison was able to enter his body. A magus at his level naturally wouldn't be killed that easily by a few strands of cold poison. After Dempus dispelled the cold aura within his body, he still had some lingering fears. Fortunately, he had reacted promptly and there were many experts guarding by his side. Otherwise, if Han Shuo had the opportunity to attack after Dempus was affected by the cold poison, his life might truly have been lost. Such a frightening martial technique! Dempus felt aghast, gazing toward the faraway Han Shuo who was wounded from head to toe but still appearing malevolent as he headed toward Lawrence. He thought in his heart about astrologer Grace's prophecy that this person would bring prosperity to Lancelot Empire. Could it really be true? Brian, are you okay? Phoebe struggled with all her might to escape from Carol's grasp, tearfully rushing toward Han Shuo, her delicate hands trembling as she caressed the terrible wounds on Han Shuo's face. It's nothing, don't need to worry. Han Shuo gave an unsightly grin as he consoled Phoebe who was crying uncontrollably. He reached out to grab Phoebe's hand which was caressing the wounds on his face and walked toward Lawrence. Lawrence's expression was filled with concern as he asked hurriedly, "Healer, where's the healer?" Dead a long time ago," Dark Grand Magus Crowley who had pledged allegiance to Lawrence sighed softly and then took out a medicine bottle, passing it over to Han Shuo as he said, "Quickly apply this on your wounds." Senior. Old assassin Bollins who had watching Han Shuo all along called out softly. Bollins was no longer young and had seen all sorts of situations as an assassin. He didn't deliberately express his concern in front of Han Shuo, but the killing intent on his body became even stronger, obviously not directed at the people by Han Shuo's side. "I'm okay." Han Shuo smiled as he declined. However, when his smile was displayed on that frightening face, it didn't cause people to feel reassured. To say the least, Phoebe started crying bitterly once again. "I'm really fine, I am already no longer bleeding from my wounds. The martial technique I practice is special. These injuries may look extremely serious, but they don't have a substantial effect on me." When Han Shuo saw everyone anxiously trying to apply medicine to his body, he couldn't help but explain again. Hearing Han Shuo's statement, everyone couldn't help but be filled with doubts as they earnestly sized up Han Shuo. Everyone's expression suddenly changed. The wounds that had covered Han Shuo's entire body were previously still finger-sized and dripping with blood. All the blood had since congealed like ice. The scarlet injured muscle fibers started wiggling like worms and the originally finger-sized wounds actually shrunk by a fold. Sacred Sword Master Carol, who had been calm, doubted his eyes, subconsciously closing his eyes before opening them again, his eyes shining as he fixed his eyes on the wounds on Han Shuo's body. Really shrunk by a fold. Carol was moved, his torch-like eyes clearly saw that Han Shuo's wounds were about the size of a little finger and was oozing with scarlet blood. However, not only did the bleeding stop, even the wounds were only the size of chopsticks. Han Shuo had charged out from within the ground, sent that peculiar undead creature back to the netherworld and then flew toward them. All these only took at most 2 minutes. 2 minutes was roughly equivalent to the duration where one is entranced. Such an outrageous change in such a short time, Carol couldn't help but be indescribably shocked. Balin's expression was burning hot, his eyes shining as he stared at the changes of a wound on Han Shuo's belly. This wound, which was near to Han Shuo's demon infant, was currently just the width of a toothpick and was far from the terrifying sight at the beginning. Demonic arts. This is precisely the might of demonic arts. Balins shouted in his heart. He who was on the verge of cultivating secret demonic arts felt his heartbeat suddenly increasing at this moment. The excitement in his heart became somewhat unable to be contained. All right, you all need not take care of me, I'll be able to recover very soon. Currently, we should rather be thinking of how to obstruct the attack of those people and fight for sufficient time for Mr. Sabacus. Han Shuo turned his head to look at the restless enemies and said calmly. With Han Shuo's reminder, everyone discovered the anomalies in his body. When they heard him speaking with his usual calm expression, they suddenly realized the unfavorability of their situation and looked at the enemy. They suddenly realized that the Sacred Knight and Earth Sacred Magus Dempus were recklessly charging over. Space Sacred Magus Sabacus was the only one who didn't turn to look at Han Shuo. At this moment, he was holding a pointed magic staff, carving a complicated space magic array on the smooth rock ground. The 3-meter-long magic array was in an irregular rhombus shape. With every stroke of Sabacus' magic staff, a slender line will appear and strands of elemental energy would flow through the sharp tip of the magic staff and enter each line of the magic array. The focused Sabacus had totally immersed himself. In his eyes, there was nothing else except the magic array under his feet. He had simply ignored all other activity, as though he wouldn't even crease his brows if the heaven fell and earth rendered. As a space sacred magus, no one could stop him if Sabacus wanted to leave by himself. If Sabacus wished, he could even bring a few people along. Unfortunately, there were too many important people here. Even Sabacus was unable to act without a care for the lives of others and hence could only utilize a magic transportation array. The Sacred Knight and Earth Sacred Magus who were charging over were clearly aiming to prevent Sabacus from completing his magic array. Having the superiority in numbers, they planned to get rid of everyone here once and for all, so as to avoid leaving behind endless trouble. While Dempus was flying over, another magic staff actually appeared in his hand as he started chanting a long magic spell once again. His eyes were fixed on Han Shuo, as if Han Shuo was his greatest enemy. Pay attention, we definitely can't let anyone disturb Sabacus. Sacred Sword Master Carol drew back his astonishment toward Han Shuo and instructed hastily. The strongest person in a team was usually the leader. Carol's words caused everyone by Lawrence to focus their attention, immediately going to a square-shaped formation with Sabacus in the middle, intending to obtain enough time for Sabacus. Let's go! When everyone had prepared to fight for time for Sabacus, Sabacus, who had been fully focused on deploying the space magic array, suddenly called out. Everyone's expression relaxed as, under Sabacus's directions, Lawrence and those who were the weakest took the lead to stand in the magic transportation array. Don't let them get away, the Sacred Knight shouted loudly while charging over. Meteor shower. Dempus, who had been constantly chanting earth magic, completed his current incantation. Rumbling sounds suddenly appeared above everyone as several hundred meteorites suddenly smashed downward. It was obvious that such a concentrated meteor shower could cause when it fell on such a small area. The skeletal staff suddenly appeared in Han Chuo's hand as numerous bone spears flew into the sky like an arrow rain. A pretty white bone shield blossomed in malevolent beauty as it covered above everyone's heads. Several magi simultaneously cast defensive spells. Sacred Swordmaster Carol held his long sword as he looked coolly above him, prepared to obstruct the descending attack at any time. Zhi, zhi. As the meteorites rumbled downward, a peculiar sound could be heard in the sky. Han Chuo looked up, realizing that the sky had suddenly split open and formed a black hole, like a demon opening its giant mouth, similar to tearing a black burlap in the sky. As the mighty meteor shower was swallowed bit by the huge black hole, Han Chuo's defensive measures were simply untouched. "All right, it's your turn," Space Sacred Magus Sabacus pointed at the magic array in front of him and said to the remaining Han Chuo, Carol, Crowley, and Phoebe. He had a calm expression, devoid of the slightest nervous from confronting danger, which was truly surprising. Han Chuo stared blankly as he looked at Space Sacred Magus Sabacus in amazement. The current Sabacus didn't have his usual amiable smile, his focused expression giving off a feeling of solemnness. The previous black hole which had swallowed the meteor shower was indeed cast by this old man. However, Han Chuo didn't hear Sabacus chanting any incantations. This caused Han Chuo to be amazed as well as realize that Sabacus was already able to silently cast magic. It seems that even though they were both sacred magus, Sabacus' comprehension of the essence of magic ought to be higher than Dempus. "Let's go." While Han Chuo was in a daze, Phoebe grabbed onto him, forcefully pulling him into Sabacus' transportation array. Even before Han Chuo could react, Sabacus had already activated the magic array. A beam of white light suddenly shone as Han Chuo and the rest disappeared. There was only Space Sacred Magus Sabacus remaining in the whole area. The sharp end of his magic staff pierced downward, causing the magic array that he had painstakingly deployed to suddenly shatter and no longer resemble its original appearance. "Dempus, I didn't expect someone at your realm would actually act in a way against Lancelot Empire's future. As your friend for many years, I feel grief for you." After Sabacus destroyed the space magic array, he sighed as he looked at Dempus before him. "I don't believe in vague prophecies. Letting that illegitimate child become the king of Lancelot Empire is simply a preposterous blasphemy. Apart from myself, many nobles within the Empire would not allow such a thing to happen. I've no choice but to act this way precisely for the Empire's future. You are the ones that are obstinately persistent. You shouldn't believe the words of a muddle-headed astrologer and bet the kingdom's future on a heresy. He is a vicious disciple of the Calamity Church. Why would he bring prosperity to the Lancelot Empire in the future?" Dempus righteously rebuked Sabacus, clearly wasn't one who believed in fate. "Mr. Sabacus, I respect your character greatly and have also heard many stories about you. However, I still have to say that even if you save Lawrence and the rest, you would still be unable to change their fate. Currently, the entire Awson city is under the control of Duke Ashburn and eldest Prince Charles. Lawrence and the others will ultimately not be able to escape." The Sacred Knight laughed loudly as said to Sabacus. "That is not necessarily the case." Sabacus calmly looked at the Sacred Knight and said, "There is at least one region that you wouldn't be able to control easily. The Dark Mantle headquarters had a tighter defense than the Royal Palace. Even though they had seized the Royal Palace, the Dark Mantle headquarters would not be easily conquered. As the chief elder of the Dark Mantle, Sabacus is the one who arranged the defensive measures on Mt. Ordas. He clearly understood Mt. Ordas' formidable defenses. It's undeniable that the Dark Mantle headquarters is indeed hard to be attacked from the outside." The Sacred Knight had a serious expression as he spoke. He once again revealed a smile soon after as he said, "However, if there starts to be disorder internally, the situation would be totally different." Space Sacred Magus Sabacus' expression changed when he heard the Sacred Knight's words. He no longer spoke superfluous words with them, hurriedly brandishing his magic staff, and disappeared with a beam of light. Chapter 416. 416. Everything was under control. Please continue reading on. Ox. Val. Mt. Ordas, Dark Mantle Headquarters. Sabakis's space magic array led directly to the Dark Mantle's headquarters. However, when Han Chuo and the rest arrived, they discovered that the situation within the headquarters wasn't as stable as they had thought. Mt. Ordas, which had the best defenses within Asan City, was having a civil strife. All kinds of tight defenses measures had been damaged. A small group of high-ranking personnel who sided with eldest Prince Charles harbored ulterior motives as they destroyed the Dark Mantle's defenses from within. Out of the 11 high-ranking officials at their previous meeting, apart from the 3 heads who firmly believed in the 2 chief elders' judgment, 5 of them had secretly defected to eldest Prince Charles and had revolted at the most crucial moment. Not only did they destroy the defenses within the headquarters, they even allied with the Empire's troops to attack the Dark Mantle. The sudden internal revolt caused the heavily guarded Mt. Ordas to similarly become a battlefield. When Han Chuo and the rest had arrived at the Dark Mantle's headquarters through the transportation array, they could hear numerous shouts, which indicated that the situation here was equally not optimistic. The space seemed to be ripped open by a sharp blade as an opening appeared in front of Han Chuo and the others. There are people who defected. Perhaps they think that Amis and the other 2 have held their position for too long and feel that they themselves should replace them. Space Sacred Magus Sabakis said with a vexed expression as he appeared. Under the effects of his demonic Yuan energy, Han Chuo's wounds were still slowly shrinking and closing. Mystical demons cruised through the various passageways within the Dark Mantle headquarters, slowly projecting the situation here within his mind. There was a 5,000-strong army at the foot of the Mt. Ordas which thoroughly surrounded the Dark Mantle headquarters. The 5 high-ranking members had joined hands with forces of Charles and Duke Ashburn and were currently attacking the Dark Mantle headquarters. This gang of 5 had destroyed all the defenses of the Dark Mantle at the beginning and were very familiar with the layout of the headquarters. Under their command, the battle advanced orderly. As the Lancelot Empire's king's hand in the darkness, even with the appearance of 5 traitors, the Dark Mantle was still able to withstand the attack by leveraging their geographical advantage over the enemy. It was clear that the members who had remained within the Dark Mantle headquarters were all genuine experts. Faced with the betrayal of former allies, the hatred in their hearts couldn't be suppressed. If not for the overwhelming number of enemies, they would have perhaps rushed out of Mt. Ordas and sliced the 5 traitors into 1,000 pieces. There are only 5,000 troops at the foot of the mountain and it isn't a very large number. With our arrival, we should be able to eliminate them easily. Having surveyed the situation through his mystical demons, Han Chuo knitted his brows as he said to Sabakis. Sabakis was stunned and astonished by Han Chuo's ability to assess the general situation. As a master of space magic, Sabakis had gone to the surroundings to observe the situation while heading over so as to understand the forces surrounding Mt. Ordas. He didn't expect that Han Chuo, who had just arrived, to actually also work out the situation in the surroundings. Sabakis has heard much of Han Chuo's miracles from others, but he was clearly skeptical without witnessing it himself. Currently, when he heard Han Chuo's statement and took a closer look at Han Chuo, he noticed that the bleeding wounds on his face had completely healed without a trace. Grace's prophecy was right. The emergence of such an amazing person in the Empire would definitely bring a new dawn to Lancelot Empire's future. It looks like we should have a way out from this nasty situation. Sabakis thought. These men are soldiers of the Lancelot Empire and they have no choice to attack Mt. Ordas due to the orders of Charles and Ashburn. As soldiers who only know to obey a superior's orders, they are not to blame. The fault lies with those who give them those orders. Sacred Sword Master Carol said before looking at Han Chuo and continued, therefore, these men, who are the backbone of the Lancelot Empire's strength, cannot be sacrificed innocently. As the mystical demons surveyed the surroundings, Han Chuo realized that there were no light magi who could threaten his undead army within the forces surrounding Mt. Ordas. He planned to summon his undead army and combine with Sabakas's space magic to resolve the threat in one go, but he didn't expect this idea to be rejected by Carol. Although Han Shuo's soul had descended to the Lancelot Empire, he didn't think of himself as a citizen of the Empire. He made such a proposal because he didn't place much importance on the lives of those people. On the other hand, Sacred Sword Master Carol, who had taken responsibility for Lancelot Empire's future all along, obviously wouldn't agree to let those innocent soldiers die tragically from terrifying magic. "Let's first look for Candide and the rest before thinking of other plans," Sabakas said calmly. "There's no need for that. They are heading over," Han Chuo replied. Not long after Han Chuo completed his sentence, the three heads of the Dark Mantle and the remaining high-ranking members that supported Sabakas' decision had all arrived in this area. "Grandpa, we sensed a disturbance in the transportation array and saw your arrival using the magic mirror." Cecilia had a solemn expression as she spoke. Emily was also among the people who had just arrived. It was clear that her attention was on Han Chuo's body from the start. The bloodstains on Han Chuo's body were still sticky and there were 2 tiny wounds on his chest that had not completely healed. Without having to think further, Emily knew that Han Chuo was injured. Her eyes suddenly reddened, wanting to disregard everything and lean on Han Chuo like Phoebe did, personally treat his wounds and ask him about his injuries. Unfortunately, she was well aware of her status and understood that doing so will only cause more trouble for Han Chuo. In such circumstances, all Emily could do was to hold back to the worry in her heart and only secretly express her concern and worry through her gaze. In this group, the person that Han Chuo cared most about was Emily. When Han Chuo arrived at the Dark Mantle headquarters and discovered that the Dark Mantle was surrounded by enemies, Han Chuo immediately started to use his mystical demons to look for her. He only truly calmed down when he found out that Emily was safe and sound. Han Chuo had noticed her concern through her reddened eyes and he couldn't help but feel warmth in his heart. Right at this moment, Phoebe wrote the word quiet on Han Chuo's hand before struggling free of his tight grip and walked towards Emily. Candide and Amis greeted Sabakas respectfully before Amis immediately described the situation at hand and said, "It was because of our negligence that caused this internal revolt. Fortunately, the real power in the Dark Mantle had always been in the hands of the 3 of us. Therefore, although there was heavy damage to the headquarters from the start, the 3 of us was able to stabilize the situation. As matters have reached such an extent, Amis, Candide, and the others clearly knew the actual situation." Candide had a gloomy face as he continued after Amis. These traitors were primarily responsible for gathering and sending news from His Majesty's palace. The news of His Majesty's demise was not leaked at all, and it is precisely because we didn't make any prior preparations that we are in such a passive situation. They must all die. Lawrence shouted word by word. Lawrence, who was already grieving, currently had an ice-cold expression on his face. Uhtred's devoted encouragement and support during this period of time had caused Lawrence to have deep feelings toward Uhtred. As a stubborn person himself, Lawrence clearly knew that Uhtred's sudden death had an undeniable connection with Charles and Ashburn. Of Asen City's 4 city gates, the northern gate is under the supervision of Count Boris. I reckon that currently, only the northern wall is slightly safer, Amis said with a heavy expression. Lawrence nodded and said calmly, "It is best that resolve the rebellion within Asen City. I'm afraid that once we leave Asen City, Charles and Ashburn will be able to distort the truth. I definitely don't want to see this rebellion resulting in large-scale war. In that situation, even if we were to win the war, the Lancelot Empire will be greatly weakened." "That's right. It's best to resolve matters within Asen City. However, I'm afraid that this is also what Ashburn and Charles want. Currently, there are powerful enemies outside Lancelot Empire. If Lancelot Empire sinks into civil strife due to the princes fighting over the throne, I reckon that Lancelot Empire will surely be heading toward its destruction." Carol strongly agreed with Lawrence's suggestion and immediately stated his stand on the matter. "In that case, the fastest way to end the rebellion is by eliminating Charles and Ashburn. The enemy will be like a headless snake once they are killed. However, this matter won't be easy to carry out, as they surely would have considered this and take precautions. I reckon that there must be numerous experts protecting them. Lawrence continued. Let's temporarily not discuss this. Old Han and the rest are at the northern wall. Apart from him, there are also a few marquises under your father that are still alive. They are all within the castle by the northern wall. Ashburn and his men have yet to truly attack the northern wall for the time being. We can make that location our base camp. We can discuss in detail after we reach. Han Chuo suddenly spoke. Lawrence was shocked when he heard Han Chuo's words and asked, "They are all over there?" Han Chuo nodded affirmatively and said, "That's right. Besides them, the second prince, the youngest prince, and their men who had survived are all at the northern wall. Currently, apart from the northern wall, the entire Asen city is filled with soldiers and knights under Duke Ashburn and eldest Prince Charles. Only that location is temporarily safe. The 12 mystical demons scattered to every corner of Asen city, constantly patrolling and surveying the entire Asen city. Nobody knew the situation within the city better than Han Chuo. He was calm and collected, as though everything was under his control. Chapter 417. 417 I can. Please continue reading on, Ox. Val. M. In such a crucial time, the role of a person who is able to accurately view the overall situation goes without saying. Hence, when everyone realized Han Chuo could expertly explain the situation in each district of Asen City, they were so shocked by Han Chuo's calm and natural expression that they were momentarily absent-minded. Brian, your body is here, so how are you able to know the situation in each district of Asen City? After the 5 traitors appeared within the Dark Mantle, many branches were met with destruction. The 5 of them know the location of several main branches of the Dark Mantle. Even the Dark Mantle is unable to easily grasp the situation of Asen City at the moment. Don't tell me that you are able to. Sabacus stared blankly at Han Chuo, asking in amazement after a long while. Han Chuo nodded his head as he calmly admitted, "I can." Hearing his reply, everyone's expression was a mix of surprise and delight, but clearly more delighted than surprised. If what Han Chuo said is true, Han Chuo would be able to achieve the intelligence gathering and monitoring that each branch of the Dark Mantle was originally responsible for by himself. In the current extremely chaotic Asen City, if Han Chuo was truly able to understand clearly the situation in every area of Asen City, everyone would be able to make the proper decision and seize an opportunity to turn around the current unfavorable situation. When the Dark Mantle's 3 heavyweights and the 2 sacred rank characters heard Han Chuo reply "I can" so confidently, they were expressionless for a moment, so much so that they forgot about the many experts surrounding them on the outside. While the rest of them were ineffably shocked, Han Chuo seemed to think that they weren't surprised enough, continuing to say, "I am not only able to observe the situation in the 4 districts of Asen City, even Ashburn and Charles's conversation, as well as the implementation and details of their every move, I am able to observe without missing out anything. As long as I want to, apart from a few areas that have deployed layers of barriers, as long as I'm given a bit of time, I am able to clearly observe any area in Asen City and be aware of what they are doing or saying. I'm speaking the truth. For example, currently, Ashburn and Charles are gathered together, discussing how to capture the northern city district. Oh, they say that among Count Boris's men, there's an officer named Bishop who is actually one of their men. Oh, what's wrong?" While Han Chuo was speaking, he suddenly discovered that everyone by his side was looking dull as they stared blankly at himself, hence he couldn't help but ask in bafflement. Are you God?" Dark Grand Magus Crowley, who had previously lost to Han Chuo, stared blankly for a while before speaking out everyone's thoughts in a revering tone. "Are you God?" The 3 heavyweights of the Dark Mantle and the 2 sacred Magus, as well as Bollins, Emily and Phoebe, suddenly realized that what they wanted to say was actually mentioned by that fellow first. The ability to observe any area in a city clearly, finding out any information he wanted to know without overlooking anything. Such an existence, apart from God, even a half-god realm expert had no way of achieving it. Could this fellow before them be a hidden god that was banished to the mortal world? Harboring this sort of doubt, everyone's vision was uniformly fixed on Han Chuo as they waited anxiously for Han Chuo to explain. Han Chuo naturally wasn't stupid. His temporary puzzlement was swept aside by Crowley's "Are you God?" immediately understanding what his omnipresent 12 mystical demons meant to the people of this world. "No, this is a special use that supplements the martial technique I train in. It's nothing amazing." "Oh, that's right. Ballins, I will impart this martial technique to you after some time. At that time, you will understand what is going on," Han Chuo explained hastily. When Ballins, who had a blank expression, heard Han Chuo's sentence, he almost fainted in happiness. Luckily, Ballins had not lived for so long in vain. He hastily stabilized his disturbed mood, trembling as he said, "Thank you, Senior, thank you, Senior." Everyone's envious expression was fixed on the excited Ballins in a split second. Even the calm sacred sword master Carol had the slightest of envy toward Ballins. He felt that Ballins' foresight was so vicious, actually finding such a mystical senior. "I want to learn too." Phoebe's eyes were fixed on Han Chuo as she said bluntly. Han Chuo was slightly distracted, shooting a glance at Phoebe. He sighed and said in feigned seriousness, "Our sex secrets cannot be passed to outsiders, not even to our wives." However, Han Chuo was actually thinking inwardly that since she had a request from him, he had to seize it properly and not agree rashly. At the very least, he had to let her know her place. "Phoebe, don't cause a scene," Sacred Sword Master Carol frowned as he berated Phoebe. Phoebe dreaded her master the most. She stared at Han Chuo resentfully when she heard Carol's words, thinking inwardly that when they were alone, she must obtain this martial technique from Han Chuo, be it through harassing or emotional attacks. "I am familiar with Bishop. I didn't expect that he is actually a traitor. We need to immediately head to the northern city district and stabilize the situation there." Lawrence was feeling extremely impatient, planning to first head for Boris at the northern district. This was because as of now, only the northern city guard was still under their control. "All of you leave first, I'll seal off Mt. Ordas." Candid's expression was unchangingly gloomy as he hesitated for a while before saying to everyone. Space Sacred Magus Sabacus hesitated for a moment when he heard Candide before nodding his head soon after and said, "All right, it's a good idea to temporarily seal off Mt. Ordas. At least we will still be able to temporarily hide in Mt. Ordas if we fail to defend the northern city district or leave Asen City from the magic array in Mt. Ordas. Thankfully, the power of Dark Mantle has always been in the hands of the three of you. Otherwise, if those fellows happen to know more secrets of the Dark Mantle, I fear that it would truly be very problematic this time around." From the conversation between Candide and Sabacus, Han Chuo realized that the Dark Mantle was still hiding many secrets. Even the idea of sealing the mountain was new to Han Chuo. However, it seems like the entire Mt. Ordas should be able to be sealed off. The two of them mentioned that the Dark Mantle headquarters could still be the last stronghold after sealing off the mountain, indicating that the safety of Mt. Ordas after sealing it off need not be doubted. "Candide, we'll temporarily leave this area to you, this is my token." Amis held the token that represented his status and passed it to Candide. "Be careful." Cecilia was solemn as she also passed the token that represented her status over to Candide. To seal Mt. Ordas, the identity tokens of all three heavyweights are needed. Once Mt. Ordas is sealed, every entrance in all magical arrays would be sealed. Apart from the few of us, anyone else who doesn't know the method would be unable to freely enter and exit Mt. Ordas. Amis explained to Han Chuo, Lawrence, and the others. This secret was something even Han Chuo didn't know. When Han Chuo looked toward Emily, he realized that Emily was similarly puzzled. After observing everyone else, Han Chuo realized that even though there were many high-ranked personnel of the Dark Mantle here, he reckoned that the only people who actually knew the secret were the three heavyweights and Chief Elder Sabacus. It seems that as the Empire's largest and most formidable organization, the secrets hidden by the Dark Mantle ought to not only be as sporadic as it appeared to everyone. The sealing of the entire Mt. Ordas was most likely just the tip of the iceberg. After Ames finished explaining, everyone made the prompt decision to utilize the existing magic array here to directly reach the Dark Mantle branch at the Northern City District before Candide sealed off Mt. Ordas. The Northern District had similarly suffered from attacks. Han Shuo's mansion was in this area. However, as compared to the other districts, the Northern District was still considered safe. Those that had attacked Han Shuo's mansion, regardless of whether they ultimately succeeded, had left the Northern City District before the Northern City Army's Night Regiment were able to arrive. When they reached Count Boris's castle, the people who supported Lawrence had all gathered. As Han Shuo was able to clearly observe the layout of Ashburn and Charles's troops and also know the details of their next actions, Han Shuo had become the most important person here. With Han Shuo's description, the distribution of Ashburn and the eldest prince's troops, the secret operations of every noble, the current situation within the imperial palace, the movements of the other two princes were known without omission by everyone. With all the chaos within Asan City, the extent of benefits of having Han Shuo who was able to observe the entire situation clearly was reflected very quickly. Under Han Shuo's directions for 2 days in a row, 12 traitors headed by Bishop within the Northern City Guard were all executed. Some lucky surviving nobles who opposed Ashburn were sent by Sacred Magus Sabacus one after another into the castle. 2 attacks by Ashburn and the rest were ambushed by traps that were deployed in advance, with their head being killed on the spot. Leveraging on Han Shuo's existence, Lawrence, Old Han, and other military strategists skillfully utilized the power they held to firmly defend the Northern City District in such disadvantageous circumstances. Furthermore, they slowly accumulated their strength, forming the only force that was able to threaten Ashburn and Charles's power within Asan City. However, the superiority of Ashburn, Charles, and the others were too great. Currently, 4 out of the 5 districts of Asan City were under their control. The forces under them was also 4 times that of Lawrence and the others. The small victories by the Northern City Guard appeared to be insufficient in reversing the overall situation. On the 3rd day of everyone worriedly pondering how to solve this problem, Han Shuo suddenly saw through a mystical demon that a 50,000-strong Iron Blood troop was staying by Asan City's Northern City Gate. It was also during the night of that same day that a thin middle-aged man pulled a long fanny as he abused Han Shuo while bursting into the castle at the Northern City District, bring about a new problem for Han Shuo. Chapter 418 418 Tripartite Talks. Please continue reading on, Ox. Val. M. Get that brat Brian out here. A thin middle-aged man swore and shouted, dragging along a reluctant fanny as they burst into the castle. The guards stationed along the heavily guarded pathway seemed to recognize this thin middle-aged man. Everyone frowned and was worried, but surprisingly none of them dared to stop him. Due to Han Shuo's stunning ability during the last 3 days, he had gained an exquisitely high status. Even in Asan City, it was exceedingly rare to find someone who dared to abuse a noble so unbridled. A few soldiers who couldn't identify this man were extremely furious but suddenly quietened down after the veterans succinctly explained, their expression filled with hints of reverence when they looked at this man again. The loud curses were clearly audible from the assembly room at the 3rd floor of the castle where Han Shuo and his party were gathered. Old Han, Boris, Evie, Sacred Sword Master Carol, Sacred Magus Sabacus as well as Ames and the others from the Dark Mantle smiled bitterly when they heard that voice. Lawrence, Ames, and those who knew what was going on, suddenly glanced at Han Shuo with glinting eyes. Emily was even more uncomfortable. No one knew what unpredictable outcome this madman's arrival would bring. Why has this guy come over? Old Han's expression suddenly changed, and soon after looked flabbergasted at Han Shuo who was smiling wryly and asked probingly, "Why would you have animosity with him?" Han Shuo awkwardly scratched his head, his face bitter as he explained, "I don't have any animosity with him. Forget it, let's deal with things as they happen. I'll go take a look." "Brian, this madman cannot be provoked, you must treat him with caution. Just as Han Shuo stood up from his seat and was heading out, Lawrence suddenly spoke while having a queer expression. I'll take note of that. Han Shuo replied and directly headed towards the exit. Lawrence was familiar with Han Shuo's temperament, but he still didn't feel completely assured, so he got up and followed him out. Those who sat around the table were all people of status. Some of them were somewhat well acquainted with Firenze. When they saw Lawrence getting up and leaving, they hesitated for a moment before following suit, leaving just space Sacred Magus Sabacus and Sacred Sword Master Carol in the room. In the whole Lancelot Empire, it could be said that the only person that Duke Ashburn and eldest Prince Charles was apprehensive about was the southern border's war god, Firenze. In the entire Lancelot Empire, the one person who could defend the southern border from the bloodthirsty orcs was none other than this man. The citizens within the dozens of cities at the southern border were extremely valiant. In the many years of battle with the Orc Empire, every soldier and knight have been tempered to become exceedingly strong and powerful. The strongest knight regiment and legion within the Lancelot Empire were all at the southern border. But without this man's leadership, the vast southern border would have turned into the Orcs' land and Lancelot Empire would also be invaded by the bestial Orcs. It could be said that no matter who ultimately won the civil war, Firenze's status at the southern border will not be affected. This was because, other than this madman, no one else could stabilize the situation at the southern border. Based on this, he had become the one who had the most freedom to act as he wanted. While such a civil strife was going on, if this man wanted to, he could declare independence from the Lancelot Empire, and become the true monarch of the southern border. "Where's that little bastard? Come out now!" Firenze shouted as he walked. Although there were numerous densely packed soldiers in the surroundings, no one dared to obstruct him and instead took the initiative to open a path for him. "Father!" Fanny, who was being held by Firenze, was blushing as if she was embarrassed to have such a father. "You stay out of this. This little bastard is a womanizer at such young age. I must definitely teach him a lesson today. I don't care that he's the city lord of Brettle City. If he pisses me off, I'll declare war on him. Lancelot Empire is already in disorder anyways, it wouldn't matter if I add some oil to the fire." Firenze shouted in rage as he dragged Fanny to the second floor. At the beginning, Firenze was quite pleased when Fanny was talked about Brian's status. He had also heard of some of Brian's achievements. He felt that Brian met his expectations and was suitable. Fanny marrying him would also not disgrace himself. However, Firenze was unhappy that Brian stood him up multiple times. This time he had obviously come to Asen City, but Brian still did not take the initiative to pay his respects. This caused Firenze to feel angry. However, he was still able to accept it reluctantly as he understood that Asen City wasn't in a good situation. However, when he started using his own power to find out more about Han Shuo, he suddenly realized that Han Shuo was actually a couple with Bo's Merchant Alliance's Phoebe. This news was shocking to Firenze, who was far away from Asen City. When he was aware of this matter, Firenze immediately thought that Han Shuo had cheated his daughter's feelings. He had nearly charged to Han Shuo's mansion and caused a scene. However, he managed to resist the urge and instead went to interrogate Fanny. He discovered that not only did Fanny know about Han Shuo's sinful acts, she had actually still coyly say that she was fine with it. Fanny's conformist thoughts almost caused Firenze to faint in anger. When Fanny courageously said that apart from Phoebe, Han Shuo still had another woman named Emily, Firenze truly exploded. Without saying a word, he immediately dragged Fanny along to find Han Shuo and make things clear. I'm Brian." An anxious but helpless Han Shuo stood on the stone steps that connected the second floor with the third floor as he looked at Firenze, whose complexion was red with anger. "You still have the guts to come out, not bad, not bad." Firenze gnashed his teeth, casually snatching a pike from a guard standing beside him and threw it toward Han Shuo. The dazzling pike was like silver lightning and was in front of Han Shuo in the blink of an eye. Firenze was an outstanding commander and was personally a sky rider. His strike was filled with fighting aura and it was not to be belittled. Han Shuo knew Firenze will not let things go easily. He lifted his left hand and the demon slayer edge emerged from his palm and struck the tip of the pike with a clang, causing the pike to shatter into pieces. "Father! You said you'll talk about it!" Fanny shouted as she tried to pull back Firenze with both her hands while looking helplessly at Han Shuo. "Aren't we talking now? Otherwise, why would I come here alone? This guy can kill Liakane by himself and there are so many old farts here protecting him. If this is not called talking, I don't know what is." Firenze glared at Fanny and lightly scolded, "Lass, let go of me, I still have more things to talk with him." Old Han, Amis and the rest had just reached Han Shuo's side when they heard Firenze's so many old farts. Old Han was furious, pointing at Firenze as he shouted angrily, "You lunatic, who are you calling old farts? I didn't say it was you." Firenze snorted coldly. Old Han face relaxed. Just when he decided not to pursue this further, he was driven mad by what Firenze said next. "I'm addressing all of you. Including old fart Carol that's still inside. Don't think that I wouldn't know you're here just because you stay inside." Firenze sneered when he saw old Han's expression relax before resolutely continuing his sentence. Han Shuo was stunned and stared blankly at Firenze. He thought in his heart that this man really had a unique personality. It seems that the person who dared to beat up Grand Duke Ashburn within the main hall was indeed not an ordinary person. "Damn it, you mad dog, when did I ever offend you?" Old Han rarely became angry in his recent years. However, he was so angered as soon as he met with Firenze that he threw a vulgar remark. "Your daughter-in-law seduced my daughter's man. And Carol's apprentice also snatched my daughter's man. Damn it, are you all bully me because I'm far away at the southern border?" Firenze was indeed a madman as old Han described, cursing anyone he got his hands on. When he said that, Emily's pretty face turned deathly white. Han Shuo also trembled inwardly, thinking to himself that the situation was going downhill. Sure enough, old Han's expression suddenly sank. He gave Firenze a cold, frosty gaze and asked, "What do you mean? Please make yourself clear. If you dare to randomly slander my family's name and reputation, I'll pursue this with my entire life." Sacred Swordmaster Carol and Sabacus had walked out at an unknown time and heard the conversation too. Carol glowered at Firenze and shouted loudly, "What the hell do you want? The Empire is in chaos and we have no time for your nonsense. This brat is in a relationship with Phoebe and Emily, but still dared to go after my daughter. Don't you all know about it?" Firenze didn't fear the rage of old Han and Carol. He sneered as he paused, as though he had not caused enough chaos. He then added coldly, "I will definitely pursue this matter till the end. As long as it's not settled, the civil strife within the Empire has nothing to do with me. Do whatever you guys want, whoever lives or dies is none of my business. Humph, even if Lancelot Empire was finished, I will not let anyone bully my daughter. If the few of you want to play, I'll accompany you until the end." When he finished, everyone's gaze was on Han Shuo, Fanny, Emily, and Phoebe. Old Han and Carol's expressions turned ashen. On one hand, they were dumbfounded by the sudden revelation, and the other, they were shocked by Firenze's reckless words. To old Han and Carol, their whole life had been dedicated to the Lancelot Empire. To them, the only thing they truly cared about was the future of Lancelot Empire. They could never be like the lunatic Firenze and disregard Lancelot Empire's survival. "Emily, is what he said true?" Old Han was somewhat embarrassed as he asked a pitiful-looking Emily, who looked as though she was going to cry. Chapter 419. 419 I'm willing. Please continue reading on, Ox. Val. M. As matters stand, it simply could no longer be concealed. Han Shuo didn't expect that at such a crucial time, they were actually placed in such a situation. Emily's eyes watered. Being exposed in front of so many people was completely out of her expectations. At this moment, the feeling of bitterness, misery, helplessness, fear, and many other feelings swarmed her, causing Emily's inferior heart to be severely hurt. Tears uncontrollably flowed down her tender face. "It's true." Unexpectedly, Han Shuo replied coldly before Emily could respond. When everyone's gaze turned toward Han Shuo, he released the hand of Phoebe, whose face was pale as she looked at him, directly walking toward the crying Emily and holding Emily's hand tightly in front of everyone. His face was gloomy as he slowly observed everyone and said, "What he said is the truth, Emily is my woman. However, I was the one who pursued her bitterly, there's nothing to do with anyone else." Old Han's face became ashen, glaring at Han Shuo and Emily in anger as he said, "Good, very good, I never would have thought that our Betteridge family would actually produce such a scandal. I apologize on behalf of my sister. However, if anyone wants to bully my sister, they would have to see if I'm agreeable." After a brief shock, Amis resisted the urge of questioning Emily and instead sneered as he looked at everyone. As Emily's blood brother, the amount of love Amis showed Emily was something only they knew. At such a crucial time, Amis stood by Emily's side without the slightest hesitation. Seeing Emily trying to conceal her tears, Amis, who was the god of death in the eyes of the Empire's nobles, was similarly angered. "Brian, look at the good you have done." Sacred Sword Master Carol stared coldly at Han Shuo as he shouted in anger. In a flash, everyone's gaze gathered again on Han Shuo. Everyone only came to their senses at this moment. The main culprit should be Han Shuo. All kinds of criticizing and angry gazes landed on Han Shuo. Facing everyone's ire, Han Shuo had a gloomy expression as he looked at everyone and said, "This is our matter and doesn't seem to be related to you. Whoever feels that they can use the power in their hands to exert pressure on me, we shall wait and see what happens." "Brat, you have guts." Firenze was so angry that he laughed, pointing at Han Shuo as he said, "As long as you immediately leave that two women and only concentrate on my daughter, I can treat the matters before as bygones. So long as you follow me back to the southern border, no matter how chaotic Lancelot Empire is, I can guarantee that you will be free of worries." Firenze paused for a moment before continuing, "If not, we shall struggle to our deaths. Let's see who will still be laughing at the end." "Father!" At this moment, Fanny also had a distressed expression as she couldn't help but shout loudly. Fanny didn't expect that things would develop in such a way. However, she was also unable to control Firenze's temper and simply unable to tell when he would go crazy. Currently, Emily, Phoebe, herself, as well as Han Shuo, were extremely embarrassed. What was originally Han Shuo's personal matters was now like a tripartite talk. Fanny had expectedly blamed herself, thinking inwardly, "Brian would definitely hate me. Ah, what should I do now? Brian, since things have reached this stage, shouldn't you give us an explanation?" Old Han's face was ashen as he glowered at Han Shuo. Looking at the crying Emily, gazing at the distressed Fanny and taking a look at the terrified Phoebe, Han Shuo took a deep breath. As everyone watched attentively, Han Shuo said, "I have already described the sequence of events to the three of you. The three of you should already be clear about what had happened. As matters stand, I don't have anything else to say, all of you are aware of how I feel about each of you. Right now, I'll give all of you a choice. You should also give yourself this choice. If you are willing to be with me, you just need to nod in agreement. I will face any difficulty that arises with you. As long as you are willing to be with me, I promise that I will treat you well in the future, and definitely not let anyone bully you. If you are unable to accept this, you can take it as something I owe you in this lifetime. Our relationship in this life will end here, and from today onward, we will no longer have any emotional connection." "Brat, what nonsense are you spouting? Could it be that till now you still want to have all of them?" Firenze raged, lifting his sleeves with the intention of punishing Han Shuo. Han Shuo's expression darkened as he glared at Firenze and said in anger, "What does this have to do with you? The person I want to marry isn't you, why do you have so much to say? Damn it, you stinky brat has such a temper." There's no one else within Lancelot Empire that dares to talk to me like that. You should take a look at your... Firenze shouted loudly as he prepared to charge toward Han Shuo. Father, you don't need to bother about my matters. Fanny held on to Firenze and shouted loudly. I'm willing. I don't care about anything else. As long as you want me, I will follow you. Emily, who had tears rolling down her face, was the first to declare her stand while she sobbed. She was already willing to give up everything. Emily gripped Han Shuo's hand tightly. Because she was using strength, her fingertips had even entered his skin. Emily seemed to want to gain strength and courage through this method. Brother, I'm sorry. I love him. I'm sorry to cause trouble for you, but I'm unable to leave him. Emily's tears rolled down her face as she spoke while looking at Amy's. Amy's trembled, suddenly recalling their misery when they were younger and how they relied on each other for many years. Fool, what are you saying all these for? No matter what, I will always be on your side. Amy's had a doting expression as he smiled and replied Emily gently. It is said that an elder brother is like a father. Amy's had always treated Emily this way. When they were younger, their parents had died and it was Amy's who had worked hard to raise Emily. Everything the two of them had today had been the result of them risking their lives and their efforts. In Amy's heart, the most important person in this world was his sister. He had married Emily off to the Betteridge family, yet Emily's husband had suddenly died on the battlefield even before they had consummated their marriage. All these years, Emily had become a widow that was difficult to accept. Amy's clearly understood the pain Emily endured all these years. He placed all the blame on himself and had always wished for Emily to strive for happiness once again. However, Emily simply didn't have anyone that she fancied. Amy's didn't think that the current situation was ideal, but it wasn't bad either. Without thinking, he naturally placed the most importance on his sister's happiness. Thank you, brother. Emily cried as she expressed her thanks. Soon after, she looked toward old Han, who had a queer expression, and said, Father, all these years, I have been very happy living in the Betteridge family. I have truly looked upon you as my father. I also know that you love me dearly. I am extremely grateful toward you, and I know that my actions would possibly smear the Betteridge family's name. I'm sorry, really sorry, please forgive me. Father, you will always be my father. Old Han was startled and stared blankly at Emily. After quite a while, Old Han sighed. He didn't say anything, his expression desolate as he walked back to the assembly room on the third floor. I'm also willing. I don't wish for anything much. Father, I beg you to not bother about my affairs. Fanny had a death grip on Firenze as if she feared that Firenze would be so furious that he disregarded everything. She continued sharply, if you don't promise me, I will leave home once again and you will never be able to see me again. Firenze, who was shouting loudly that he wanted to kill Han Shuo, was suddenly stunned, his expression reddened as he pointed at Han Shuo and sworn while saying, What's so good about this brat? There are so many good men within Lancelot Empire. Why must you insist on being with a half-hearted fellow? Because of him, you are actually thinking of abandoning your family. Father, you are incredible at war, but you would never understand what is true love. My mother had waited for you her entire life, always worried that something would happen to you on the battlefield. When she was sick, you were still fighting more than 1,000 miles away. Even when mother died unhappily from her illness, you weren't present by her side. You already ruined her life's happiness. Don't tell me that you want to also destroy my happiness. Fanny was somewhat hysterical when she saw Firenze throwing off her hand and charged toward Han Shuo and suddenly screamed. Firenze, who had struggled free of Fanny with great difficulty, suddenly stopped in his tracks. His face was distorted and his breath uneven, showing signs of a beast wanting to run away. Everyone was startled. Some of them looked at Firenze nervously, afraid that he would act recklessly. This person's reputation had always been that he didn't behave like an ordinary person. Therefore, everyone had reason to believe that he would go crazy. Even Han Shuo was somewhat fearful, secretly increasing his vigilance. He felt that if Firenze dared to recklessly attack himself, he would preemptively knock Firenze unconscious and tie him up, so as to avoid his fluctuating exuberant energy. He would then explain to Fanny afterward. Under everyone's watchful gaze, Firenze's distorted face actually calmed down gradually. However, his expression was still dark and frightening. After a long while, Firenze turned around to look at Fanny and spoke in a tranquil tone for the first time since he came and asked, "Lass, are you truly certain?" Fanny immediately nodded her head, her expression firm as she replied, "Father, I am certain." "Brat, are you able to give Fanny happiness?" Firenze suddenly stared at Hanchuo and inquired word by word. "As long as I am alive, no one can bully her." Hanchuo raised his hand and pledged while having a serene expression. Chapter 420 420 I'm unwilling to part with you. Please continue reading on, Ox. Val. M. Father. Fanny silently walked to Firenze's side, her eyes filled with expectation as she gazed at him and spoke softly. Firenze stared blankly at Hanchuo for a long time before suddenly shaking his head as he sighed and said, "Forget it, since you insist, I wouldn't obstruct you." "Thank you, father." Fanny had a delighted expression as she then gazed at Hanchuo lovingly. Hanchuo also sighed in relief as he nodded toward Fanny. He then bowed in salute to Firenze and said, "I will give her happiness, I promise." "Humph! You have so many women yet still dare to say you will give her happiness. If you bully my daughter, I don't care who you are, I'll definitely go all out to settle the debt." Firenze didn't give any face to Hanchuo as he shouted coldly in response. Hanchuo smiled bitterly without responding. He hesitated for a while before casting his gaze toward Phoebe. Of the three women, Phoebe had the most unyielding personality and was the most independent. Currently, Fanny and Emily had already stated their stand, and only the pale-faced Phoebe was left. Phoebe looked as if she had suffered a large stimulus. Her originally delicate face had become exceedingly white, as she stared in a daze at Hanchuo without saying a word as if she had suddenly become a fool. By Phoebe's side, Lawrence suddenly coughed and pulled Phoebe's sleeve in passing, reminding the distracted Phoebe to not hesitate any longer. Phoebe suddenly came to her senses, struggling repeatedly in her heart. She recalled many past events which she had gone through with Hanchuo, the uncertainty when they assassinated her rival together in the booze merchant guild, the sweetness when they were escaping together, thinking of Hanchuo's care for her, even presenting the divine weapon Starry Sky as a gift without hesitation. These warm scenes were like snares of love. When Phoebe thought of these moments, they bound her even more tightly, causing her to feel stifled. However, as a strong independent woman, Phoebe never had the intention of sharing a man with others. She had shown great determination to understand the details of the situation for Emily's matter previously before she finally forgave Hanchuo for running amok. However, Fanny's situation was somewhat different from Emily's. The way Hanchuo's treated Fanny also caused her to realize how strong the love was between the two of them. Furthermore, Fanny had a superior upbringing and family background. All of these added together clearly caused Phoebe to somewhat be unable to accept the situation. Hanchuo silently watched Phoebe. When he saw Phoebe look like she was struggling indeterminately, the guilt in his heart grew exponentially. He endured the pain in his heart as he said bitterly, "Let's forget it. Phoebe, I've let you down in this lifetime." When she heard Hanchuo's words, Phoebe's eyes were suddenly occupied by endless pain, her face suddenly becoming as white as a sheet. Phoebe looked at Hanchuo in disbelief, her heart aching to have been stabbed and shattered. With a sway, Phoebe actually fell backward. When Hanchuo, who had been keeping a close watch on Phoebe, saw her body sway and fall backward, he was terrified. He was by Phoebe's side without a second thought, supporting her before she could fall on the ground and shout worriedly, "Phoebe, are you okay?" There was a flash of white light. Carol had also moved to Phoebe's side. As Hanchuo had rushed over first, Carol, who was initially prepared to support Phoebe, could only anxiously extend 2 fingers and place them on Phoebe's nose. After pausing for 3 seconds, he clearly loosened his breath. He held back the anger in his heart as he said, "She has fainted, it's all because of you." At this moment, Han Shuo didn't have the energy to argue with Carol. When he heard Carol say that Phoebe had simply fainted, his heart calmed. He then placed his right hand on Phoebe's back and circulate demonic yuan energy into her body. The sorrowful and heartbroken Phoebe felt a comfortable warmth in the middle of her back and slowly came to soon after. When she saw Han Shuo's worried expression immediately as she opened her eyes, she only felt a myriad of emotions entering her heart at the same time. She could no longer pretend to be strong and her tears suddenly flowed like a fountain as she cried bitterly at the top of her voice. As 2 fists bombarded Han Shuo's chest like raindrops, Phoebe scolded as she hit him, "You heartless scoundrel, you actually dare to say those words to me? You've swindled away my life's happiness and now you still want to stand aside and do nothing. Do you actually have a conscience?" There were constant pounding sounds as Phoebe hit Han Shuo's chest, his expression filled with pain. As he looked at Phoebe, who was bawling in his embrace, Han Shuo similarly felt extremely distressed. However, Han Shuo really didn't know what to say to console Phoebe at this moment and could only repeatedly say, "I'm sorry." Phoebe had never lost control of herself like she did today. No matter what difficulties she came across, she would never be as weak as she was today. Furthermore, there were so many elders and officials present here. With Phoebe's character, it was even more unlikely that she would reveal signs of weakness. However, when Han Shuo said the words "let's forget it," Phoebe felt as though the sky had collapsed. The world seemed to turn grey in a split second, no longer having any color. That piercing pain destroyed all of Phoebe's pretense, causing her to feel as though she was beaten black and blue. Emily and Fanny's line of sight had never left Han Shuo from the beginning. When they saw Phoebe pounding her fists repeatedly on Han Shuo's chest, they both felt incessantly distressed, fearing that Phoebe would not know what's important and injure Han Shuo. Everyone observing by the side had different expressions as they looked at Han Shuo and the 3 women, not knowing what they should say. They actually wanted to interfere in this matter, but unfortunately, they weren't able to make the decision in this situation and could only look on helplessly as the unorthodox situation developed in a way they totally couldn't explain. "That's great, that's great. Brian truly has his ways." The happiest person in the crowd was definitely Lawrence, who felt ecstatic by the way things turned out. Han Shuo and the 3 women represented 4 different powers. If they become hostile toward each other, Lawrence would definitely not have any hope of ascending the throne. During this period of time, Lawrence felt as though he was sitting on pins and needles and was more nervous than anyone else. He was truly afraid that the 4 parties would recklessly cause enormous disturbances, destroying all of his hopes. Even now, Phoebe was still crying loudly as she leaned into Han Shuo's embrace. Lawrence was finally able to truly relax. He knew in his heart that although none of the 3 parties were pleased with this outcome, due to the 3 women's insistence, none of them were able to change this favorable situation. "I'm sorry." Han Shuo embraced Phoebe, repeating the same words as before. Weary from both hitting and scolding Han Shuo, Phoebe gradually suppressed the pain in her heart, wiping the never-ending tears from her eyes and fiercely glared at Han Shuo and said, "In this lifetime, you can forget about trying to abandon me. If you dare to do such a thing, I'll kill you and then commit suicide. So long as you are willing to be with me, why would I be willing to part with you?" Han Shuo looked at Phoebe and said with deep emotion, "We are already like this, how can I not be with you? You scoundrel, you heartless creature!" Phoebe felt indignant, once again sending a fist toward Han Shuo's chest. When he heard what Phoebe said, Carol's expression changed, clearly understanding the hidden meaning within Phoebe's words. The people around them were all cunning fellows, and when they heard Phoebe divulge such information, they were able to grasp the crucial point in a flash. Their eyes flickered as they shifted their gaze between Han Shuo and the 3 women. When Han Shuo saw the gazes of these people, he immediately understood. Surprisingly, Han Shuo's thick-skinned face turned red as he coughed dryly. Phoebe, Emily, and Fanny gradually understood somewhat. Under the strange gazes from everyone, all of them started to blush. Phoebe inwardly scolded herself for blabbing. Unfortunately, this wasn't the time to try and explain herself, and she momentarily became shy and embarrassed, not knowing what she should do. As the three women had all taken a rebirth pill, their skin was all fair and glossy, delicate like water. Among them, as Emily and Phoebe had received Han Shuo's nourishment, their bodies faintly had a hint of charm and maturity. If one looked seriously, they were indeed somewhat different from Fanny. Forget it, let's forget about it. She had been disappointing too, having given her body to this brat. What else can I say? Sacred Swordmaster Carol sighed in his heart, staring distractedly at Phoebe for a while before finally saying, let's let it be. You have grown up, I'm unable to control you anyways. Master! Phoebe cried out softly, continuing to say, Master, I'm sorry. I've caused you to be disappointed. Hi, Space Sacred Magus Sabacus sighed. When he saw everyone look at him in puzzlement, he smiled and said, it is most appropriate that the youngsters handle their own matters. Hee, we have all grown older. How can we restrict them on every matter? Presently, Lancelot Empire is suffering from internal trouble and outside aggression and is precisely in its most challenging situation. Everyone here is the backbone of the Empire. What we should be doing now should be resolving the Empire's problems. As Sabacus was a senior with good moral standing and reputation within the Empire, even that madman Firenze somewhat respected him. Now that he had spoken, everyone was resentful but didn't say anything else. As the protector of Lancelot Empire, Carol naturally wouldn't be like Firenze and disregard the survival of the Empire. When he heard what Sabacus said, he gradually calmed down and was in deep thought, not saying a word. Sabacus paused for a moment. Seeing that everyone still seemed to show him respect, he loosened a breath. Just as he was about to seize the opportunity and let all parties reconcile, Han Shuo suddenly creased his eyebrows and said, Ashburn and eldest Prince Charles have personally led their troops and are headed for the northern city district. It looks like they intend to settle the situation of the entire Lancelot Empire in one battle. Chapter 421 421 We want to become even stronger. Please continue reading on, Ox. Val. M. The sudden changes caused everyone to rapidly free themselves from the matter between Han Shuo and the three women. Everyone had a heavy expression as they started to worry about the attack from Ashburn, Charles, and their forces. Brat, how do you know that old fox Ashburn is coming over? Firenze looked at Han Shuo suspiciously, as if he didn't really believe what Han Shuo was saying. Among the people present, Firenze was the most unfamiliar with Han Shuo, unlike Carol, Sabacus, and the rest who knew that Han Shuo possessed a mysterious martial technique that was able to clearly observe the entire area. Hence when he saw that Han Shuo had said those words so confidently, he naturally didn't believe him. He indeed knows. Sabacus explained to Firenze, it is precisely due to his mystical observational ability that we are still able to hold the fort here. Firenze was stunned. His eyes filled with amazement as he looked at Han Shuo, not comprehending how Han Shuo was able to do it. Firenze knew that Sabacus wasn't someone who spoke lightly. Since he said that Han Shuo had such an ability, that meant that Han Shuo was definitely able to do it. This time around, those that are heading over include the city guards from the other city gates. With our current forces, we shouldn't be able to ward them off. Furthermore, that Sacred Knight and Temple Knights from the Church of Light, as well as Earth Sacred Magus Tempus are within this group of people. Han Shuo shut his eyes, describing the composition and strength of Ashburn's forces as observed through his mystical demons, no details able to escape his sights. These days, everyone was already familiar with Han Shuo's mystical observation ability and they earnestly listened to Han Shuo's detailed explanation of Ashburn's troops. As Han Shuo's low voice continued, numerous images were revealed in front of everyone's eyes. The movements of Ashburn and the rest were laid bare. When Han Shuo finished speaking, Firenze was calm as he said, "It seems like Ashburn intends to seize the northern city district in one go. Firenze, what do you think we should do?" Old Han had unknowingly walked over and asked Firenze seriously. "Give the order to open Asen City. I'll bring my troops over." "Humph, Ashburn has become insane. It looks like what His Highness expected is indeed happening," Firenze said, his voice filled with murderous spirit. You will lead your troops over." Old Han was clearly startled, staring stupefied at Firenze as he replied. "Obviously. Otherwise, in this time of great chaos, why would I come unaccompanied to Asen City? Do you think I'm just here to watch a show?" Firenze unhappily glared at Old Han, casually pointing toward the head of the northern city guards, Boris, and said, "How about you and me head over to the northern gate together?" "Sure, I'll immediately make a trip with you." Boris didn't express any annoyance toward Firenze's gestures, immediately agreeing to Firenze's suggestion. In front of Firenze, regardless of experience or seniority, Boris was far inferior to him. Firenze had always been arrogant and haughty. However, he had a basis for being this arrogant. This was something everyone in the Lancelot Empire was clear about. Furthermore, seeing that Firenze's intention was clearly to assist Lawrence, the unusual situation beforehand seemed to be forgotten. Emily was extremely pleased with the current outcome, seeing her brother's unconditional support and Old Han having no choice but to take an indifferent attitude as he didn't want to sink into further disorder. All these caused the miserable Emily to feel reborn. "My two sisters, what are your thoughts?" After speaking to Han Shuo, Emily smiled as she glanced at Fanny and Phoebe. Fanny and Phoebe ignored the glance, somewhat uncomfortably nodding their heads. As she was nodding her head, Phoebe suddenly thought of something, glaring at Han Shuo as she said, "You are not allowed to use your martial technique to eavesdrop. You are too vile." "Humph, based on what you said, your martial technique is able to spy on the entire city. Doesn't that mean that you are able to watch any woman bathing? You repulsive fellow, how could you practice such an obscene and vulgar martial technique?" When they heard what Phoebe said, Fanny and Emily's eyebrows suddenly creased, as if suddenly realizing such a possibility. As they thought about Han Shuo's actions all along, the three women were worried about Han Shuo's character. Their gazes toward Han Shuo suddenly became much sharper. Han Shuo felt a headache incoming and hurriedly said, "There's another anomaly, I need to tell them immediately." After he spoke, Han Shuo didn't care about the three women's clamor, hurriedly leaving the side of the three women and headed for an area of rubble at the back of the castle. Han Shuo didn't head for the assembly room where Sabacus and the rest were. After the matter that had just happened, Amis, Carol, Old Han and the others would probably not be pleased with him. Han Shuo knew that they felt anger in their hearts and naturally wouldn't bring trouble upon himself. Using the Demon Slayer edge to carve out a large, hidden cave, Han Shuo arranged a transporting array and teleported to the Cemetery of Death. Within the dusky Cemetery of Death, the Earth Zombie lied quietly in the place of Extreme Earth, looking as if he was in a coma. Faint strands of Earth and yellow Earth essence energy from the surroundings slowly flowed into the Earth Zombie's body, gradually restoring the wounded Earth Zombie. A greater part of the Earth essence energy within the Cemetery of Death's place of Extreme Earth had been consumed when refining the Earth Elite Zombie and there was only very little remaining currently. Han Shuo had placed the Earth Zombie here 3 days ago, taking advantage of the remaining Earth essence energy within the place of Extreme Earth to restore the Earth Zombie's wounds. As Han Shuo's heart ached as he looked at the silent Earth Zombie deep underground, Han Shuo sensed the little skeleton's call. He hesitated for a moment before summoning the little skeleton before him. "Father, we want to seek revenge for him," the little skeleton transmitted immediately after he arrived. "I know, I'm currently awaiting the opportunity, waiting for a chance to send that knight to his death." Han Shuo replied. "We want to become stronger." The little skeleton transmitted another message. Soon after, there was a walnut-like black fruit in his hand. The little skeleton handed over the fruit to Han Shuo and said, "Father, this fruit is for you." It's extremely useful. The black fruit looked like a walnut. There was nothing unusual about its ordinary appearance. However, when Han Shuo examined with his consciousness, he immediately felt that the fruit contained a bizarre energy and was stunned. What is this? What's its use? Han Shuo extended his hand as he spoke, taking the fruit that the little skeleton handed over. Tens of thousands of brilliance suddenly exploded out of the fruit, binding around Han Shuo momentarily like ribbons. Han Shuo immediately became like a cocoon. Chapter 422. 422. Please continue reading on, Ox. Val. M. Part 1. The ribbon-like brilliance wrapped tightly around Han Shuo's entire body, but Han Shuo didn't have the feeling of being restricted. Strands of light slowly entered Han Shuo's skin, causing a refreshing feeling to flow through his whole body, as though he had entered a cool and refreshing lake. When the little skeleton saw Han Shuo being wrapped up by the black fruit after receiving the black fruit from him, he extended his snowy white hands which were holding a few thumb-sized oars in his palms. The little skeleton's purple demon eye shined brightly, as though he was pondering about something. After staring blankly for a while, he put his palms together and started to grind them against each other. As an ear-piercing creaking sound emitted from his palms, a dense deathly aura suddenly emanated from his palms, and the creaking sound stopped abruptly. Grains of grayish-white sand-like particles slowly flowed out from between the little skeleton's palms. He quickly rushed to Han Shuo's side, sprinkling the sand-like particles on Han Shuo's body. As the fine grains were falling Han Shuo's body, they suddenly sparkled like stars in the night, giving off a bizarre yet beautiful sight. However, when the fine particles landed on his body, they disappeared without a trace, like water that flowed into the sea and no more sparkles could be seen. The little skeleton's purple demon eye actually exuded a serene dense color which moved non-stop as it winded around Han Shuo who was encased by the black fruit. It sprinkled the particles from the little skeleton's hands even throughout Han Shuo's body, making sure not miss a spot. At first, Han Shuo had a snug and lazy feeling, as though he was soaking in a refreshing pool of water, causing him to be languid and somewhat drowsy. However, when the fine particles landed on his body, the areas where the particles landed had a sudden fiery, stinging pain. The thread-like particles seemed to have spirituality as they slowly assimilated into Han Shuo's bones. Han Shuo, who was originally feeling languid and comfortable, suddenly felt his body become incredibly heavy. Wherever the fine grains landed on, the surrounding bones would felt as though they were cast with lead. Han Shuo realized that the heavy sensation wasn't an illusion, but was actually happening. Han Shuo did an internal inspection using his consciousness, and distinctly saw specks of starlight-like radiance slowly fusing into his skeleton, gradually reinforcing his bones and causing them to strengthen. This felt similar to the first time Han Shuo felt that he was reborn. Gradually, the numerous strands of light from the fruit completely entered Han Shuo's body. The little skeleton had already stopped moving around Han Shuo. The fine sand-like particles from his hands had flowed into Han Shuo's skeleton like water, fusing with the fruit's radiance, enhancing every inch of Han Shuo's bones. Throughout the process, Han Shuo's bones ached as though they were pierced by many fine needles. However, having practiced his demonic arts till this level, Han Shuo had endured all kinds of pain. When compared to the time when his skull was cut open, where he had felt terrifying pain as though his brain was sliced into many pieces, the current pain was easily endured by Han Shuo. Therefore, Han Shuo did not reveal any signs of being unable to endure throughout the process, nor did he even groan. He was quiet as though he had fallen asleep. The little skeleton who was beside Han Shuo, looked at him in a daze, as though Han Shuo's expression was extremely strange. After an indefinite amount of time, Han Shuo felt the pain throughout his body subsiding, allowing Han Shuo to be able to ignore it. Right at this moment, he exhaled and opened his eyes. When he looked down, Han Shuo realized that he had already completely recovered, and there wasn't anything abnormal with his body anymore. He cracked his neck, swung his arms, flexing his muscles and bones. Han Shuo suddenly had an odd expression. This was because Han Shuo suddenly felt that his body weight had increased tenfold. This was truly inconceivable. That ordinary-looking fruit had strengthened Han Shuo's bones and increased their density, causing their durability to become extremely astonishing. As his bones were strengthened, his weight had increased along with it. Although Han Shuo was mentally prepared and understood that there would be changes to his body, when the changes were way beyond his expectations, Han Shuo was also extremely amazed. What kind of fruit is this? What are its uses? A shocked Han Shuo stared blankly for a while before he asked the little skeleton. We call it Black Resolute Crystal. Just like the Serene Luster Gem you had taken previously, they are extremely miraculous items from my world. The Serene Luster Gem can strengthen one's soul, causing the soul to be purer. The Black Resolute Crystal strengthens one's bones and can make our bones much harder. A Black Resolute Crystal like this can strengthen an evil knight's body several times. I had previously consumed a Black Resolute Crystal and had suffered terribly. However, after absorbing the Black Resolute Crystal's energy, I could detect that my bones became much more solid, the little skeleton explained to Han Shuo, pausing for a moment before sighing in admiration. Father, you are truly amazing. You actually didn't have the slightest dreading of the pain. It turns out that the fruit was something as precious as the Serene Luster Gem. No wonder it had such a miraculous effect. During Han Shuo's previous visit to the Netherworld, he had seen with his own eyes how the undead creatures fought desperately over a Serene Luster Gem. Therefore, he knew that this Black Resolute Crystal was definitely also a highly sought-after item that all undead creatures will scramble for. The little skeleton had actually not kept such a valuable treasure to improve his own strength and instead gifted it to Han Shuo without the slightest hesitation. This caused Han Shuo to be extremely moved. As Han Shuo looked at the ordinary-looking little skeleton and was just about to praise him, he suddenly thought of another matter. In the past, whenever changes happened to Han Shuo's body, time would pass unwittingly. He didn't know if a long time had passed this time around when he used the Black Resolute Crystal to strengthen his bones. As Asan City was currently at its most chaotic moments, time was the most precious thing. As someone who could observe the whole situation remotely, Han Shuo was someone who could not be missing at this critical moment. How much time has passed? Han Shuo's eyebrows creased as he hurriedly asked the little skeleton. I have no idea, the little skeleton calmly replied. Han Shuo came to his senses soon after. The cemetery of death was the same as the netherworld where there was no concept of time. The cemetery of death was encapsulated by a strong barrier. Neither sunlight nor moonlight could penetrate it, and therefore it was naturally impossible to derive time from the rise and setting of the sun and moon. Thinking about the impending major battle, Han Shuo immediately panicked. He didn't dare to continue staying in the cemetery of death. After sending the little skeleton back to the netherworld, he hurriedly stood in the center of the cemetery of death's magical transportation array. All of a sudden, the sounds of horses trampling, magic exploding, and the wretched howls of warriors at death's door all rushed into Han Shuo's ears. The source of these sounds wasn't that far away. Sure enough, the battle had already begun. Han Shuo immediately came to his senses, tidying up the magic array. All kinds of images were being projected into his brain, allowing him to clearly observe everything that was happening. So long as Han Shuo was within Asan City, the mystical demons would be able to transmit every scene of Asan City into his brain. However, if Han Shuo is too far away from Asan City, the connection between Han Shuo and the mystical demons will be too weak to support the transfer of information. Moreover, the cemetery of death has a peculiar barrier, and therefore Han Shuo naturally wasn't able to know the happenings within Asan City while in the cemetery of death. However, once Han Shuo returned Asan City via the transportation array, his connection with the 12 mystical demons was immediately re-established, allowing him to possess the ability to control the whole situation again. Through the mystical demons' point of view, Han Shuo saw that fierce battles were ongoing on several wide spaces around the castle. The powers headed by Firenze, Carol, and Lawrence were fighting relentlessly with Ashburn and eldest Prince Charles's troops, with deaths occurring at every moment. This castle was originally used for storage of military supplies, and it just so happened that there were no residents in the surroundings. The surroundings were simply vast open land, allowing the two sides to have the perfect location for battle. TL note: so, the black resolute crystal is supposed to be an item similar to the previous serene luster gem. The ROS for this is wanted it to have a similar style of naming with the serene luster gem. Do give your thoughts on what you feel about the name and any suggestions on what else it could be caught that might fit better. Part 2. Everywhere he looked was involved in a vigorous battle. Every plot of land within a few kilometers radius of the castle was densely packed with troops fighting. Apart from the northern city district, mystical demons placed in the different districts observed that the other districts, including the imperial palace, were also shrouded in the flames of battle. However, compared to the great battle ongoing at the northern city district, the battles at the other districts were clearly smaller in scale. This was because, headed by Lawrence, those high-ranking figures that could threaten Charles were currently all gathered in the northern city district. It was unknown if there was a tacit agreement. None of the sacred rank experts participated in the battle. Carol and Sabacus on Lawrence's side, Dempus and the Sacred Knight on Charles's side, all watched by the sidelines as their troops went all out in battle. Both Lawrence and Charles knew the incredible lethality of sacred rank experts, especially that of sacred magi. A single forbidden magic spell was enough to turn the tide of battle. However, every kingdom within the profound continent had a tacit agreement that sacred magi would not use forbidden magic in an ordinary battle. With forbidden magic not permitted against foreign enemies, it was naturally must not be used during internal conflict. Even though Asen City was rather huge, if it was really bombarded by a few forbidden magic spells, Lancelot Empire's capital, Asen City, would disappear from the continent, with countless casualties among the residents. This was precisely why both Space Sacred Magus Sabacus and Earth Sacred Magus Dempus have been looking on without lifting a finger during this war. Neither of them dared to use forbidden magic on the opposing army, which was from the same empire. Firenze was the commander of the war. At a high vantage point at the middle of the castle, Firenze roared unendingly as several armored officers under his command arranged their troops methodically in accordance to Firenze's orders and attacked Ashburn and Charles's troops from all directions. Han Chuo observed the overall situation through his mystical demons. He suddenly realized that under Firenze's never-ending roar, the troops from his Howling Legion looked as though they were randomly dispersed, but indistinctly formed various peculiar formations that divided Ashburn and Charles's army into several large chunks, and quietly surrounded every one of them. Only Han Chuo, who could see the overall situation through his mystical demons, could clearly see this strange transformation. The participating soldiers and generals would never be able to notice the quiet changes in battle without overlooking anything. The Howling Legion, which Firenze had brought, had the same design painted on their armor. These soldiers came from the southern border, and they had many years of experience fighting against the brutal orcs. All their weapons have been doused in too much blood. Each and every one of them looked valiant and had a cold expression. Their fighting strength was more fearsome than the Redbud Knights that Han Chuo had seen previously. The fighting strength of the city guards of Asen City was also ranked among the best. However, when facing against Firenze's Howling Legion, they were clearly being suppressed. Apart from being slightly better equipped, their battle experience, troop coordination, and individual strength were all greatly inferior to the Howling Legion. Han Chuo suddenly noticed that Firenze's Howling Legion and the northern city guards were actually gradually gaining the upper hand under Firenze's seemingly crazy commands. Unknowingly, they were slowly withering away Ashburn and Charles's troops. This madman, who was able to stand tall at the southern border for so many years, preventing the barbaric orcs from penetrating the southern border defense line, definitely had a well-deserved reputation. Han Chuo was in awe and deeply convinced with Firenze's remarkable commanding skills. Firenze. These men are soldiers of the Lancelot Empire. They are innocent and have no choice but to fight simply because of the orders of Charles and Ashburn. If they were all killed, it would be Lancelot Empire's loss. Sacred Sword Master Carol was enraged as he glared at Firenze. Carol placed the utmost priority on the future of the Lancelot Empire. When he saw that under Firenze's commands, the northern city district had completely turned into a war zone, with corpses lying everywhere in the northern city district, corpses which belonged to soldiers who were loyal and faithful to the Lancelot Empire. However, because they were under a different commander, they had no choice but to kill each other mercilessly. The loss of the Empire's own people was clearly what Carol didn't want to see, and hence he continuously made a racket. Even Dark Mantle's chief elder Sabacus felt endless grief as he saw the ever-increasing losses. He hesitated for a moment before shouting, "Firenze! At the rate you're going, even if we win the war, the Empire's strength will be greatly weakened." Firenze was unmoved and continued to howl out commands to his officers. When he saw that Sabacus and Carol were still clamoring, he suddenly glared at Carol and said, "During the civil strife of any country within the continent, which of them did not end in rivers of blood? Other than defeating their army, do you think you can make Ashburn yield just by mere words? Humph, with the sacred knight and earth-sacred Magus Dempus over there, not to mention all kinds of experts around them, even a semi-divine expert might not be enough to kill them. I don't think that you have a better plan? Both of you listen up. This matter can only be resolved quickly by shedding blood. The longer a civil strife drags on, the worse off it is for the Empire. Damn it, my men are also getting killed, but am I complaining? What's the use of being so emotional? Well, if you don't like my methods, I can stand aside and do nothing. Let's see if you guys can convince the two foxes on the other side to give up the throne with words. Are you willing to take control of the whole battle?" Firenze spoke unrestrainedly, bombarding the two sacred rank experts like artillery and leaving them speechless and unable to find any grounds to retort. Firenze had always been arrogant and conceited. At other times, he might perhaps still show some respect to Sabacus. However, during a state of war, Firenze would immediately turn into a real madman. In order to achieve victory, he would even dare to violate His Majesty's orders without hesitation. So it's needless to say that Firenze wouldn't bat an eye at the advice of the two sacred rank experts. After his vulgarity-filled tongue-lashing, Firenze no longer paid attention to them and continued to howl commands at his officers, conveying information of the battlefield to his troops. His howling legion slowly and quietly took control of the battlefield, covertly surrounding Ashburn's troops without anyone noticing. The two sacred rank masters bitterly turned a blind eye and could only sigh. Although they felt aggrieved, there was no other way. They weren't good at commanding large-scale warfare. Furthermore, without Firenze and his howling legion, this battle would simply be impossible to win. Besides, what Firenze said made sense. He who hesitates loses. Unfortunately, the current Lancelot Empire would only be able to swiftly settle its turmoil through blood-filled battle. Otherwise, if either side escaped Dawson City and occupies other cities, the battle would continue to spill out into other cities, which would be a destructive blow to the Lancelot Empire. Hence, even though the two sacred rank experts were berated and cursed by Firenze, they could only swallow their grievances and no longer dared to contradict Firenze, so as to avoid that fellow having any further crazy behavior. Having received images of every location, Han Shuo couldn't help but let out a breath of relief. He didn't stay in the cave that he dug any longer, immediately flying out and headed for the castle. Whoosh whoosh, several long-range arrows streaked across the sky as they pierced toward Han Shuo. Han Shuo was shocked. He looked downwards and saw a few soldiers from the Howling Legion, their expressions cold as they gave him deadly stares. They had unexpectedly sighted Han Shuo from far away and shot arrows at him. Han Shuo's evaluation of the Howling Legion rose even higher. He cast a spell and a snow-white flower bud appeared in mid-air. The bone shield blocked all the arrows and Han Shuo was unharmed. By now, he had already reached the middle of the castle where Firenze was. Chapter 423 423 Instructing a Disciple. Please continue reading on, Ox. Vel. M. Part 2. Alright. Let's talk about happier things and not lose oneself in grief from the past. Phoebe also consoled Fanny. It looks as if the relationship between the three women could still be regarded as harmonious and not as prickly as Han Shuo had guessed. Just as he was contemplating what to say, Han Shuo suddenly felt the demon slayer edge within his body begin to stir. This caused him to be startled. After he shut his eyes and pondered for a while, Han Shuo suddenly realized something, immediately exclaiming happily, "It seems like I need to train for a while." The battle for Asan City had been ongoing unceasing for the past 2 days, with the fiercest battles in the northern city district. Within this extremely short duration, more than 10,000 soldiers had already died in battle. Every one of Asan City's city guards was part of Lancelot Empire's elites, while Firenze's Howling Legion was even more formidable. In these 2 days, the soldiers that died on the battlefield had left behind soaring killing intent and their spirits filled with hate and ire. This type of energy caused ordinary people to feel constrained, as if there was a large mountain pressing down on their chest, giving people a feeling of suppression. Some experts were able to sense this energy even more clearly. However, of this boundless killing intent and negative energy from the deceased, only powerful necromancers within the profound continent were able to utilize this energy to obtain a few powerful souls and refine special undead creatures. No one was able to directly absorb this energy. However, Han Shuo, who trained in demonic arts, was able to condense the killing intent and directly absorb it. The boundless resentment and fear left behind by the souls of the dead that had yet to dissipate were also easily absorbed by the Demon Slayer Edge. It was precisely because the Demon Slayer Edge had sensed this familiar energy enveloping the world that it transmitted a signal to Han Shuo in its thirst for this energy. "What's going on? Why do you suddenly need to train?" Phoebe looked at Han Shuo and asked in puzzlement. "This is hard to explain. It's related to the special martial technique that I train in. Just like how Balans has dense killing intent because he had killed too many people when he was an assassin and it unwittingly attached to his body, hence he's able to utilize killing intent to intimidate others, I'm able to do so as well." "Oh, that's right. This energy is similarly useful to Balans. As long as I give him a hand, he will also be able to seize the opportunity to assimilate a little of the killing intent that's present everywhere. All right, I won't speak any longer to all of you. I'll first go and look for Balans." Han Shuo casually explained, and soon after suddenly thought of Balans and left hurriedly. "That bastard!" When Phoebe realized that Han Shuo had already disappeared while she was distracted for a moment, she couldn't help but curse loudly. During this 2 days, Balan's tranquil and unfeeling heart had become somewhat unstable. Han Shuo's mystical martial technique was like an unbelievable revelation to Balans. Balans, who was about to learn the martial technique from Han Shuo, would become excited every time he thought of it. At Balans' age and rank, what he pursued wasn't as varied and random as youngsters. Only some considerable benefits would make people of their level excited. Balans, who had been an assassin for many years, always considered himself to be extremely cool-headed. However, his mind had been overwhelmed repeatedly these few days by Han Shuo's mystical martial technique, causing his tranquil heart to finally become excited again. "It's been 2 days. I hope Senior is fine. In this world, I fear that only Senior would be able to guide me in the correct direction." Balans thought inwardly. He was truly worried about Han Shuo, afraid that his only beacon in this world would die out. As a swishing sound entered his ears, Balans was suddenly startled, contracting his killing intent as he asked coldly, "Who is it?" "Hee, it's me." Han Shuo chuckled as he replied, and soon after landed by Balans' side. Balans had uncontainable happiness in his heart, however, his expression didn't have the slightest difference. He bowed toward Han Shuo and said respectfully, "Senior." During the war, Balans, who wasn't proficient in commanding the battle, had been staying alone in a remote room on the 3rd floor. There were too many experts on Ashburn and Charles's side. No matter how strong he was, Balans was unable to carry out an assassination on any of them. There were currently also many experts within the castle, and Lawrence simply wasn't worried about his safety. Hence, Balance had suddenly become idle and thus stayed alone in the remote room. "I'm looking for you for important matters. Come, let's go to the highest roof of the castle." Han Shuo didn't say any superfluous words, immediately smiling and instructing Balance to follow. Without saying anything, Balance immediately nodded and flew with Han Shuo toward the tallest tower of the castle. Before Balance became his disciple, Han Shuo had already laid down some ground rules and Balance had remembered them by heart. One of the rules of not violating the orders of seniors had been repeatedly stressed by Han Shuo. As the senior student who would impart the martial technique to Balance, Han Shuo naturally became his senior. Balance had not lived his life in vain, clearly understanding that currently, Han Shuo's orders were the most important. As the battle blazed on like wildfire, Han Shuo directly brought Balance to the clock tower. After they arrived, Han Shuo smiled at Balance and said, "Originally you would have to enter the sect before I'm able to impart you with our martial technique. However, as the war is ongoing unceasingly, the entire Asan city has been filled with a lot of extraordinary energy. Perhaps you are also able to sense this energy. If I impart the martial technique to you now, it would just so happen to be able to assist you in assimilating this energy before it dissipates. In that way, your strength would be able to advance by leaps and bounds." Even before Han Shuo finished speaking, Balance was already brimming with ecstasy. He had been longing for this day and night. When he heard that Han Shuo would impart this martial technique to him, the excitement in his heart simply couldn't be repressed. His body actually even trembled uncontrollably. When Han Shuo mentioned that the martial technique was able to absorb this kind of energy, Balance was so excited he was about to faint. His voice trembled as he asked, Senior, you mean that the energy lingering within Asan City which is causing people to feel suppressed can be absorbed by this martial technique?" Han Shuo nodded his head, smiling as he replied, "Of course. In this world, all forms of energy can be absorbed. Death chi, killing intent, and even spiritual strength can be absorbed. Hehe, I believe you have also felt it. The soaring killing intent from those soldiers has yet to dissipate. As long as you grasp the god-slaying devil path, you will be able to directly absorb this type of energy." "That's right. I am able to sense the omnipresent killing intent within the battlefield. However, that energy doesn't belong to me. I'm unable to even control the killing intent in my body proficiently and naturally wouldn't be able to utilize the killing intent of others." Balance said honestly. "Control your breath and pay attention, I'll help you familiarize with the new energy." Han Shuo said softly before moving behind Balance and suddenly send a strand of demonic yuan energy into Balance's body. After many years of random practice, Balance had some vague understanding of how to utilize killing intent. The meridians within his body were full of killing intent. Through the transformation from the god-slaying devil path, this killing intent can directly form his own unique energy. It was just that all along, he didn't know how to make use of this killing intent. Han Shuo's demonic yuan energy suddenly entered Balance's body so as to start assisting the relaxed Balance in setting things right. Han Shuo made use of the demonic yuan energy to first slowly absorb the impure killing intent that was circulating through Balance's meridians. The chart of the meridian flow for the god-slaying devil path had already appeared clearly within Han Shuo's mind. Han Shuo revolved the killing intent within Balance's body in accordance with his memory and slowly guided them along a peculiar path. "Remember this circulation method. It can help you increase your strength," Han Shuo said softly, as he transferred another strand of demonic yuan energy into Balance's body. While he was doing all these things, Han Shuo's demon slayer edge had already flew up into the sky and constantly revolve in accordance to Han Shuo's will, forming a layer of thick blood clouds and slowly absorbed all the various kinds of negative energy that lingered within Asan City and caused the ordinary citizens to be distraught with anxiety. Chapter 424. 424. Please continue reading on, Ox. Val. M. Part 1. When Balance heard that this circulation method could allow him to become stronger, he immediately focused his attention, not daring to relax the slightest. Balan's body was filled with a great amount of killing intent. When it was pulled along by the demonic yuan energy to slowly circulate through his meridians, it gradually formed a perfect orbit. With the completion of every round of circulation, Balans could feel as though there was something additional within his body. However, Balans could only go all out in remembering the circulation method of this killing intent and couldn't manipulate the circulation of the killing intent on his own. Pay attention, this is a section of mnemonic chant. As long as you remember this mnemonic chant and are able to understand how it's used, you would be able to circulate the killing intent within your body without relying on the guidance of my demonic yuan energy. Han Shuo said seriously to Balans. Balans was startled and not daring to move as he waited for Han Shuo to narrate the mnemonic chant. Everything that Han Shuo did for him seemed so novel to Balans, and every word he said was profound and mysterious. Balans knew nothing at all of this unknown martial technique, but he had already witnessed the miracles produced by this martial technique from Han Shuo. Now that the opportunity to learn this martial technique was right in front of him, he didn't dare to relax no matter what happened. Han Shuo's deep voice rang in Balans' ear. Balans no longer indulged in flights of fancy. When Han Shuo started speaking again, he discarded all distracting thoughts and conscientiously listened to Han Shuo's narration. Regardless of whether he could understand immediately, first of all, he had to commit the mnemonic chant to his memory. Han Shuo repeated the mnemonic chant 3 times, and then slowly explained the basics of demonic arts. After all, as the demonic arts originated from another world and was different from all the martial techniques and magic within the profound continent, it definitely wouldn't be easy for Balans, as a native who had never been exposed to demonic arts, to fathom the true meaning behind the mnemonic chant. Han Shuo took great pains in clarifying some of the general questions regarding demonic arts, and then explained in detail again on how to remember the mnemonic chant. He imparted everything he knew about God-slaying devil path to Balans, regardless of whether Balans could understand. All right, I will leave a small portion of my demonic yuan energy within your body, so as to assist you in forming a vortex to absorb killing intent. You'll have to figure out the rest on your own. If you encounter anything you don't understand, note them down for now. When my matters are completed, I'll clarify your doubts. When Han Shuo felt that his explanations were good enough, he gave Balans further instructions. The few strands of demonic yuan energy that were in Balans' body suddenly changed their direction and converged at Balans' chest. The strands of demonic yuan energy slowly started to revolve in an arc, spurring the immense killing intent in his body, and gradually forming a vortex that others couldn't see. After this vortex took shape, a substantial-looking killing intent appeared from Balans' chest. The dense killing intent was like an unsheathed sharp sword which carried the desire for massacre and destruction. At this moment, the killing intent which was lingering everywhere suddenly converged towards Balans' chest, as though they were being attracted by the energy of common origin within Balans. Balans was indescribably ecstatic. If it wasn't that he couldn't move his body, he would probably have kneeled in excitement and kowtowed to thank Han Shuo. As the person who directly benefited from the killing intent, Balans had never felt the circulation of killing intent as clearly as he did now. The vortex formed within his body was like an extremely mysterious force, slowly absorbing the killing intent that lingered around the northern city district. It gathered the killing intent within his chest before transforming it with the vortex into strands of ice-cold energy which disseminated through his body. Balans have yet to comprehend how to use this energy, but he clearly knew the fearsome destructive power contained within this energy. Once strands of this energy, which an ordinary person could never be able to absorb, entered his body, not only did it not damage his body, it instead gradually turned into an energy that was compatible with the killing intent within his body. This feeling could not be sufficiently expressed with just the word awesome. All right. You just stay over here. It would suffice if you simply comprehend what I just told you. Currently, your body has not been properly tempered. Your bones are not durable enough and many meridian channels are still not cleared. Therefore, the amount of killing intent you can absorb isn't that much. When you feel that you can't bear it anymore, you can exert some strength to slap your chest to disperse the vortex. That will stop the absorption. Han Shuo silently let go of Balance and instructed him. Without waiting for Balance to reply, Han Shuo flew toward a roof which was at another remote part of the castle. Brave, courageous soldiers were still constantly fighting, causing a large volume of energy that was useful to Han Shuo to linger in the sky above Asan City. Balance was able to absorb a small portion with Han Shuo help. Han Shuo, whose strength was advancing by leaps and bounds, was naturally able to absorb much more of this energy together with his Demon Slayer edge. If Han Shuo stayed beside Balance, once he started absorbing the lingering energy, all the energy would directly enter Han Shuo's body, greatly affecting the killing intent Balance would absorb. Not only would his absorption rate decrease, the quality of energy would also weaken greatly. Therefore, Han Shuo chose to stay away from Balance. As the demonic Yuan energy within his body revolved frantically, an enormous vortex formed in the sky above Han Shuo. Compared to the vortex within Balin's body, Han Shuo vortex was 1,000 times bigger. With demonic Yuan energy as the foundation, the vortex slowly started to revolve. All the various energy lingering within the northern city district were suddenly like rivers converging into the sea, rushing forth at high speed toward the vortex formed above Han Shuo. In an instant, the color of the sky above the castle changed. The ordinary citizens felt the pressure on their bodies slowly decreasing while the experts were terrified, their expressions grotesque as they raised their head to look at the sky. Two spectacles appeared above the castle. One was the blood clouds formed by Demon Slayer Edge, while the other was a monstrous black vortex. The Demon Slayer Edge was in the center of the blood clouds, rapidly absorbing the mix of fear and hatred lingering within the northern city district. On the other hand, the huge bizarre black vortex was madly swallowing the soaring killing intent. The sudden appearance of the two spectacles on the northern city sky, and the impact they had on the negative energy that enveloped the northern city district caused many experts to be flabbergasted. "Lord Blount, can you sense that?" Earth Sacred Magus Dempus asked the Sacred Knight gravely. The Sacred Knight Blount creased his brows as he gazed at the two spectacles above the northern city district and said with a deep voice, "I can sense that a sinister energy is present there. I'm unfamiliar with that energy, which is filled with chaos, slaughter, and madness. This energy is vastly different from the energy of the Calamity Church. What the hell is going on?" Dempus was somewhat appalled to learn that experienced Sacred Knight Blount didn't know what was happening. He muttered to himself, "I can sense through my mental energy that this energy comes from the dead soldiers. However, doesn't the energy from the soldiers rest between heaven and earth? How could they be drawn together by any forces? This is unbelievable. Damn it! If Carol and Sabacus weren't here, we could actually go over and investigate. However, all we could do now is watch from afar without knowing what's going on." Blount said resentfully, but was also helpless to change the situation. The spectacle in the sky appeared above the castle where the northern city guards were garrisoned. This clearly meant that it had something to do with someone within the castle. However, that area was currently heavily guarded, even having two sacred rank experts guarding it. Even Blount and Dempus didn't dare to risk entering that area to investigate. While Blount and Dempus were inexplicably horrified, the experts within the castle had similarly turned pale in fright. All of them looked upwards and stared blankly at the spectacle that appeared, not knowing what was going on. Part 2. The blood clouds emitted by the Demon Slayer Edge were a bewitching blood-red color under the illumination of the sun. The clouds enveloped the entire area surrounding the castle. With the obstruction of the blood clouds, the sunlight projected on the ground was completely blood-red in color. Along with blood that was everywhere, the battlefield had completely become a world drenched with blood. The glaring, bewitching blood-red color seemed to possess the ability to ignite the endless hatred hidden deep within people's hearts. Both sides of the battlefield became more reckless, as if they had all become killing machines as they crazily unleashed savage attacks at the enemy, resulting in the losses on both sides to increase exponentially. The enormous vortex formed by Han Shuo's demonic Yuan energy was like a crazy black abyss, rapidly devouring the killing intent that filled the sky in the northern city district. Some grand magi and great sword masters could feel the fluctuation in energy, as sacred rank experts, Sabacus and Carol could sense the fluctuations even more clearly. Both of them had astonished expressions, still frightened by the spectacle in the sky. As the changes appeared in the sky above the castle, both of them even assumed that it was a devastating strike by the enemy on the castle and were panicking and didn't know what to do. "You guys must immediately obliterate these two strange phenomenons, those must definitely be actions taken by the enemy against us." Firenze too was somewhat confused. He had heard about the destructive power of some forbidden magic. If the two spectacles overhead were the prelude to two destructive forbidden magic spells, the people in this district would be in a terrible situation. No matter how good Firenze was at commanding troops, there's no way he could evade from such a large-scale attack. The two sacred rank experts glanced at Firenze while having a confused expression. Sabacus hesitated for a moment, and remarked suspiciously, "The energy that formed the two spectacles overhead is somewhat queer. I think that neither the Church of Light nor Dempus is capable of creating these spectacles. This energy is brimming with chaos and slaughter, which is poles apart from the energy those two people possess. Something isn't quite right. I feel that it's different too. If Ashburn was assisted by someone from the Calamity Church, I might possibly be convinced that this is a terrifying magic attack against us. However, since this energy clearly contains an evil aura and the Calamity Church will definitely not work together with the Church of Light. Therefore we can eliminate that possibility. This is really somewhat odd." Carol also had a doubtful expression as he slowly expressed his thoughts. After listening to both of them, Amis suddenly had a thought and said, "Could it really be Calamity Church and their target is Ashburn and his men? There is a sacred knight from the Church of Light on their side and the Calamity Church and the Church of Light are mortal enemies. Could it indeed be caused by them?" There was actually another possibility in Ami's heart. As one of the three heavyweights of Dark Mantle, Amis knew Han Shuo better than most people. He knew that Han Shuo seemed to have some connection with the Calamity Church. Generally, the Calamity Church will do their utmost to rope in the Church of Light's mortal enemies. Since the Church of Light was so adamant in treating Han Shuo as a mortal enemy, the Calamity Church will surely strive to win over Han Shuo and to establish a good relationship with him. However, saying that would damage Han Shuo's reputation. To Amis, Carol, and Sabacus, both the Calamity Church and the Church of Light were just regarded as just religions. They didn't feel reverence or hatred toward these two organizations like original people and hence wouldn't have any prejudices against Han Shuo due to Ami's remarks. However, the ordinary nobles of Lancelot Empire had a somewhat instinctively opposition toward the Calamity Church. As Amis didn't want them to have a bad impression of Han Shuo, he didn't mention this reason. Sabacus, Carol, and the rest were startled when they heard Ami's interpretation. Soon after, the two of them glanced at each other and Carol said, "Oh, that's possible too. Humph. But what if this is actually an impending attack against us? If you don't take action to resolve this and a large-scale killing magic descends upon us, we simply don't need to fight this war any longer and we'll all be done for." Not buying the explanation, Firenze shouted at the two experts. Firenze's words caused Carol and Sabacus hesitated and become unsure on how they should act. If they make the wrong decision, it will result in an unpredictable situation. That outcome was something even the two of them couldn't bear. While everyone was still hesitating, Emily had walked over from the second floor. When she overheard their conversation from afar, she hid her mouth as she chuckled and said, "These spectacles are definitely caused by Brian, all of you don't need to worry." Hearing her statement, everyone was stunned. Amis immediately asked, "How can you be so sure?" "He, only he is able to manipulate this sort of energy, I have previously witnessed him doing so. There's no need to worry, it's definitely him. Apart from him, I had never met anyone who could manipulate the energy left behind between heaven and earth by the soldiers that died in battle. Relax, there won't be any problems." Emily, who knew many of Han Shuo's secrets, smiled as she explained to the crowd. Seeing Emily being so confident, Sacred Sword Master Carol suddenly came to his senses, laughing heartily as he said, "Right, right. It must be Brian. Previously when I sparred with him, the energy he used is quite similar to the energy gathering in the sky. I only thought of it after you mentioned it. So that's what's going on." Carol's words clearly had more weight than Emily's. His remarks caused the crowd to suddenly calm down. Soon after, Sabacus suddenly flew up into the sky to observe the two spectacles more clearly. Within the huge black vortex, strands of bizarre energy were filtered and transformed by the vortex and entered Han Chuo, who was on the roof of the castle little by little. Seeing that, Sabacus completely understood what was going on. He calmly landed in front of everyone, smiling as he explained, "It is indeed caused by Brian. Yes, he mentioned previously that he had to train for a while and hastily left the lounge we were in. It looks like he is practicing his martial technique. There is nothing to worry about," Emily explained. With Emily's further reassurance, the party turned to look at each other in amazement. They were shocked of the mysterious martial technique Han Chuo uses. However, the subject of the crowd's discussion currently encountered a thorny problem. He was gradually losing control over the changes of the various kinds of chaotic energy within the Demon Slayer Edge. As there was a massive death toll due to the civil strife, it caused too much energy from fear, hatred, and wrath to be present in Asan City. The soldiers from both factions left behind their tenacious willpower after death. Due to there being too much chaotic energy which couldn't be rapidly fused together, it caused the energy within the Demon Slayer Edge to become extremely chaotic. However, the Demon Slayer Edge was still diligently absorbing the negative energy within Asan City. The blood cloud became denser and denser, causing Han Chuo to feel that he was somewhat losing control. When Han Chuo came to his senses, the vast amount of energy absorbed within the Demon Slayer Edge was already becoming disorderly. This caused Han Chuo's control over the Demon Slayer Edge to become somewhat difficult. As the huge amount of negative energy could not be fused quickly due to the strong enmity, the original energy within the Demon Slayer Edge was attempting to neutralize and coalesce them together. As a result, it was extremely chaotic within the Demon Slayer Edge. It was surging like a soaring dragon within the blood cloud. Dense, ruthless, and sinister aura gradually flowed into the blood cloud, affecting the soldiers of both sides who were still fighting the vigorous battle. Chapter 425 425 Han Chuo's sudden change. Please continue reading on, Ox. Val. M. Han Chuo understood that this was because he had been too greedy. However, with things reaching this point, he didn't have a good solution. As his mind was connected with the Demon Slayer Edge, with the chaotic negative energy within the Demon Slayer Edge scattering everywhere, it gradually affected Han Chuo's calm frame of mind. An intention of slaughter unconsciously leaped into his mind. It was like a toxin enhancer, causing Han Xiao's heartbeat to start increasing. Not good. Han Chuo was alarmed. This feeling had not appeared for a long time. Han Chuo knew that this is a sign of entering demonhood. The Demon Slayer Edge was unfortunately still wildly absorbing the negative energy within Asan City, while Han Chuo was absorbing the soaring killing intent through the vortex. Both of these energies required Han Chuo's manipulation, and an error on one side will immediately affect the other. Han Chuo's pupils started to gradually turn red. Blood-colored light wound around his whole body and violent, sinister energy started emanating from Han Chuo. Sabacus and Carol, who were both inside the castle, immediately felt the changes to Han Chuo. What's going on? Carol was terrified as he looked towards the roof that Han Chuo was on. Bang, bang bang. Just as Carol finished speaking, crackling sounds came from the direction he was looking toward. Rays of scarlet light shot out, causing the pile of rocks that used to be houses in that area to shatter and disintegrate. Sabacus stared blankly for 2 seconds but soon after teleported to the area where Han Chuo sat cross-legged. He saw that Han Chuo's expression was distorted with malevolence, appearing extremely frightful. Strands of energy within the enormous vortex overhead formed rays of blood-colored light which flowed into Han Shuo's body like electric currents. The sinister and ruthless energy suddenly erupted from Han Shuo's body. With Han Shuo at the center, the buildings surrounding him collapsed with a loud bang one after another. Some of the soldiers in the castle were caught off guard and were immediately affected by this formidable force. In a flash, almost 100 soldiers were killed. Space Sacred Magus Sabakus' expression changed dramatically. Without saying another word, he hurriedly deployed a defensive barrier and then concentrated his mental strength and shouted loudly at Han Shuo, "Brian!" The pupils of Han Shuo, who was on the verge of falling into demonhood, had become a frightful scarlet color. It was as though blood was flowing within his pupils and appeared extremely terrifying. The loud shout made with Sabakus' condensed mental strength, pierced into Han Shuo's mind like a sharp needle. Han Shuo felt a slight headache and became clear-headed after a brief moment. Han Shuo's eyes spun rapidly for a while before he suddenly raised his head and roared toward the sky. An enormous killing intent was mixed within the roar. While Sabakus was ineffably horrified, Han Shuo suddenly flew up toward the sky like a lightning bolt, vanished within the blood cloud. The dreadful roar resounded across the entire northern city district like thunder. Many experts sensed the fearsome energy contained within the roar and looked toward the area where Han Shuo was, momentarily clueless about what had happened. What happened? Sacred Swordmaster Carol hastily asked the startled Sabakus as he was late to the scene, only seeing a red flash shooting into the sky. "I don't know, I have no idea either." Sabakus came to his senses, immediately shaking his head and answered frantically. He looked at the blood cloud which was amassing and becoming denser and said, "However, I have a bad feeling." A moment ago, Brian looked somewhat terrifying. There's an extremely formidable energy in his body, so powerful that my heart rate quickened. Carol was shocked as he knew Sabakus' true strength. When he heard Sabakus say that he felt terrified by the strength Han Shuo just revealed, Carol replied gravely, "I can sense soaring killing intent and evil within Brian's roar. I think something is amiss. I'm also worried about that." Just a moment ago, his gaze looked extremely unfeeling and felt extremely unfamiliar. He was totally different from the Han Shuo we usually see. "I'm certain that something we can't understand must have happened to his body." Sabakus was also feeling down as he replied Carol. Carol suddenly shouted in alarm, "Look! The blood cloud in the sky is moving." "Oh? It's actually moving in Ashburn's direction. Guys, what's going on? What happened here?" Forenza had come over and asked calmly. Amis, Emily, and a few others had come along with Forenza. They had all heard the frightening roar originating from here, which filled their hearts with doubt and bafflement, and immediately came to investigate. Fanny and Phoebe, who were originally still on the second floor, had also stopped their conversation and rushed over in a panic. They had no idea why Han Shuo would let out such a terrifying roar, causing them to be filled with worry and panic. Sabakus didn't answer Forenza's question and instead creased his brows as he looked toward the sky. The blood cloud had originally set quietly in the sky above the castle, continuously absorbing negative energy from the entire northern city district. Although it grew in volume, it didn't move. But now, the thick blood clouds had started to move. The blood clouds' migration caused the weather to change drastically. An oppressive pressure carrying the weight of a mountain came crashing down. An enormous wicked aura gradually left the sky above the castle and headed toward the location of Ashburn and his allies. "Emily, do you know what just happened?" Amis creased his brows as he sought clarification from Emily. Of the people present, Emily was the most familiar with Han Shuo. When Amis completed his question, everyone turned their gazes toward to Emily, all of them curious and puzzled. This should be what Han Shuo referred to as entering demonhood. He mentioned that this state would cause him to go crazy and even he himself wouldn't be able to control his own actions. This terrifying state is extremely dangerous but will cause his strength to rise explosively. I don't really understand it either, and that's all I have heard from him. Emily similarly creased her brows as she explained immediately. As Emily explained, everyone saw the numerous houses that had collapsed and some of the castle guards who had died tragically, immediately acknowledging Emily's explanation. Even Sabacus and Carol didn't dare to forcefully charge toward Ashburn's location. Yet, Han Chuo had condensed a thick blood cloud and headed over directly. Such a lunatic action was clearly something that he wouldn't do in normal situations. Oh no! This means Brian is in great danger. That location is filled with powerful experts and he even lost his rationality. What should we do? Carol said anxiously. "AI, we can only take it one step at a time. We have to constantly monitor his movements. If anything really goes wrong, we will have to find a way to save him." Sabacus sighed and answered grudgingly. As Sabacus spoke, a blue crystal ball the size of a human head materialized in his hand. He then chanted an incantation and the crystal ball suddenly shot out blue light. This blue light was like ripples created when a rock is thrown into a lake, constantly swaying. As Sabacus continued to recite his spell, the wavering blue light within the crystal ball gradually calmed down. When Sabacus had completed his incantation, the crystal ball suddenly displayed a clear scene. Within the crystal ball, Han Chuo's entire body was covered in blood-colored light, his pupils scarlet red. The demon slayer edge floated above his head and the surrounding layers of blood clouds churned as they moved toward Ashburn's location. Sabacus moved his 5 fingers over the crystal ball, causing the image within to zoom in and change, revealing the appearances of Ashburn, eldest Prince Charles, their allies. Among them were the Sacred Knight and Earth Sacred Magus Dempus, all of them having shocked expressions as they looked nervously at the blood cloud inching toward them. "This crystal ball was given to me by Madame Grace. Although it can't foresee the future, it can show scenes within a fixed area. We won't be able to hear any sound though," Sabacus explained. "Humph! You clearly have something good but have been hiding it all along. What a selfish fellow!" Firenze remarked impolitely. Sabacus cleared his throat, smiling bitterly as he explained, "This crystal ball consumes a lot of mental strength to operate, has a very limited range, and doesn't transmit sound. It's a far cry from Han Chuo's mystical powers. That's why I had kept it hidden, not because I was being selfish." All right, let's see if Brian will meet with a mishap," Carol said impatiently to Firenze and turned his attention to the changing scenes within Sabacus's crystal ball. While Sabacus and the others were watching the changes happening within the crystal ball attentively, some of the weaker nobles by Ashburn's side were in misery. The enormous pressure brought by the blood cloud caused them to start gasping for breath. "Damn it, what the hell is happening? Why did red clouds suddenly float over?" Eldest Prince Charles also felt his heart palpitating. The pressure was like a mountain pressing onto his body, causing him to feel all over. He can't help but cuss as he looked toward the sky. "To esteemed sacred rank experts, do you know what is happening?" Even though Ashburn was the Grand Duke of Lancelot Empire, he didn't train in either martial arts or magic. He felt the pressure even more clearly and actually had an urge to engage in crazed slaughter. To Ashburn, who had to be calm to deal with all kinds of situations, this impulse was undoubtedly deadly. Thus, he hastily asked the Sacred Knight and Dempus. The 2 sacred rank experts had grave expressions as they stared at the blood cloud in the sky. They could clearly sense the blood cloud accumulating more and more energy. Having absorbed the negative energy which contained the unyielding anger and dread of countless thousands of soldiers killed on the battlefield, the energy within the blood cloud far surpassed their imagination. This caused the 2 sacred rank experts to feel nervous. "This is caused by that brat, Brian. I can sense that he's inside the blood cloud," Sacred Knight Blount said calmly as he looked toward the sky. "It's him? Is that brat courting death? To actually dare to appear here?" Eldest Prince Charles sneered. In addition to 2 sacred rank masters, there were numerous great sword masters and grand magi stationed along with a few thousand troops. Charles naturally believed that Han Chuo would definitely be killed. However, both scared Knight Blount and Dempus could faintly sense the formidability of the energy accumulated within the blood cloud. However, morale was extremely important at this moment. If Blount and Dempus told the truth, it would definitely cause the soldiers here to be filled with fear. Blount and Dempus shot a glance at each other, and Dempus suddenly began to chant a magic spell to deploy a barrier for Ashburn and the others, so as to avoid them being influenced by the energy within the blood cloud, so as to prevent them from feeling dread before the battle truly began. Wind Magi, use tornadoes to sweep away that blood cloud. Sacred Knight Blount ordered the Magi beside him to immediately take action. As the blood cloud grew bigger and denser, Blount could clearly feel that energy came from the negative energy condensed within the blood cloud. As Dempus was an Earth Magus, he was powerless against the blood cloud in the sky. Only Wind Magi were able to unleash their strength to the greatest degree. At Blount's command, the Wind Magi on Ashburn's side began their incantations one after another. The essence of wind suddenly became denser as tornadoes and hurricanes of various sizes gradually formed and headed straight for the blood cloud that was about to reach them. However, some things don't go as planned. The layers of dense blood cloud unexpectedly didn't disperse at all under the force of the different wind magic spells, and instead continued along its original trajectory toward the location above Ashburn and the others. While the Wind Magi were indescribably stunned, a Magus with sharp vision suddenly shouted in fear while pointing at the blood cloud, "Look! There's someone's in the middle of the cloud." As the Magus cried out in fear, others with sharp eyes all paid attention to the center of the blood cloud, spotting an imposing figure that was covered in a blood-colored light that interweaved around his body like lightning and looked as though he had the ability to control the blood cloud. All of a sudden, the figure roared wildly as he pressured downward like the blood cloud. All of a sudden, terrifying wicked energy the weight of a mountain abruptly enveloped the entire area. An overbearing weapon wound around the thick blood cloud before suddenly striking downward like a meteor with red light trailing behind. The power within the rapidly descending weapon and the friction with the air produced a terrifying sharp screech. In a split second, the entire sky was covered with red light. Blount and Dempus were both so terrified their faces paled. "Retreat!" Dempus shouted, his hands grabbing onto Ashburn and eldest Prince Charles and immediately using his levitation skills to hastily retreat into the distance. Chapter 426 426 Unstoppable. Please continue reading on, Ox. Vel. M. When the numerous experts on Ashburn's side saw that Dempus had actually dragged Ashburn and Charles along and retreated, they couldn't believe their eyes. "Everyone withdraw!" The Church of Light's Sacred Knight Blount suddenly shouted and immediately rushed in Dempus' direction. The Demon Slayer Edge was entangled within the dense blood cloud, and part of the chaotic negative energy within it rushed forth and interweaved with the energy within the blood cloud, causing an incomparably formidable force to strike downwards. Dempus and Blount were aghast and couldn't understand what was going on. This was especially true for Blount, who had effortlessly inflicted heavy injuries onto Han Chuo just a few days ago. Although he knew that Han Chuo's strength was out of the ordinary, it still wasn't something he paid attention to. He could never have anticipated that within a few days, Han Chuo's strength had unexpectedly reached such a frightening level. Both of them had precisely felt the frightening energy contained this strike and immediately started to retreat. This was because even Blount and Dempus weren't confident in being able to withstand such a powerful strike. Seeing Dempus and Blount retreat, the rest of them were naturally alarmed and started fleeing from the area in panic in random directions. The figures of some powerful experts became indistinct as they left the area in the blink of an eye. The terrifying strike had the force of a collapsing mountain, causing a loud rumble as it struck the 100 people that had yet to leave the area. Rumble. Trembles and rumbles akin to Judgment Day erupted with that area as the epicenter. Dust storms swept wildly across the cracked earth as hurricanes carried the broken fragments in all directions. The various rays of blood-colored light exploded like fireworks as the sounds of ghosts wailing and wolves howling occurred again and again. The soldiers who had not left were instantaneously turned into dregs by the strike. Flesh was mixed into the debris as they flew into the distance. From afar, a scene of desolation filled the eyes. When the dust settled, the area looked as though it had collapsed or encountered a great earthquake, leaving behind a deep oval crater that was 10 meters in diameter. The deep crater was obviously a result of the strike. Jet-black corpses laid within the crater, flowing with scarlet blood. Some of the clothes were scorched and still emitting black smoke. With the crater at the center, the earth seemed severely ravaged, as though a giant awl had bored a hole into it. The center of the crater was so deep the base couldn't be seen and the area was filled with potholes. The might of this strike shocked everyone present. Not only Ashburn and the others by his side who had just escaped were dumbstruck, the jaws of Carol, Sabacus, and the others who were observing the area through crystal ball had dropped, their expressions filled with disbelief. By now, Fanny and Phoebe had also hurried over. This. Brian did this. Fanny stared blankly as she murmured. She had never thought that Hanchuo was actually frightening. Even Sacred Sword Master Carol felt his lips become dry as he remarked, truly unbelievable. That strike did not contain any magic, yet a strike purely based on martial arts has caused the deaths of numerous people. He even made a deep crater with that terrifying strike. Even if I went all out, I won't be able to produce such a terrifying strike. I truly have no idea how he achieved it. No wonder Grace said he will bring about a new future to the Lancelot Empire. It seems that she was really far-sighted. If those people didn't escape in time, that strike would cause the deaths of several hundred people. That's absolutely terrifying. What's more peculiar is that the strike didn't contain any sort of magic and was achieved solely by his mystical martial arts. What a mystery-filled fellow! Sabacus stated his heartfelt admiration. Master, that's not possible. I know Brian's strength and it isn't this terrifying. Are you saying that he's stronger than you? Phoebe was dumbfounded, feeling that what she had just seen within the crystal ball wasn't real. Phoebe had believed all along that her master, Carol, was the continent's strongest person. In the years she has been by Carol's side, she had witnessed Carol being challenged by countless experts, yet all the experts that dared to challenge Carol suffered crushing defeats in the end without exception. Phoebe had seen many of such battles over the years. It left a strong impression in her heart that Carol was omnipotent. She always thought in her heart that Carol was the world's most fearsome expert and no one could ever surpass him. However, when she heard Carol's current words, Phoebe sensed the hidden meaning within, that the dreadful scene caused by Hanchuo's strike was something even her master couldn't accomplish. This totally subverted Phoebe's understanding and was extremely surreal to her. If Brian can always maintain his strength at such a level, even I would honestly have to flee too. Carol glanced at Phoebe who had an odd expression, sighing as he said, I truly didn't foresee that this brat would be so terrifying. Could it be that he had deliberately concealed his strength during our spar so as to let me save face? This brat is so terrifying that even Dempus and Blount, two sacred grade experts, have to immediately retreat. I can imagine how powerful that strike must have been. Otherwise, with Dempus and Blount's arrogance and statures, they would never retreat when facing the younger generation. Sabacus remarked. Ames was amazed, thinking to himself, after the civil war is over, if Lawrence ascends to the throne, the brat's standing in the empire will be as high as that of Grand Duke Ashburn. In that case, Emily's relationship with him wouldn't be considered as a disgrace to her. Hopefully, this man will genuinely treat Emily well. While Ames was sighing in his heart, Firenze was astonished, foolishly staring at Fanny as he asked, Lass, this brat really used to be your student? Yes, that's right. Back when he was still in the academy, he was even bullied regularly. Fanny smiled bitterly as she answered Firenze. This world is changing too fast. I've become old, I'm definitely old now, I feel that I'm too outdated. Firenze had an odd expression, astonished by Hanchuo's shocking performance at such young age. Look! He's starting to move again. The person who cried out this time was Lawrence, his tone brimming with excitement. No one on this side could be happier than Lawrence. Seeing Ashburn, Charles, and the others cutting a sorry figure as they flee, Lawrence felt unspeakable joy. Ashburn and Charles had tried to act against him in secret multiple times, nearly succeeding in killing him on a few occasions. The hatred he had for the duo had long passed the point where he wouldn't rest till they were dead. Now that he saw Ashburn and Charles being humiliated, Lawrence naturally felt extremely overjoyed. Moreover, if the duo was killed at such a crucial moment, the whole Lancelot Empire will undoubtedly fall into his control. Lawrence's heart palpitated with excitement as he imagined the scene where everyone pledged their allegiance to him. When Lawrence cried out in surprise, everyone hastily turned their attention back to the crystal ball in Sabaka's hand. The scene within the crystal ball was still fixed on the heavily destroyed area. In the sky above the desolate land, a sinister-looking Han Shao was roaring wildly. The thick blood clouds behind him emanated a heavy smell of blood, constantly rumbling as he roared. A bolt of red lighting suddenly appeared from the bottomless crater and rapidly flew in front of Han Shuo. The blood-red-eyed Han Shuo caught it at one go. It was precisely the lethal Demon Slayer Edge that had caused the frightening attack. When the vicious Demon Slayer Edge entered his hand, a frightening might spread out. His scarlet-red eyes scanned the area, and he immediately charged in Sacred Knight Blunt's direction. 100-meter-long scarlet-red sword light was suddenly shot out from the Demon Slayer Edge. The scarlet sword light whistled and pulled along a portion of the blood cloud as if it had bizarre powers. Han Shuo was like a demon that descended from another plane, his expression malevolent as he held the Demon Slayer Edge and charged towards Blount. The Demon Slayer Edge effortlessly destroyed everything in his path. As he flew onward, terrifying power spread out to the whole area. Many of Ashburn's troops that were within 100 meters of Han Shuo were affected, all of them being sliced and diced into pieces in succession by the sword light, causing a bountiful rain of blood to fall. Along the path where Han Shuo flew, sand and stones were sent flying. As the sword light streaked across the area, it left many deep gorges. My two esteemed sacred rank experts, what was going on? Grand Duke Ashburn asked Blount and Earth Sacred Magus Dempus with a trembling voice as he looked at the fiend-like Han Shuo charging at them imposingly. Han Shuo's current demeanor was really too terrifying and wild. Nothing could stop him along the way, and anyone who dared to obstruct him was obliterated under the 100-meter-long sword light. In just a brief moment, 500 elite soldiers under Ashburn were killed. These elite soldiers had been protecting Ashburn, and didn't participate in the ongoing battle. All of them were death soldiers that Ashburn had meticulously asked others to train, consuming a tremendous amount of Ashburn's gold coins and manpower. Each of them was much stronger than the average soldier. However, these elite soldiers that Ashburn relied on were sliced apart like paper when facing the crazed Han Shuo. Not a single one of them could actually survive an attack from Han Shuo. For some unknown reason, that wicked fellow's strength suddenly rose sharply. It's as though he could borrow the energy from the dead that had not dispersed. Every strike was filled with frightening negative energy. I truly have no idea how he did it. Sacred Knight Blount had a grave expression as he replied Ashburn. What should we do? What should we do now that he's charging over? Eldest Prince Charles' voice trembling as he shrieked. He was clearly intimidated by Han Shuo's sinister appearance and frightening strength. There's no other way, we could only retreat. Currently, no one in the entire Lancelot Empire can stop him. Earth Sacred Magus Dempus immediately answered. Although this decision caused him to feel aggrieved, he really didn't have any other ideas. What did the two of you say in the beginning? There's no need to worry even if there was a sacred expert. But now you can't even obstruct a young fellow? You guys are useless. Where else can I withdraw to? If I leave Awson City, all our plans and efforts will be wasted. Charles was obviously somewhat hysterical and even spoke incoherently as he was truly frightened. Charles, shut up. The judgment of the two esteemed sacred rank experts will not be wrong, you better calm down. When Ashburn saw that the expressions of the two sacred rank experts turned ugly, he hastily berated Charles. After getting scolded by Ashburn, Charles came to his senses and immediately became silent. My dearest esteemed sacred rank experts, Charles is still young and momentarily forgot his manners. Please do not take it to heart. We will listen to your advice. Ashburn chided Charles before immediately apologizing to Blount and Dempus. Even though Ashburn was the Grand Duke of the Lancelot Empire, he still needed to treat these sacred rank experts with great caution, especially now when they needed to rely on the two sacred rank experts. It would further worsen their plight if they were to offend these two experts. Therefore, Ashburn had no choice but to humbly apologize. Sacred Knight Blount gave a frosty snort and glanced at the now silent Charles. Next time be more careful when you speak. I came here to help you guys because of my good friend Cos. Otherwise, I wouldn't care less about whether you are dead or alive. Charles secretly cursed him in his heart, thinking that after he took power, he will teach him a lesson. However, he dared not to reveal any dissatisfaction at this moment, and could only nod and smile. Lord Blount, for the sake of spreading the glory and radiance of Church of Light all over Lancelot Empire, please forgive them. Red Archbishop Cos said to Blount with a smile. Forget it, everything is for the glory of the Church of Light. Blount exclaimed before saying to Dempus, escort them away from this area. I will lead that fellow away. I sense that his primary target is me. It seems like he hates me for injuring him previously. Thank you, Mr. Blount, take care. Dempus stared blankly for a moment before he replied respectfully. Ashburn and Charles glanced at each other. Charles was cursing in his heart again, thinking, since you knew that his target was you, why did you still stay together with us? Doesn't this show that you obviously want to harm us? You old fart is sure enough up to no good. Old friend Cos, I'd have to trouble you to stay by my side. This fellow is a grand magus necromancer. Only with your divine weapon revelation would be able to nullify his undead army. Blount said to Cos. Of course. Cos nodded in agreement. Chapter 427. 427 1 vs 100. Please continue reading on, Ox. Val. M. Once Blount finished speaking, Dempus led Grand Duke Ashburn, Charles, and the experts protecting them, withdrawing hurriedly. Blount and Cos formed a group with a few temple knights and white priests from the Church of Light and headed in the exact opposite direction of Dempus and the others. Blount's guess was absolutely correct. Currently, Honchuo had firmly remembered the sacred aura on Blount's body. The Earth Elite zombie getting injured was a sore point for Honchuo. Before entering demonhood, he had deemed Blount as his target, not letting Blount out of his sights. As expected, when Blount, Cos, and the other members of Church of Light left, the fiend-like Honchuo who was flying over was indeed targeting Blount and persevered in chasing after him. Dempus and the others who originally planned to escape quickly suddenly realized that Honchuo's target was indeed Blount and immediately let out sighs of relief. Under Ashburn's command, they changed directions again and circled back towards the center of the battlefield to continue directing their troops in the ongoing war. Honchuo, who had sunk into the state of demonhood, was like a pillar of lightning, spurring a frightening sound as he charged towards Blount, Cos, and his party. He didn't care about the fates of Ashburn and the others. Forenza, who had been observing the crystal ball, gave a cold humph and said, Ashburn has returned to court death. Till this point, he actually still unable to tell the outcome of the battle. It seems that Blount and the members of the Church of Light are in trouble. Carol's mood had calmed down, smiling as he said to Sabacus. Yes, that's right. I was originally prepared to assist Brian at any moment. I didn't expect this brat to be so miraculous. It seems that we need not be concerned and just need to deal with Ashburn. Sabacus similarly loosened his breath, his tone relaxed as he replied. Do you mean that Brian shouldn't be in any trouble? Fanny was the most concerned about Honchuo's safety. She hesitated for a moment but still didn't feel very reassured. Lass, it is those that were being chased by Brian that should be worried. I think there's no need for us to worry about that brat. All right, Be at ease, don't worry about this and that the entire day. Forenza consoled Fanny. Emily and Phoebe had normal expressions, only feeling amazed by his extreme performance. Ever since they met Hanchuo, they never had seen him suffer losses. Hanchuo had always given them a powerful strength and hence they had indistinctly formed a blind confidence deep in their hearts. Fanny was however different from them. Of the three, Fanny was the first to meet Hanchuo. When Hanchuo was still in the necromancy major and yet to become strong, she even had to step forward at times and help him resolve problems. This deeply rooted impression wasn't something that could be altered within a short time. Even though Hanchuo was currently so powerful, she would still worry for him. While the crowd was looking upon Hanchuo with varying emotions, the fiend-like Hanchuo had actually already caught up to Blount and started to attack the followers of the Church of Light. Standing tall within the blood cloud, Hanchuo lifted the demon slayer edge within the writhing blood cloud. It emitted a dragon-like sword light and every strike contained boundless might. The magi from the Church of Light continuously weaved layers of defensive barriers. Even Sacred Knight Blount dare not withstand the strikes by himself. A long and narrow red lightning bombarded them from above. It was like the meandering, twisting body of 100-meter-long dragon, containing vast amounts of killing intent, directly striking the magic barrier deployed by Kos and the group of magi. A revolving screen of wind, sparkling and translucent ice shield, blazing firewall and a magnificent holy shield of light took shape one after another over their heads, forming a variegated peculiar scene. Blount was in charge of the final layer of defense, as his fighting aura containing divine energy shot out from his golden pike in the form of dazzling light. These followers of the Church of Light concentrated their attention on the sky above, as though they were in anticipation of a great enemy, exerting all their strength to meet the already unavoidable strike. Finally, a powerful attack struck down loudly on the combined barriers deployed by the members of the Church of Light. It shattered into small pieces, like the stars in the Milky Way, causing multicolored lights to shoot in all directions with an eardrum-bursting loud sound. The enormous energy contained unmatched ruthlessness, easily destroying 6 barriers of multiple elements in a flash. The magical barriers made with the full strength of those magi was like paper in the face of the destructive force. They seemed to be instantly demolished, simply causing the destructive strike to pause for a moment. The relentless strike continued onward, causing another 8 magical barriers to shatter into a variety of colored lights. Only when it reached the shield of light deployed by Red Archbishop Kos's divine weapon Revelation, was there a frightening explosion and the force of the strike was truly diminished. Deng, deng, deng. Red Archbishop Kos, who had been strenuously concentrating his mental strength to deploy the shield of light, couldn't resist falling backward by 3 steps before falling on his butt. His brain buzzed and he couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. Lord Blount, hurry! Kos took a breath and shouted, as his brain suddenly suffered a wave of pain again. Crack! With the crisp sound of an egg cracking, the shield of light that Kos deployed ruptured, and the ferocious strike continued on its path downwards. Sacred Knight Blount shouted loudly, raising the shining golden spike towards the sky. Holy aura burst out from Blount's body and fused with the golden spike in his hand, forming a golden lighting that shot out towards Hanchuo's strike. Rumble! A series of muffled thunders could suddenly be heard from the clear sky as gold and red interweaved with each other, forming a spectacular sight. However, the terrifying energy transmitted from the 2 strikes burst out like a torrent, causing multiple spatial tears to appear. Blount gave off a muffled groan as terrifying energy suddenly surged into his body. The golden armor on his body gave off a sweet-sounding jingling sound as he suddenly felt as though his internal organs were smashed by a huge hammer, causing him to stagger as blood flowed out of his mouth and nose. Blount's injured. What a frightening attack! Carol shouted, his expression filled with inexplicable joy. Through the crystal ball on Sabacus's hand, Lawrence and the others saw the situation clearly, especially how blood flowed from Blount's mouth and nose. Those with sharp eyes even noticed Blount's brief stagger. In contrast to the battered and exhausted Blount, Hanchuo, who had just received the Demon Slayer edge in his palm, still carried a malevolent appearance. His scarlet pupils were filled with madness and his unfeeling expression made him appear like a machine sculpted for a massacre. Apart from continuously breathing heavily, there were no changes to Han Chuo's outward appearance. There were no signs of fatigue, only that the blood cloud and shrunk slightly, as though it was dispersed by the turbulent energy released during the battle. Insane, Brian really is insane. He actually injured the Church of Light's sacred knight. Cecilia, one of the 3 heavyweights of Dark Mantle, had been silently monitoring the latest developments, but couldn't resist shouting in excitement. Cecilia, who spent years carrying out missions in enemy countries, was more familiar than anyone else about the Sacred Knight's frightening strength. In the entire profound continent, the Church of Light's Sacred Knight was always the most formidable existence. Cecilia, who had roamed around many countries, had heard many rumors about Sacred Knights, and she knew just how formidable these experts who had obtained divine blessing were. However, it was such an existence that disdained the experts of the various countries that was now injured by a young man. If this matter was to spread, Han Chuo would immediately become a legend in the profound continent, easily topping the ranks of the finest experts within the continent. To Cecilia, Han Chuo's performance today could only be described as outrageous. It was also from that moment on that Cecilia thoroughly abandoned any intention of competing with Han Chuo. Even though she's Sabakis's granddaughter, even though she's one of the 3 heavyweights of Dark Mantle, even though she always believed that she's inferior to any youngster. However, Han Xiao's stunning performance at this moment completely overturned her thoughts and made her realize how powerless she was to compete with Han Chuo. Based on this strike, Brian's name will spread widely throughout the profound continent. Space Sacred Magus Sabakis had a serene expression as he remarked definitively while looking at the unyielding Han Chuo within the crystal ball. Lord Blunt's injured. Contrary the surprise felt by Sabakis and the others, the followers of the Church of Light beside Blount were all enveloped in fear. These followers continuously repeated that sentence, as though Blunt's injury meant that the mission had completely failed. Their morale, in the wake of those continuously repeated words, sank to its lowest. Shut up! Those who are alive continue deploying magical barriers. The next wave of attack is arriving. You fools, if you want to live, start moving immediately. The usually unruffled Blount suddenly seemed to lose control, unable to restrain himself from shouting angrily. The follows of the Church of Light had no time to think about the change in Blunt's tone at this moment, as the thick blood cloud above their heads had started to churn wildly again. It was clear in their hearts that this is the sign that the fiend above was taking action. Cough, cough. Red Archbishop Kos coughed violently for a short while before he tremblingly stood up, holding the divine weapon revelation as he continued his incantation. He was the first to redeploy a magical barrier. Kos's heart was filled with bitterness. Even with his outstanding wisdom and knowledge, he couldn't figure out how Han Chuo's strength could rise so dramatically in such a short period of time. Just a few days back, Blount was able to seriously injure Han Chuo. Yet, the strength he revealed today could not be simply described as terrifying. Kos, who originally thought that victory over Asen City was assured, now felt that not only was there no longer any certainty of success, his heart was also filled with a frightening sense of dispiritedness. This fiend, I should have destroyed him when I first met him. Kos sighed regretfully in his heart. When Kos began his incantation, the Magi of the Church of Light, who still had the strength to spare, similarly continued to chant incantations for the sake of their own survival, continuing to do what they were already doing. Han Chuo's terrifying speed when he flew over previously made them realize that if they didn't work as one, they simply wouldn't be able to escape from Han Chuo, as his speed was faster than their levitation skills. They didn't know if their magical barriers would be of use like they did previously, but in order to survive for a while longer, they didn't have much choice but to do as Blount and Kos ordered. The facts proved that their actions were correct. Han Chuo's next strike arrived as expected, but its power was obviously much weaker than the previous strike. However, it still tore through the barriers deployed by these Magi, once again knocking out Red Archbishop Kos. Blount, who was defending the same way he did previously, was struck directly into the ground in the midst of shimmering golden lights. Although the magnitude of this strike was much weaker, its lethality was greater than the previous strike. The previous unparalleled attack didn't kill any followers of the Church of Light as it was blocked by the barriers and Blount. Yet, although Han Shuo's second attack was weaker, the followers of the Church of Light were heavily injured by the first attack, causing the second set of barriers deployed to not be as sturdy and perfect as the first. This resulted in Red Archbishop Kos being knocked out and Blount's body being smashed into the ground. In addition, over 20 temple knights and white priests were immediately cut into pieces by the blood-red sword light. As the second attack was much weaker, the preparation time needed for the following attack was also much shorter. Before they could react, the blood-red sword light no longer gathered together and instead wound around the thick blood cloud, quickly followed by the weaker hammering, and before those men could react, forming a blood rain that rained downward, causing unceasing blood-curdling screams to be heard coming from below. When everyone was fending for themselves, a blood-red light the thickness of an arm suddenly stabbed into the fainted Red Archbishop Kos. The divine weapon revelation on his hand suddenly shone brightly, and a ruthless aura suddenly emanated from his body. When the members of the Church of Light came to their senses, they suddenly noticed that Kos was bleeding from his 7 apertures and had lost all signs of life. The divine weapon revelation that he held tightly in his hand had also become dull and lackluster. Chapter 428. 428 Already a foregone conclusion. Please continue reading on. Ox. Val. M. Lord Kos, Lord Kos. A white priest near Kos suddenly shrieked. He's dead, Lord Kos is dead. Another temple knight suddenly cried out involuntarily. His cry was extremely loud and voice travelled very far away. When Sacred Knight Blount, whose throat was filled with blood, heard the news, he spurted out the blood he had been suppressing. Blount's originally shiny golden armor was now filled with cracks like a turtle shell, appearing to have been seriously damaged from the last attack. Calm down, everybody calm down. Quickly secure the revelation, Blount shouted from afar. Beams of blood-red sword light swished as they shot down like a rain of arrows. The remaining blood cloud that enveloped Han Shuo twisted around the descending sword light, enhancing their destructive power. They proved to be a lethal weapon, taking the lives of the followers of the Church of Light below. Miserable howls could be heard continuously. Under the bombardment of the blood light, more than half of the Church of Light's followers were killed in a flash. Their bodies were in a horrifying condition where even the sturdy armor of the temple knights was simply unable to withstand the blood light, collapsing into pools of blood one after another. Blount exclaimed loudly as he pulled himself out from the ground. He saw that a white priest had already retrieved the Church of Light's divine weapon, Revelation, and swung the golden pike in his hand to block a blood light shooting toward the white priest. His eyes were bloodshot as he stared at Han Shuo, who stood imposingly in the sky, his heart filled with boundless hatred. When the rain of blood light finally ceased, there were only slightly more than 30 members that remained around Blount. Their operation against the Lancelot Empire could be considered an utter failure. Even the Church of Light's representative in Lancelot Empire, Red Archbishop Kos, was killed on the scene. The losses were way beyond Blount's expectations. The thick blood cloud in the sky had already disappeared. Han Shuo, who originally had scarlet eyes and a malevolent expression, had actually already returned to normal. At this moment he looked down unfeelingly at the desolation but didn't take any further action. He held a scarlet weapon shining in scarlet sword light in his hand. The blood-red color came from within the weapon hilt, as though it had soaked in blood for millions of years. Soaring killing intent emanated from the weapon, giving people an apprehensive feeling. Blount, you didn't expect this, didn't you? Hehe, this is the price the Church of Light ought to pay. All these while, the Church of Light has been attacking me like a mad dog, and I've simply acted on self-defense. Han Shuo sneered at Blount, continuing, however, I will not passively wait for your attack. From today onward, I'll actively seek and destroy every power of the Church of Light one by one. Unfortunately, you won't live to see that. You wicked heretic, the God of Light would not permit your existence in this world. I guarantee that you will die very soon. Blount clenched his teeth before replying Han Shuo. Han Shuo smiled mockingly while shaking his head, lifting the Demon Slayer edge and shot toward Blount, as though wanting to behead Blount on the spot. But before Han Shuo could get near Blount, Blount had already rushed towards the church member who held revelation at lightning speed. As he grabbed the divine weapon, his golden armor suddenly burst out in brilliant golden light. A divine energy enveloped Blount, rocketing him up to the sky, shooting toward the horizon like a golden ray. He escaped. The sacred knight actually fled. Cecilia, who had been observing the scene through the crystal ball, shouted in disbelief. Blount was injured quite heavily. It looks like Brian must have imprinted an unforgettable impression on him. Sacred Swordmaster Carol said affirmatively. Within the Church of Light, a sacred knight of Blount's level would not be restrained by ordinary people. This is because the Church of Light would absolutely not allow them to be lost. If Blount wanted to leave, he would have done so long ago. It's just that he wanted to protect Koss and the other members, and was confident in holding back Brian, which was why he had delayed his departure. Unfortunately, he was still unable to obstruct Brian and was even badly injured. However, our Lancelot Empire could be considered to have enmity with the Church of Light from today onward. There would be more troublesome matters in the future. The Church of Light has an enormous influence within the Odin Empire, the most powerful kingdom in the profound continent. We might face threats from the Odin Empire this time. Sabacus sighed lightly, appearing to be somewhat worried about the future of the Lancelot Empire. Hehe, you can't say that for sure. Madame Grace prophesied that so long as Brian remains in the Lancelot Empire, our empire shall enjoy lasting prosperity. Everything that happened today is in line with the prophecy. Look at the Empire's current situation. Are these changes all happening because of Brian's existence? Maybe Brian would be like demigod heir Mike Cotton, and bring hundreds of years of prosperity to the Lancelot Empire. Hehe, even though we can't say for sure, I actually think highly of him. Furthermore, Odin Empire and Lancelot Empire are separated by a large distance. I don't believe that they will be able to attack us from so far away. Sacred Swordmaster Carol's mood seemed pretty good, smiling as he replied. Sabacus. What's there to be afraid of? So what if the Odin Empire's army comes over? Humph, I'd love to meet the continent's strongest army and see how strong they are. Firenze the battle maniac was somewhat eager to give it a try, clearly happy to see the whole world be in chaos. Hearing Carol and Firenze's remarks, Sabacus reflected that Odin Empire and Lancelot Empire were indeed separated by great geographical distances, and his heart eased up slightly. Soon after, he moved his fingers, causing the crystal ball on his hand to spin for a moment, and its luster to slowly fade, causing the images within to disappear as well. At this moment, Han Shuo was astonished as he looked in the direction that Blount had escaped in, but was feeling relieved in his heart. Contrary to Blount's impression, Han Shuo was currently just strong in appearance but weak in reality. The power he displayed previously was through the energy within the thick blood cloud and the negative energy within the Demon Slayer edge. Currently, the thick blood cloud that had been enveloping Han Shuo had already vanished, and even the negative energy in Demon Slayer edge began to dwindle. Thus, Han Shuo no longer had a source of power to borrow from and only had the same strength as when he mounted a sneak attack on Blount previously. If Blount didn't flee in panic and was determined to fight to the death, he might not have lost to Han Shuo. Unfortunately, Han Shuo's prior performance was too overwhelming. Blount's injuries caused a dent in his confidence, causing him to go as far as to disregard the other members and evoke the special ability of his armor with divine energy so as to quickly escape the battlefield. Han Shuo let out a sigh of relief after Blount left. He couldn't help but turned his eyes towards the remaining members of the Church of Light who were in despair. These men had seen Koss being killed, Blount escaping, and were intimidated by Han Shuo's previous display. Their faces were ashen and no longer had any hope of living under Han Shuo's gaze. After experiencing his Earth elite zombie being injured, Han Chuo has no mercy left for the Church of Light. He understood that the animosity between him and the Church of Light would only end when one of them dies. Only when the Church of Light completely disappears from the continent, would he be able to live a peaceful life. The only way to solve the problem of such fanatical followers is to kill all of them. After Blount escaped, the remaining people were useless troops, which Han Chuo could handle easily with his original strength. He sneered as he looked at the remaining members of the Church of Light. Just as Han Chuo was about to say something, a white priest suddenly sang a song praising and worshipping the god of light loudly. After the white priest finished, he shouted sorrowfully, "The god of light will definitely purify our souls, and avenge the humiliation we received today." After that, under Han Chuo's gaze, the white priest took the lead with the remaining members committing suicide one after another. Truly a group of people whose minds are corrupted. Religion truly poisons the mind. Han Chuo couldn't help but sigh when he saw the followers of the Church of Light, who knew that they couldn't escape, kill themselves one after another in front of Han Chuo. Han Chuo raised his head and looked at the sky. He could still feel the soaring killing intent enveloping the entire Asan city. Although Han Chuo had already absorbed a portion of it, the undispersed killing intent was still as rich as before. This caused Han Chuo to feel extremely refreshed. Currently, under the drain from him entering demonhood, the two types of energy within the Demon Slayer Edge had miraculously returned to normal. The previous impure energy had been changed into pure negative energy, trickling into the Demon Slayer Edge. The Demon Slayer Edge had once again returned to its natural state, becoming one with Han Chuo's mind. The energy which Han Chuo had previously absorbed through the giant vortex had already been stored within the demon infant in his body, but it hasn't been fully assimilated for the time being. But in general, he now felt incredibly relaxed after releasing all the chaotic energy. He was no longer apprehensive of being delirious and need not worry about an upheaval between the Demon Slayer Edge and his body for the time being. Now that Han Chuo was clear-headed, he quickly observed the situation through his mystical demons. The defeat of Ashburn and his men was now extremely obvious, where even Ashburn and eldest Prince Charles had already realized it and were planning to retreat. The other regions further from Asan City had similarly been won under Ferenza's leadership and the cooperation from the other two princes. It seems that Ashburn and Charles's sudden rebellion had failed completely. When a mystical demon circled around the castle, Han Chuo discovered that the crowd was discussing spiritedly about him. Han Chuo didn't know whether to laugh or cry because from their discussions, Han Chuo discovered that his status had suddenly been raised to astonishing heights. On top of the clock tower, Ballins was trembling from head to toe, as though he was having a seizure. His face was flushed and he seemed to have lost control over his body. A crazed killing intent could also be seen in his eyes. Han Chuo dazed for a moment before quickly coming to his senses. He secretly cursed Ballins for his recklessness, as he flew toward Ballins at high speed. A blood-red light streaked across the sky with a sharp whistle. Han Chuo arrived in front of Ballins, extending his left hand, pressing it against Ballins' chest, and pushed suddenly. The trembling Ballins suddenly returned to normal. Cough, cough. Ballins was like a drowning person who could suddenly breathe again. His face was flushed as he started to cough violently. The killing intent in his eyes had slowly faded. Han Chuo pressed his left hand against Ballins' back again, drawing out a portion of the chaotic killing intent before Ballins could even react. He then slapped his hand against Ballins' back. Ballins gave a muffled groan and fell to the ground. His eyes had completely returned to normal, but his face was pale as he knelt before Han Chuo and said, "Senior, thank you." Han Chuo snorted coldly and said in anger, "I told you before I left that your body can't withstand too much killing intent and you should stop the vortex within your body when you felt that you were nearing your limit. Yet, you didn't listen. If I didn't arrive in time, your body would have burst apart at any moment. Senior, I'm sorry. I made a mistake." Ballins apologized in terror and explained hastily, "I was too greedy. I had never thought that I could absorb this kind of killing intent to increase my strength. Now that I had come across this opportunity with great difficulty, I really couldn't suppress the excitement. I kept telling myself that I'll just absorb a little more before stopping, but had always not wanted to stop. By the time I felt that my body was going to explode, I realized that I couldn't control my body anymore. The temptation to greatly improve one's strength was something Bollins couldn't resist. This was also the first time he could absorb this kind of energy. He simply couldn't extinguish the flames of greed, resulting in such a consequence. Forget about it. It's also my fault for not reminding you carefully. I thought that at your age, you should have good self-control. Sai, you must remember, our martial technique is very different from fighting aura, and it requires our body to be extremely strong. Before your body could bear it, never rashly absorb energy your body can't take. Han Shuo sighed as he said. Senior, I've learned my lesson. From now on, I will not be so reckless again. Bollins truly acknowledged his own impulsiveness, kneeling before Han Shuo to apologize. Chapter 429. 429 New Status. Please continue reading on, Ox. Val. M. When Han Shuo was still lecturing, Bollins, Sabacus, and the others had hurried over after learning of his return. Brian, are you all right? Fanny looked tenderly at Han Shuo was the first to speak. Han Shuo smiled, shaking his head as he replied, Don't worry, I'm fine. Emily and Phoebe's gazes were also fixed on Han Shuo. They were overjoyed to see the man they love showing his extraordinariness, and were even happier than if they were the ones in the spotlight. Such was the deep-rooted nature of a woman, to be proud of their man's achievements. Brat, well done. Even Firenze praised Han Shuo. However, he immediately added, No matter how powerful you are, if you dare bully my daughter, will still never let you off. Father, what are you saying? Brian would never bully me. Ha, I'm still considered his teacher. Even though he's powerful now, he's still my student. After these days, Fanny had clearly become less reserved, and appeared much more cheerful and lively. When Firenze saw that Fanny revealed a smile as soon as she saw Han Shuo, he understood that Fanny's feelings for Han Shuo were indeed extremely deep. As he observed her daughter's sincere joy, Firenze gave a hollow laugh and did not continue speaking so as to avoid making her unhappy. Brian, I didn't expect your strength to actually be so frightening. It seems that you didn't go all out in our previous spar. You little brat, did you feel I was unworthy of your full strength? Carol's expression changed as he said with some displeasure. Brian smiled bitterly and immediately explained, Mr. Carroll, you have misunderstood me. A while ago, I was only able to injure Blount because I borrowed external energy. My actual strength is far weaker than Blount. All of you had seen it as well. The blood cloud that enveloped the sky previously was the energy I relied on. The energy within the blood cloud has been fully released by me. My strength has returned to its original level. I didn't hold back during our spar, I'm really not that strong. Please don't misunderstand. So that was the case. For you to actually be able to manipulate the chaotic energy within the blood cloud, your martial technique is truly mystical. Carol was amazed. He was just pretending to be unhappy. He actually had some idea of the truth and simply wanted Han Shuo to verify it personally. Bollins had already stood up, staring blankly while being unable to make head or tail of the conversation as he had no idea of what had happened just now. When Lawrence saw Bollins' puzzled expression, he took the initiative to approach Bollins, smiling as he described the extent of the strength Han Shuo had displayed. Lawrence was ineffably excited as he described the happenings. Bollins was incomparably shocked when he heard the story. He stared blankly at Han Shuo, feeling as though he was getting to know Han Shuo again. This wasn't the first time Bollins had felt this way. Only experts at Bollins' level would understand how terrifying Sacred Knight Blount and Earth Sacred Magus Dempus are. When he heard Lawrence say that two sacred rank experts had to escape from Han Shuo in succession, and Blount was even injured in the end, Bollins was extremely shocked. However, when the shock faded, his heart was filled with excitement. To Bolins, the stronger Han Shuo was, the more beneficial it was to him. This news implied that Han Shuo's martial technique had matchless, mystical strength. Bolins, who was currently practicing martial arts imparted by Han Shuo, naturally felt even more expectation about the martial technique. Everyone, the battle in the northern city district has yet to end. I think we should get back to what we need to do. Han Shuo smiled as he said to the group who was buzzing with inquiries about his condition. As Han Shuo's previous performance was truly excessive and the situation in the northern city district was already determined, they had immediately rushed over when Sabacus said that Han Shuo had returned to the castle, desperate to know what was going on. They were extremely curious, their gazes peculiar as they looked at Han Shuo. Even Sabacus and Carol were kinder when they spoke to him, indicating their approval of Han Shuo's strength. Firenze was the first to react when he heard Han Shuo's statement. He snorted and said, "I was just accompanying my daughter to take a look. Well, I still have to command those idiots to fight, so I won't accompany you any longer." Firenze simply walked away as soon as he finished speaking. "Lawrence, the situation in the northern city district is under control. It just so happens that I need this time to train. However, there's something that I want to tell you," Han Shuo said while looking at Lawrence sternly. Lawrence currently had an extremely favorable opinion of Han Shuo. Moreover, he understood in his heart that Han Shuo played a big part in helping him secure control over Asan City, and gained the upper hand in the war. Therefore, when he heard that Han Shuo had something to say, Lawrence immediately smiled cooperatively and said, "Hey, do not hesitate to be direct with me. You know that there's no need to be so courteous between us." Han Shuo felt more comfortable when he heard what Lawrence said. He glanced at the three women, Amis, and the others and said, "I would like to discuss this matter with just you and the two sacred rank experts. All right, let's get back to our own matters. Everyone, let's leave." Amis, one of the three heavyweights of Dark Mantle, smiled gracefully as he responded, taking the lead to leave. With Amis taking the lead and leave, the others in the area left while harboring suspicions. Even Emily, Phoebe, and Fanny left one after another at Han Shuo's request. In the blink of an eye, the important people within the castle who had come over out of curiosity took Ami's hint and left the area. Only Han Shuo, Lawrence, Space Sacred Magus Sabacus, and Sacred Sword Master Carol was left on the clock tower. After the others had gone a distance away from the clock tower, Lawrence looked at Han Shuo in amazement and asked, "Brian, what's the matter?" Space Sacred Magus Sabacus waved his hand and deployed a space barrier which enveloped the immediate area of the clock tower, preventing their conversation from being leaked. Sabacus faintly understood what Han Shuo was about to say to Lawrence. Since the defeat of Ashburn and eldest Prince Charles is inevitable unless something unexpected happens, you will definitely be the new king of the Lancelot Empire. His Majesty had previously discussed a few things with me in secret. You have always been curious as to what His Majesty had said to me. I feel that I can reveal it to you now." Han Shuo looked firmly at Lawrence and said seriously. "Oh." Lawrence's curiosity was suddenly roused, his eyes glistening as he looked at Han Shuo and asked, "Brian, what did Father say to you? Why was it that after you left the palace, His Majesty began to fully support me?" Han Shuo glanced at Space Sacred Magus Sabacus, and said with a smile, "Mr. Sabacus, I believe you know of this." Sabacus smiled and nodded, replying calmly, "That's right. I'm indeed aware of that matter." When Lawrence's doubt-filled gaze turned towards Sabacus, he explained, "Old astrologer Madame Grace prophesied that the Prince Brian supports will become the next king of the Lancelot Empire, and shall bring a new wave of prosperity to the empire. He, as expected, with the good relationship you have with Brian, you would be the fortunate one. Madame Grace has made prophecies for the Lancelot Empire for many years and she has not once let down His Majesty. Therefore, His Majesty believed that you will be his successor, and will bring prosperity to the empire. That was why he went all out in assisting you." When Lawrence heard Sabacus's explanation, he looked at Han Shuo with a startled expression. It was only now that he realized that the reason he, an illegitimate child, had become the center of attention was due to Han Shuo's assistance, instead of His Majesty suddenly thinking highly of him. To Lawrence, who only paid attention to the results, he was clearly somewhat astonished upon hearing Sabacus' words. He stared blankly at Han Shuo for a long time before finally taking a deep breath and said wholeheartedly to Han Shuo, "So that's what happened. Brian, thank you. Since we are friends, I will naturally assist you. Furthermore, only with you as the king would Lancelot Empire be more prosperous. I know your capabilities, and I truly believe that you would bring a new future to the Lancelot Empire," Han Shuo said with a smile. Lawrence gave a wry smile as he shook his head and said, "It seems that I still need to rely on you. If I were to hear those words from Sabacus before today, I would perhaps not take them seriously. However, after I witnessed your unstoppable demeanor just now, I can't help but admire Madame Grace's incredible vision. Brian, there truly is boundless potential within you. I still remember your strength when you were still a student in the necromancy major. At that time, you acted as my practice target for just a few gold coins, and I could even defeat you then. But now, how long has it been? In less than 5 years, you're already standing on the pinnacle. Oh, and you are just over 20 years old. Your future is something that no one can predict. I have to say that Madame Grace's prophecy is expectedly accurate. Everything has currently developed according to her predictions. It looks like the Lancelot Empire would really enjoy 100 years of prosperity thanks to Brian's existence, just as Madame Grace predicted. Sacred Swordmaster Carol also sighed as he remarked. It's hard to predict what will happen in the future. The future won't always be the same, at least that's how I feel. Han Shuo said before he swiftly concealed his smile and said, "However, when His Majesty agreed to fully support us, he made me agree to one condition. I believe I should inform you now. Brian, you're too polite. No matter what happens, we will still be friends. Moreover, there would be more occasions that I would need to rely on you in the future. There's no need to speak in a roundabout way between us," Lawrence replied. From Sabacus and Carol's accounts, Lawrence also understood how important Han Shuo was to the Lancelot Empire. As someone who could alter the entire Lancelot Empire, his throne would be extremely stable and the Lancelot Empire would grow even more prosperous. With Grace even sacrificing her life to show the path to the future, he clearly understood how he should treat Han Shuo, the huge support he should tightly cling onto. "All right then, I will just say it then. His Majesty made me to promise that no matter what happens, the other 3 princes must live." Han Shuo looked at Lawrence and added, "As a father, His Majesty didn't wish to have 3 sons die horrifically by my hand. I've promised him, but I still want to respect your opinion." "Your Highness, this was also what His Majesty said to us," Sabacus explained, his gaze fixed on Lawrence. Lawrence stared blankly and was silent for a while before he creased his brows and said, "Since this is father's last wish, I know what I should do. But I will still banish or imprison Charles. As for the other 2, as long as they don't oppose me, I'll let them be princes and not treat them shabbily." If it wasn't for Han Shuo, Sabacus, and Carol's words, Lawrence would definitely have ruthlessly exterminated Charles. After all, Charles caused the greatest harm to him. Lawrence had actually thought of brutally killing Charles with his own hands, so as to make up for the humiliation he suffered previously. However, now that Han Shuo and the 2 sacred rank experts had spoken, and it was also his father's dying wish, he must let Charles live on, regardless of whether he truly willing, he had to let Charles live. However, apart from letting him live, it wasn't clear if Lawrence would also humiliate Charles. With Lawrence's guarantee, Han Shuo let out a sigh of relief. He then smiled and said, "Since you agreed, I can be at ease. All right, Asen City currently contains special energy I need for my training. I think I'll need at least 3 days to train. With the two sacred rank experts and Lord Forenza within Asen City, I believe Ashburn and the others have already reached the end of the road and I can train at ease. Brian, train well. Your strength will allow our Lancelot Empire to become stronger. Lawrence immediately smiled and agreed. He understood what it meant for an empire to have an expert who is unrestrained. The appearance of demigod heir Mike Cotton at that time had allowed the Lancelot Empire to be established and enjoy a golden age of 100 years. If Han Chuo could achieve heir Mike Cotton's level, he too could bring Lancelot Empire to new heights. Alright, this clock tower will be my training group. You should get going with your own matters. Right, please tell Emily and the other ladies not to bother me as the next few days are very important to me. Han Chuo smiled as he chased Lawrence and the others away. After the three of them left, Han Chuo closed his eyes to sense the residual energy from the dead that enveloped the whole of Asen City. With a pleased expression, he muttered to himself, whether I can break through to the next realm will depend on the next few days. Chapter 430 430 Assimilation. Please continue reading on, Ox. Val. M. The political struggle over Asen City was still ongoing. Wherever there was war, there would definitely be deaths. Adding the number of casualties over the previous 2 days, there was perhaps already at least 40,000 soldiers who had died within the Asen City. The soaring killing intent enveloped the sky over Asen City, causing people to feel stifled, as though a huge rock was pressing down on their chest. Some experts even felt that the omnipresent magic essence seemed to be affected by this energy. Han Chuo stood on the clock tower of the castle, looking up at the blue dome of heaven. A massive vortex took shape once again, swallowing the fiendish energy omnipresent in Asen City bit by bit. He Demon Slayer edge soared into the sky once more, forming a blood cloud that floated in the sky. Han Chuo was much more prudent this time. The Demon Slayer edge's adsorption of negative energy was slowed down, causing the rate at which the blood cloud condensing energy to also slow down. The energy transformation within the Demon Slayer edge was more relaxed. Han Chuo was able to manipulate and first combine the hostile energy before transferring it into the sword hilt of the Demon Slayer edge. Unknown if it was due to previously absorbing the black resolute crystal, the rate at which Han Chuo purified the killing intent had greatly increased. The dense killing intent was first swallowed by the giant vortex overhead, where impurities were removed by the rapidly rotating vortex. The purified enriched energy then flowed into Han Chuo's body through the stem of the vortex where the demonic Yuan energy in his body would further refine it, finally forming the origin energy suitable for Han Chuo's demon infant to absorb. Through the two-stage purification process, less than 1/10 of the rich killing intent was absorbed by Han Chuo. However, as the casualties within the Asen City were enormous, 1/10 of that enormous amount of energy still brought about astonishing benefits to Han Chuo. Having entered demonhood the previous time, Han Chuo was extremely cautious this time, not anxious for quick success and also not rapacious. He adopted the most cautious method of absorbing a little at a time, to guard against entering the dreadful state of demonhood again. Time passed by quietly. After a whole day, the sky above the castle had completely turned blood red. When the scorching sun shone, the castle looked as though it was coated with a layer of blood and a strong scent of blood lingered in the air. An enormous black vortex filled with lightning revolved wildly within the thick blood-red cloud. Vicious killing intent was constantly discharged, causing people to quake in fear. This scene lasted for 3 days. Some ordinary people within Asen City felt the pressure on their chest suddenly disappearing. Experts who could sense magical essence also discovered that the indescribable energy within Asen City was all flowing frantically towards the northern city district, and then disappearing rapidly. The experts protecting Lawrence within the castle suddenly realized that the two spectacles in the sky had gradually reduced in volume. The omnipresent rich smell of blood had become heavier. The blood cloud was no longer as red as blood and was distinctly thinner. After another 2 days, the blood cloud above the castle seemed to have been blown away, while the vortex above the clock tower had also unknowingly disappeared and the bright clear sky had reappeared above the northern city district. Warm sunlight shone on every corner of the northern city district, causing people to feel warm and comfortable. Breathing out gently, Han Shuo slowly woke up from his meditative state. He could feel that his body was abundant with surging energy that which covered his meridians, bones, and even his skin and flesh. This caused Han Shuo to feel like he was about to explode. Han Shuo knew that the energy in the sky had all been absorbed into his body, and he had to undergo training in seclusion soon so as to completely control and merge the energy with his original energy, so as to be able to make another breakthrough. The Demon Slayer edge landed silently on his hand, without any signs of vitality. However, Han Shuo could feel the frantic circulation of energy within it. The Demon Slayer edge had absorbed even more energy than Han Shuo, and the energy was also more volatile. If it was to fully absorb the energy, it also needed a long period of time. Therefore, both Han Shuo or the Demon Slayer edge needed some time to process the energy they absorbed, and the sooner the better. After walking down from the clock tower, Han Shuo headed toward the lounge on the second floor where Emily, Fanny, and Phoebe were. Along the way, the 12 mystical demons presented the entire situation of Asan City to Han Shuo. As a few days had passed, the battle had ended in the 4 city districts of Asan City as well as within the palace. Lawrence and his group of supporters had already moved temporarily into the Imperial Palace. Ashburn and Lawrence's mansions were in complete disorder, with clear traces of battle. "Brian!" Fanny immediately shouted in surprise as soon as she saw Han Shuo coming over. Emily was meditating to enhance her mental energy while Phoebe was practicing her martial arts. When they heard Fanny cry out in surprise, they immediately stopped whatever they were doing and rushed to the room where Fanny was, their eyes immediately focusing on Han Shuo. "You bastard! I can't believe you took no part in such a critical moment and went to train. You are such an unreasonable fellow," Phoebe pouted as she grumbled. "What's the current situation of Asan City?" Han Shuo asked with a faint smile. "The situation is determined. Grand Duke Ashburn was killed by Sacred Sword Master Carol, while Prince Charles is imprisoned for the time being. As for the other 2 princes, they banished any thoughts of vying over the throne when they saw that Lawrence's influence greatly exceeded theirs. Lawrence is currently busy picking up the pieces and trying to win people's hearts. I reckon that it won't be long before he formally succeeds to the throne," Emily explained to Han Shuo. "Well, it seems that the civil strife within Lancelot Empire should be already considered over," Han Shuo said with a smile. Nodding her head, Emily continued, "There's indeed nothing much to worry about. Now that the whole of Asan City is under Lawrence's control, and he has command over so much military strength, with eldest prince imprisoned, no one within the Lancelot Empire could threaten Lawrence's throne. Since that was the case, I feel reassured," Han Shuo remarked with a smile. Shortly after, he smiled bitterly as he looked at the 3 ladies and said with some difficulty, "However, I reckon that I will need a long period of time to train. It seems that I will have to temporarily part with all of you again." "You bastard! You have just returned and are already thinking of leaving? You heartless fellow, don't you know that we will be concerned about you?" When Phoebe heard that Han Shuo was going to leave again, her expression was filled with grief as she shouted to her unwillingness. When Emily and Fanny heard that Han Shuo was going to train again and needed a long period of time, they also panicked, their eyes focused on Han Shuo, showing their reluctance to part with him. "I've no other choice. I must immediately seclude myself to refine that energy. Otherwise, it might affect my current state and might even cause me to enter demonhood again." Han Shuo smiled bitterly as he explained. "How long would you need for your training this time?" Emily's brows were creased as she inquired. "I'm not certain. If it's fast, it will be about a year. If it's slow, it might take 2 to 3 years. Sigh, training my martial technique in seclusion is really a very time-consuming matter. I also can't estimate how long I'll take." Han Shuo sighed as he replied. When they heard that the fastest would be about a year, the ladies' hearts were in disorder. The worry and grief in their gazes became even more prominent. "Brian, there's something that I need to discuss with you alone. Phoebe pouted her lips and said angrily to Han Shuo. However, after she finished speaking, Phoebe suddenly blushed. At first, Emily also had something to say. But when she heard Phoebe suddenly say the same words she wanted to say, she couldn't help but look flabbergasted at Phoebe. When she saw Phoebe's blushing face, she immediately thought of something. She secretly cursed in her heart as her face turned red as well. Han Shuo stared blankly at first, but when he saw the blush on Phoebe's face, he suddenly came to a revelation, chuckling as he said, "All right. I'll have a chat with you first. After that, I'll look for Emily to have a chat." When she heard Han Shuo chuckling, Phoebe knew that he had realized something. She clenched her teeth resolutely as she glared at Han Shuo before heading directly to her room without saying another word. "Just a few words with Phoebe," Han Shuo said hurriedly as he walked swiftly toward Phoebe's room, leaving behind a blushing Emily and a puzzled Fanny. "Sister Emily, what do they have to talk about? Why do they need to talk in private?" the puzzled Fanny asked Emily. "Hee, they obviously need to talk about some intimate stuff. Hee, I wonder how long Phoebe the little hussy would last." Emily smiled licentiously as she replied amusedly while winking at Fanny. Fanny was startled for a moment, but she suddenly heard Phoebe's soft gasping noises. She immediately came to her senses, her face flushed red and the flush was rapidly spreading toward her neck. "Pa!" Fanny cursed lightly. "Hee, I think Sister Fanny should be aware of what they are talking about now?" "Hee, Sister Fanny, could it be that Brian the little lecher had yet to eat you up? Why do you still seem so shy?" Fanny giggled as she teased Fanny, looking exceedingly cheerful. "Sister Emily, you are really..." Fanny was extremely bashful, stamping her foot and walking to her room with her head down without completing her sentence. The apartment was rather spacious. Apart from the wide living room, there were 5 to 6 other rooms. Boris had specially arranged for them to stay here so that it was easy for the 3 ladies to talk to each other. When Emily saw Fanny blushing as she retreated to her room, her smile grew even wider. As Emily and Fanny were both magi and the 3 rooms were extremely close to each other, she would naturally be able to hear certain sounds. With Fanny's departure, only Emily was left in the living room. As soft moans echoed in Emily's ears, Emily's heartbeat had unknowingly sped up all of a sudden. Her body had heated unexplainably and was hard to tolerate. Emily covertly surveyed her surroundings before blushing as she tiptoed toward the room Phoebe and Han Shuo were in. She then gently stuck her ear on the door to listen to the sounds within the room. "Ah!" Phoebe moaned sweetly, her voice trembling, as though she was weeping and sobbing. Han Shuo had finally stripped Phoebe naked, his large hands wandering over her smooth skin. His every stroke caused Phoebe to moan uncontrollably. Under Han Shuo's caress, Phoebe's fair white skin seemed to gradually become somewhat rosy. Under the mood of imminent separation, Phoebe's almond eyes were unfocused, her body expressing the joy and excitement in her heart as Han Shuo teased her body. Lost in his fondling, Phoebe gasped as she took off Han Shuo's clothes. Not knowing if she was too excited or her mind was somewhat fuzzy, she was rougher than usual when she took off his clothes, even forcibly ripping apart his shirt. As Han Shuo had also been holding back for a while, his breathing was rough as he suddenly pressed down on Phoebe, without even thinking of deploying a soundproofing barrier.